I would now like to call the July 28th, 2026 Longmont City Council regular session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel and longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or Comcast channels 8 or 880. Can we begin with roll call, please?
Mayor Hidalgo Ferry.
Present.
Councilmember Christ.
Present.
Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Present.
Councilmember Marsing.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCoy.
Present.
Councilmember Popkin. Councilmember Prieto. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Great. Let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. In accordance with Council's rules of procedure, the rules for providing public comment are as follows. Only Longmont residents and employees of the City of Longmont may speak during first call public invited to be heard. You must provide your address at the sign-up sheet before the meeting or I will not call your name. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Anyone may speak on second reading or public hearing item, and you are asked to add your name to the speaker list for the specific item before the meeting. Anyone may speak on final call public invited to be heard. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of council. And additionally, I believe we have a heavy agenda tonight, a lot of thick topics. And we have a long list of people wanting to speak. If you came with a group or if your message is the exact same phrasing or wording as another speaker, you are welcome to stand in support of that rather than speak. I'm not going to tell you you can't speak, but just keep that in mind for the efficiency of our meeting. And additionally, if you did not put your address on the sign-up list, I will not call your name. I will skip it and go on to the next and call you at final call public invited to be heard. Thank you. So now we are on to the approval of the minutes for the July 14th, 2026 regular session minutes.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the minutes by Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Kalkoffer. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that carries unanimously. Are there any agenda revisions or any motions from council for future agenda items? No? Okay. Seeing none, let's go ahead and move on to the city manager report. You have a report? No report. And now we are on to special reports and presentations. Platte River Power Authority Energy Supply Mix Update. Come on down.
Sorry about that.
No worries. And this is for informational purposes only. We're not directing staff on any.
Yes, it's
on
for
any item.
information only. Mayor and members of City Council, my name is Francie Kirk-Jaffe. I'm the acting sustainability manager, and I'm here with Director of Electric Services, Daryl Hahn, to provide an update on Platte River Power Authority's energy supply mix. When the Sustainability Office was last here in March, Lisa Nabek presented most recent data on multiple targets, but at the time we did not have our 2025 data for renewable energy delivered to the city, so that's what we're here today to talk about. I also have our 2024 greenhouse gas emissions up on the screen. That is our most recent data. We update that inventory every 3 years. However, I have it up on the screen because our renewable energy mix greatly impacts that inventory, so I'm going to talk about it briefly, but we don't have a data update. So here is our delivered renewable energy since 2013, and you do see that in 2025 there is a drop to about 31%. This is not due to any changes in how much renewable energy that Platte River Power Authority is generating. They continue to add more renewable energy to their supply mix. But in order to generate revenue starting in 2025, renewable energy certificates, or RECs, are being sold to support that transition. So we see that drop in what we're reporting. Daryl Hahn will be here to talk more extensively about those RECs and why that's happening. But before I hand that off to him to talk about that, I just wanted to share how that impacts our greenhouse gas inventory. So on this slide, in the dark blue is our electricity, part of our 2024 inventory. Most of our electricity comes from buildings. There's a very small sliver right there from transportation electricity that we expect to increase over time. But you can see it's only almost 50% of our greenhouse gas emissions. And so how much renewable energy is part of our grid greatly impacts our greenhouse gas emissions. So due to the international protocol that we follow, our inventory cannot use RECs that are sold to other communities. So in 2027, as those RECs are being sold, even though our renewable energy generated is increasing, our greenhouse gas emissions will be higher, again, because of those RECs being sold. But in 2030, when we'll be retaining the RECs, our greenhouse gas emissions, we're expecting a significant drop. So with that, I will hand it over to Daryl to talk more extensively about this.
Thanks, Francie. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. I'm Daryl Hahn, Director of Electric Services. Good to see you all again. So what we have here on the screen are two charts. One is before the REC sales. This is what it would have looked like had we not made any sales of RECs, and the one on the right is the one after. So what is a REC? As Francie mentioned, it's a renewable energy credit, or REC. So anytime you generate electricity, there's a tag or a characteristic that's attached to that megawatt hour of energy. And so it can be renewable or non-renewable. And you can strip that tag away from the energy so that you actually get the energy, but then this tag can be sold as kind of a commodity that you can make money from, right? So the problem is if you take that renewable, that REC tag, and you sell it, you can no longer say that the energy that came with it was renewable. So as you can see, and as Francie explained, we would have been quote unquote more renewable, if you will, had Platte River not sold those RECs. But they sold the RECs in part because they can take the money and invest in more renewable energy, and also because it helps to alleviate some rate pressure. As you know, electric rates have been going up pretty consistently over the last several years, and this is one way that Platte River can ease off some of that pressure. So here we have a chart or a graph or a plot that shows the impacts of the REC sales. So the top line is what our greenhouse, what our non-carbon percentage would have been had we not sold the RECs. The bottom line shows what the non-carbon percentage is with the sale of RECs. And the difference there is really about $10 million. So by selling those RECs, they were able to get about $10 million and, again, reinvest in renewable energy and or help alleviate rate pressure. As Francie mentioned, this isn't to say that just because the number, quote unquote, goes down, that isn't to say that Platte River hasn't been investing in renewable energy. And you can see from the graph here, starting in 2020, there have been pretty significant investments in wind and solar and storage, energy storage. as well as the entry into the SPP, the Southwest Power Pool market, starting in 23, and then even further earlier this year. At the same time, there have been the development of 2 integrated resource plans, which is kind of the roadmap that says, hey, how are we going to become more renewable than we are today? So 2 of those plans have been developed, and the next one is going to start kicking off later this year with a 2028 release. Just really quickly, entry into the Southwest Power Pool energy imbalance market. That's important because what it does is it gives you access to more renewable energy. So what happens is, as we know, wind, solar, they can vary throughout the day depending on the region, the time of day. And so if Platte River has excess renewable energy, they can sell it to other entities within the market. Without being in that market, you just kind of, well, I've got too much, I've got to turn off the solar or the wind. And so in this way, you can actually use more of the renewable energy across the market. At the same time, having a larger market gives you more flexibility because, if there's high demand or extreme weather events, again, you can pull from additional resources. At the same time, it helps to kind of share some of the transmission and generation resources across all of the participants. And then looking forward, again, the goal has been to get a 100% non-carbon energy mix. I don't think it's a secret that we're not going to make it. We're going to get pretty close. We're going to get, between 80, 85, maybe 87% renewable. So that's really the goal. And here are some projects that are coming up in the next several years that will help us get closer to that goal. And so next steps. So I'm looking at this from a couple of perspectives. In terms of the greenhouse gas emissions, Francie and her team are looking to update the model by the end of the year with getting some additional information from Platte River, I think next week. And so they'll be incorporating that into the model and making other updates to the model. The intent is to have the 2027 inventory ready in 28. So it's usually a year in arrears. At the same time, on the Platte River side, as I mentioned earlier, they are beginning to work on the new integrated resource plan, that roadmap to get us to more renewables and more non-carbon energy. It was last completed in 24, so this is kind of the 4-year cycle. It needs to be updated periodically because of inflation and changes in priorities and technology and that sort of thing. So again, the best time to start getting some of that input and feedback into that process is later this year. And with that, we are happy to take questions.
Do we have any questions from council? Okay, seeing none. Or do you have a question? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much.
All right,
Appreciate
thank you.
it.
Have a
And
good
then
night.
if something comes up, we'll email you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sounds good. Okay, bye. Okay. So we are now on to first call public invited to be heard. And the first person on the list is Emmy Friedman. And you will have 3 minutes to speak. And I'm going to go ahead and call the next 4 people in line to please have a seat up front. We have Dan Smith, Chad Rennick. If I said it incorrect, please correct me when you get to the mic. Lance Whitaker and Joe Friedman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Emmy Friedman. I live in Longmont. I want to speak briefly about the legal standard of the results and data of the Rates and Charges study. Since 1982, Longmont has accepted Federal Airport Improvement Program funding for Vance Brand. By the city's own account, it has received over $4.5 million. The city agreed to a set of binding federal obligations called grant assurances. Grant Assurance 24 is one of the most important. It requires the airport sponsor, which is the city, to maintain a fee and rental structure that makes the airport as self-sustaining as possible, given the airport's traffic and circumstances. That means setting fees to recover operating costs, not subsidizing aeronautical users at the expense of the general public. This is not optional guidance.
It's a condition the city agreed to in writing in exchange for federal money, and it's enforceable by the FAA. The city already felt the FAA enforcement, what the FAA enforcement looks like regarding grant assurance compliance and other airport matters. This tells us how seriously the FAA takes these obligations and how seriously this council should take them. Not watered down, not a watered down version, not a compromise that keeps rates artificially low for tenants at the general public's expense. Self-sustaining as possible. This is what the city has already promised the FAA, and I know the council will take this seriously. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Okay, next person, Dan Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Dan Smith, 7471 Rosina Drive. Two things. One is if you charge fees, the cost of doing that and the mechanism to do that, you'll probably find that consumes the money that you're going to make from it. That's just a general thought looking at data across our nation where GA airports like ours tried to charge fees and they failed. And not many of them do, including the ones around us. And I think of Greeley as a pretty good example of the size of the airport. And they don't charge a fee, and probably for good reason. So take that under consideration, the fact that you're going to be doing something very different and new. And I know there's reasons for doing it. One is what she just stated, and the other is the congestion at the airport. It's getting to be pretty hairy right now, and some people see the solution to that as landing fees. And that works for outside airplanes that come to our airport. But those of us that have been on the field for many, many years, we find that pretty unfair. Others would argue, well, you need to pay your way. Well, we already are. If you look at the lease structure and everything else that the airport charges. So I would ask that you think very seriously about the charging fees, because I think you might actually be wasting your time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next person, Chad Rennick. If that's Renke?
Renicky.
Rennicky. Okay,
Renicky.
thanks.
Chad Renicky, 907 Champion Circle. Mayor and Council. I wanted to just thank you. We've invited several of you out to the airport. Some of you have showed up and have learned a lot, and we've had great conversations. I didn't get to watch the video or the message last night. We were flying back from Oshkosh. Didn't get back in time to watch that, but I'm excited to hear about the VNAP and get the results from that, because we've been some of you may know and some of you may not know, and I hope the citizens like this, that airport people, there's been some airport people working with citizens group that were complainers, that's what we called them, and we've been working together to try to figure out a solution for the traffic and the patterns, and we've been making progress. We had a presentation pretty much made up until you decided to hire a consultant, and then we decided to put it on hold so that we wouldn't go and talk to schools and then have to go back and change it if the consultant came back with something different. So we have a group of people that are volunteers from the airport and from the community that would like to go to the flight schools on a monthly basis and talk to them, give them a presentation of our VNAP, and try to start to hold them as peers accountable, because you can't as a city hold them accountable, but as peers we would like to hold them accountable. And we want your support, but and the city's support. We have, like I said, we have about 6 to 8 people that are volunteers that are willing to do this, and we want to do it on a monthly basis. And so as soon as this VNAP comes out from our consultant that you hired, we're ready to put it together. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Lance Whitaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street. First of all, I'd like to do a shout out to Elaine. Welcome back. Debbie, who plays the piano at the hospital there. Thank you for playing the piano over at the hospital. Today is National Milk Chocolate Day, National Buffalo Soldier Day, National Water Park Day. It's Jim Davis's birthday, if anybody who knows who that is. I do. There we go. And then in 1866, America actually adopted the metric system as its standard measurement. Yeah, not a lot of people are big fans of that. Would also like to thank you all for cruise night on Saturday. I don't think I've ever seen so many Longmont residents show up for such an event. And so I don't even think they show up that much for the 4th of July celebration. So that was nice. Thank you again for that.
Sure. Thank
And
you.
that'll be it.
Okay, Joe Friedman. Then the next 5 on the list, Jeff Hohensee. I can't make out the Hohennessy. Let's see, I do see a few that are either the airport address or not in the city limits. So I'm going to go ahead and call Mark Arnold, Meg Trexler, Gordon Pedro, and Georgetta Johnston.
Joe Friedman, 5723 Four Leaf Drive, Longmont. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I've spoken or communicated with some of you, and some of you not, but I have a short message, so I want to say sincerely thank all of you for your diligent hard work as council members and mayor. You have a lot on your plate. There's a lot of issues. I, for one, really appreciate what you do for the people of Longmont, so thank you very much. Based on the rates and charges study, it appears that landing fees will be a key part of the overall comprehensive fee structure for the funding of the airport. With that in mind, when the time comes to actually develop the fee structures, may I encourage Council to set a weight-based landing fee structure that is the same and equal, and I do emphasize same and equal for all eligible aircraft, home-based and transient. Scrutiny by the FAA will demand that the landing fee structure to be non-discriminatory, not showing favoritism or rewards for certain parties, nor punitive or deterrent for other parties. Such differentiation in fees structure will be construed by the FAA as discriminatory. Different fees also raise administrative problems because some eligible parties will insist that they are exempt or deserve favor, requiring administrative time and money to review such claims. So, keep it simple, make it non-discriminatory, acknowledging, of course, exemptions for government, military, and public safety operations. Please implement a weight-based landing fee structure that is the same and equal for all aircraft. Thank you for listening. Good evening.
Good evening, thank you. Okay, Jeff?
Jeff Hohensee, 3911 Hawthorne Circle. I am right in the airport path. I want to first off thank you for all you do for the city. I looked at the packet for this evening. It was 436 pages, and that was for 1 week. Just thank you. So I went to the noise meeting last night. I was crestfallen at the end of it. What I basically heard was that the federal government, the FAA, has sovereignty over the noise in my home and backyard and on city lands, and there's nothing that can be done about it except for an act of Congress. Getting Congress to do almost anything seems impossible. I looked at pilot demographics, where the general pilot demographics are, who the population is that we're serving by having that asset out there. General numbers, this is not detailed, but I can certainly cite it if you're interested. 65% male, 95% white. General cost of maintenance is or having an airplane is like 10 to 12K a year. The plane itself is probably like 100K. This is not a demographic that normally fits the bulk of the Longmont residents whose average income is $85,000 a year. So it's a small population. I think we have hangars for like 235, so it's a fairly small number of citizens, and we're not sure how many are from Longmont. We're really clear that the increase in numbers of plane flights that are coming through and flying over my neighborhood are not from Longmont. In the world of environmental sustainability, we would call that noise pollution and externality. That's where the flight schools are making $8,000 a student to be able to train them, and we're paying for the noise with the pollution for free to them. Same with the air quality of the leaded air going into the air. If the FAA had been in charge of automobiles, we'd still have leaded gasoline. So I was a sustainability consultant for 20 years. My clients represented 3% of US GDP. We went into companies, and instead of looking for less bad options, we looked for ways to reframe their business models so that they could actually be sustainable. Wow, it goes quick, doesn't it? Okay. I think the priority is to have a vision. The opportunity cost of having an airport is too high. You could probably get somewhere in the neighborhood of about $1 million a year in tax revenue just for the city if you were to convert that into mixed-use housing. The expense is high. I think that just instead of looking solely at an airport, you should look at other opportunities and come up with a vision that meets the needs. If you were to ask the citizens.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mark Arnold.
Hello, Mayor, and hello, Council. Thank you very much. So I'm a longtime Longmont resident and Vance brand hangar owner. These days I'm retired, and I enjoy the thrill of soaring over the mountains silently in a self-launching sailplane. But before arriving to this area, I spent 2 decades growing a single city, 50-employee company into a nationwide company with 2,300 employees. And we used corporate aircraft to accomplish that mission. Typically, we would have teams of employees departing on Monday morning and returning Friday after visiting 8 to 10 different cities. You can't do that commercially. There are 5,000 airports in the U.S. There are 438 in Colorado and 20 in the greater Denver area. Companies like ours avoided the hassle of going to the major airports and always went to smaller airports. When we selected and designed our logistical plans, we looked for amenities to take care of our crew and to meet and conduct our business. Some of the amenities we looked for were decent terminal buildings to meet with clients and suppliers. Forgive me, I've got a bad cold. As well as crew rest facilities, ground power units, and the like. Long list. Among the 28 municipalities that own airports in Colorado, Longmont is ranked number 5 by population. And unfortunately, the impression that Longmont presents through its current airport arrangements is equivalent to driving into a small town and passing a decrepit sign that says roads maintained by the county, and then you start hitting potholes. I think that as it stands now, Longmont is enduring all of the disadvantages that a typical municipal airport enjoys, and few, if any, of the economic benefits. I urge you to take a broader view of the airport's potential role in the economic realm And instead of looking to try and restrain access to aircraft, I think you should really think about the business community that's not coming here because of the way it's currently run. Thank you.
Thank you. Morgan Trexler.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Morgan Trexler, 521 Terry Street. I am asking the City Council to adopt a 2027 implementation date for ranked choice voting in y'all's ballot measure rather than 2029. And there are 3 reasons for this. The first is credibility. So if voters vote on ranked choice voting in 2026, and then the next city election runs on the old system, that doesn't look good. We've told voters their decision doesn't matter, and so at a moment when our public confidence in our elections is already weak, we really want to be sending a message that, hey, we're doing what we're saying we're doing. We're going to run elections like we said we're going to run elections. And so I think that's going to be really important in this implementation. The second thing is that the 2029 implementation date does not look like caution from the outside. It looks like a delay. To most of us city residents, it looks fairly straightforward. We reuse the Boulders County communications, the City of Boulders communications. They already have the vendor relationships for doing ranked choice voting, somewhat worked out. And so we just need to adapt that to Longmont. Why should that adaptation take 3 years? So when something that looks fairly straightforward takes 3 years, that makes people start to draw conclusions about what's happening. And we don't want that. So third, I'm an engineer. I work on large technical projects. Projects expand, even my projects, expand to fill the schedule they're given. If I'm given 3 months to work on something, it takes 3 months. If I'm given 3 years to work on an implementation of something, it's probably going to take about 3 years. And so a 2029 deadline for implementation of ranked choice voting does not buy readiness, it buys 2029. And so the vendor conversations, the voter education, the testing, all of that, if we set a deadline of 2027, then the schedule is going to be built around 2027. If we set a deadline of 2029, then the schedule is going to get built around 2029. And we'll be like, oh, look, it took 3 years to implement. Of course it did. We started with 2029 as our truth. And so I recommend to City Council to set 2027 so that this all happens sooner. Now, with all that said, I want to thank you all for all the hard work that you all have done. I know that this is a lot to implement, and I am excited about it, and that's why I want it implemented in 2027.
Great.
Thank you.
Gordon Pedro.
I'm Gordon Pedro. I live at 2639 Falcon Drive, Longmont. I'm speaking on behalf of 9C, an ordinance to amend the city charter to add protections for open space. I'm a member of the Friends of Longmont Open Space. I'm here to encourage you to approve this ordinance, placing the charter amendment before the voters. The proposed home rule charter change adds open space to the lands that require voter approval for sale or conveyance. This adds open space to the likes of parks, land, and water rights. If approved by voters, it means we will never face another Distal Toll open space fiasco. I'm certain you remember that open space fiasco when Public Works, the city manager, and Boulder County advocated to convert the distal open space parcel into a large industrial site for composting and other public works operations. I'm certain you remember the outrage expressed by many residents. This attack on open space from within clearly demonstrates the need for this charter amendment. On behalf of the Longmont Friends of Open Space, I want to thank the City Council and the staff members of Open Space and City Attorney's Office who worked diligently to prepare this charter amendment. I know it took a lot of effort. Because of the collaboration, it's ready for your council approval tonight. I am pleased that the qualified electors will get to vote on this charter amendment so soon after the 74% of the voters approved the existing extension of the dedicated open space tax in perpetuity. The many friends of the Longmont Open Space will be strongly advocates for this charter amendment, just as we were for the safe sale extension. I encourage you to approve the ordinance as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Georgetta, thanks. Georgetta Johnson. And then the next 5 on the list, Charles Schilling, Gail Allen, Clark Allen, Jamie Stemo, and Tal Menier. If I got, okay, oh good, I got it right. Okay, and then before you begin, oh, can you stop that? Sorry. I just wanted to let the record show that Councilmember Popkin is present. So, thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. It's nice seeing you. It's been a long time, and I appreciate everything you're doing. It's hard work. I will first address the airport, and we need the airport, and I know you're working it out, and everybody's has issues, and they shouldn't have moved by there if it's loud. I heard a man tell me in Target that he moved there and he knew it was going to be loud. So it's a hard situation, but I also want to say, Molly, thank you. I do see Molly. Is she back there or did she leave? I don't see
she's
her.
running. She's running.
She's running. Anyway, I seen her come on Facebook, and I seen different things that you've been advertising about different things to make the city better. And of course, you know my situation, better housing, and the different situations you're talking about tonight. But I heard you about the I forget what it is down there right now.
The YMCA?
Pardon me? The YMCA, yes. I'm 81. I'm doing good with God's help. I'll be 82. And I've lived here all these many years. So I came because I want a good city. But, you know, it'd be a good idea to move there something where we can have the indoor, outdoors, which I've been telling you, for the families. We've got to get that, and a arts and conventional center. We need things because we had a ladies' conference that you could have rented it out. So I'm still hoping that you're going to get that, buffets, better shopping things. This is a nice city. But you're letting your stuff go out of town, so I'm just telling you in a nice way. But you know what? You've done a lot of good things. I've seen different situations. There's a lot of apartments and stuff. I'm for right's right, wrong's wrong, and bless your hearts for doing a good job and working on it and trying to do your part. I pray for you, and you know, I know it's good. So that's what I'm saying. But those other things, we need to get those. Come on, the big hotel, that's very nice. Anyway, Lord bless you. Thank you for doing a good job. I'll be back again another time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Charles Schilling.
Hello, my name is Charles Schilling, and I live at 224 Francis Street, right here in the city. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for your time. Tonight, I want to talk about who uses Vance Brand Airport and who pays for it, because right now, those are two very different groups. Vance Brand has 340 based aircraft. Longmont's population is 98,600 or so. That's well under 0.5% of residents who actually use this facility locally. Yet the airport fund is projected to run a deficit of nearly $230,000 by 2030, with available funds dropping by 2/3 in 5 years. When that fund runs dry, as you know, the city's general fund, paid into by every one of us and relied on by everyone for services like police and fire, I think, covers the difference. Vance Brand sits on about 261 acres of Longmont land, and the airport influence zone map shows its impact and restrictions on housing and other uses reaching well beyond that footprint and into established neighborhoods and land surrounding the airport. So the airport uses a lot of really valuable land. I think we should make it at least pay for itself. The data in the new airport reports should guide you these reports that just arrived should guide you towards new opportunities for the airport to become financially self-sufficient. A tiny fraction of the residents use this airport facility. A much larger group absorbs its cost and other financial impacts. The fund behind it is losing money either way. That's not sustainable, and it's not fair, and it's not responsible. The solution is the activity driving the cost should drive the financial fix. Touch and goes, training flights, skydiving, local pilots. The operations using the airports and services should pay to use it and cover the cost. Tying what operators pay to actual usage and services would relieve the burden on taxpayers and give the airport leverage to enforce the standards it's already on paper and improve itself over time. The council asked for reports built on data, on real data. We paid handsomely for these reports, and now you have the data you asked for. You're sitting there because people of Longmont put you in a position of trust and to use data and information wisely. Now you have what you need. We're asking you to do the responsible thing with the information you have now, and as they say, make good decisions. Please direct staff to bring back a plan that puts Vance Brand on a path for paying its own way, so its costs fall on the activities that use it, not on the 99+% of residents who never use it or never will because they can't afford to. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail Allen.
Hi, my name is Gail Allen, and I want to thank the City Council for commissioning the rates and charges study. It's been a long time coming. I've lived in Longmont 20+ years, so indulge me if I go back in history a bit. As I remember, the Airport Advisory Board, for the most part, fought rate increases, at least as far as back as 2017. Back then, it published annual lease rates that it was annual lease rate was 36 cents per square foot. At the time, the Airport Advisory Board fought implementing that increase. Okay, in 2016, the airport received $40,000 from the Longmont General Fund to pay for, quote, development funds for airport utilities and drainage master plan. Back then, there was also a lot of controversy over the skydiving business and revising the fee structure for the drop zone where the parachutes land. From a low rate, flat rate to a square foot fee. This was never addressed until it was brought up to the City Council. In fact, the skydiving business paid $0 for using that land parcel from 1999 to 2015. The Airport Advisory Board have, for the most part, opposed any of the rate increases or fee increases, and tried best to successfully delay further considerations for many, many years. Landing fees were actually brought up to City Council as far back as 2017. So you ask, how do I know? I know because much of what I've just said was in an article that I co-authored and was published in the Times Call in 2017. So here we are today. I thank the City Council for contracting the rates and charge study. The taxpayers have been subsidizing the airport's financial shortfalls long enough. According to this study, it's in fact heading for a deficit to be unsustainable in just a couple years. So I urge you to do what previous city councils did not. Let's not kick the can down the road. It's time to adopt the recommendations to increase lease rates and adopt landing fees so citizens of Longmont can see our taxes put toward maybe greater community needs, perhaps public safety and police. Thank you.
Thank you. Clark?
Clark Allen. This is a true and epic tale. Behind the Runway. How Longmont has long subsidized Vance Brand Airport. For years, Vance Brand Municipal Airport has occupied an unusual place in Longmont's budget. It is classified officially as a self-sustaining enterprise fund, yet repeatedly propped up by money that ultimately comes from taxpayers who never asked for it. The airport, under Longmont's budget system, the airport is supposed to function like a business. I got to take these up. It occupies maintenance and capital. It operates and maintains capital projects are meant to be covered by user fees, hangars, rentals, fuel sales, and federal grants, not the general tax dollars. City Manager Harold Dominguez has said as much publicly, noting that unlike parks and recreational programs, the airport, like the city golf courses, is structured as an enterprise fund that's supposed to be financially self-sufficient. In practice, though, the airport books haven't closed cleanly. The airport doesn't actually cover its own costs. The city has quietly filled the gaps in the ways voters never approved. The Airport Enterprise Fund has drawn both direct and indirect support from Longmont's general fund, the same pot of money that pays for police, fire, parks, and libraries. One example, discounted administrative transfer fees, a mechanism by which airport pays the city less than the other departments do for shared services like human resources, finance, and the city attorney's office, effectively a hidden subsidy rather than a line item transfer. The simple fact is the airport users need to start paying to cover Vance Brand Airport shortfalls. And based on the fees and charges report, it appears that landing fees would be the best solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jamie Simo?
Jamie Simo, 517 Independence Drive. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am here tonight to speak on Agenda Item 9C regarding Ordinance 2026-48. This ordinance would add open space to the list of lands in Section 13.2 of the Longmont Charter that would require voter approval for sale or conveyance. If approved, the ordinance will move to the ballot this fall for residents to vote upon. I urge you to approve the Open Space Protections Ballot Ordinance as written. Time and again, Longmont residents have voted open space among their highest priorities within the city. In fact, just a couple of years ago, an overwhelming majority of voters made our open space sales tax permanent. Aside from the limited exceptions mentioned in the proposed ballot language for things such as roads, utilities, and easements, allowing voters to vote on whether and how open space is sold or otherwise disposed of frees up staff time and attention that can be better served on other matters. Allowing voters a vote will also help restore trust in city government, which was badly shaken by last year's digital toll land swap debacle. Longmonsters want and deserve a say in how the open space their tax dollars fund is used. Please vote to advance this measure to the ballot as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Tal? Okay. Oh, and the next 5 on the list, Gwen Steele, Dylan Rankin, Terry Medaris, and John Lemke.
Hello, Mayor and members of City Council. I'm Tal with RCV for Longmont, and I just wanted to quickly say thank you for putting these ranked choice voting measures on the ballot. I'm especially excited to vote yes for multi-winner RCV and stagger realignment. Thank you, truly thank you, for your part in advancing democracy and taking a step towards better, more proportional representation. I can't wait to tell my community about these ballot initiatives and all the good things they can achieve. I truly believe ranked choice voting is a bipartisan issue with benefits for every voter. I've been asking people in Longmont if they've ever had to vote for the lesser of two evils, and the answer was a resounding yes, regardless of party preference. RCV helps prevent this. It also eliminates the need for runoff elections, encourages civil campaigning, and ultimately determines the candidate with the strongest support. In other words, I think it's a better way to run elections, and I'm excited for the chance to see it happen. I urge you to vote yes on both ordinances tonight to give us that chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Gwen?
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Gwen Steele. My address is on the sign-in sheet. I'm part of ranked choice voting for Longmont, and I am so stoked that this council has decided to give our community the opportunity to decide on whether ranked choice voting is right for Longmont. I will tell you my personal story, which is my first presidential election. I found a candidate that checked all of the boxes. I campaigned, I went to the rally, I voted, and in the days that followed the election, my heart sank as I realized I had maybe helped get my least favorite candidate elected. Ranked choice voting is a balm for the disappointment of voting for the lesser of two evils. It protects against the angst of whether my authentic first choice just might be a spoiler. With multi-winner ranked choice voting, it creates more proportional representation for all of us diverse, wild, and wonderful Longmontsters. And multi-winner ranked choice voting increases the likelihood that we will all see someone we voted for sitting here on City Council. I appreciate the ordinances as written. I will say implementation by 2027 would sure be swell. So Council, thank you for being willing to lead and willing to give Longmont the opportunity to vote yes on ranked choice voting and realigning the stagger this November. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Dylan?
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Dylan Rankin, and I helped run ranked choice voting for Longmont. Tonight is Airport Palooza, so we thought we'd try to keep it short and sweet. But we absolutely love where y'all landed on ranked choice voting. Oh my, that was a really bad airport pun. I'm sorry. But ranked choice, all of the proposals that you put into these proposed ordinances are amazing. We love the ranked choice voting for every seat. We particularly love the multi-winner ranked choice voting to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to vote for somebody and really go to the polls and say, no matter where I am in the ideological perspective, no matter what issues are important for me, I can end up seeing somebody on City Council that I supported. So they're amazing proposals. We would love for you to vote yes to adopt them as written. On the start date issue, I mean, obviously, if 2027 is something that can be done, it would be amazing so that we don't have an election where voters vote to approve ranked choice voting and then don't have it for an election cycle and then start. But ultimately, we believe that is a staff capacity question, and that is something that, you know, is the reason we wanted y'all to be the ones to refer this to the ballot as opposed to us going to collect the signatures, is you have a much better sense of what the staff capacity to implement the change is. And so we would defer to you on that issue, whatever makes the most sense there, because we do want to see this adopted, absolutely, but we also want the elections themselves to be successful. So with that, I would urge you in the strongest possible terms to vote yes on those ordinances. We so appreciate all the work that y'all have put in to study this issue and come to this consensus, and we're super excited to hit the ground running and hopefully encourage folks to vote yes. So thanks again.
Thank you. Terry?
Good evening. My name is Terry Majerus, 5001 Fox Hill Drive in Longmont. Thank you for your service to the community. I know it's a lot of work. But I have a concern tonight. Pardon me. A couple weeks before the recent primary election, I received this mailer in the mail from Anil Pesser-Ramelli, who was running to be the Democratic Party candidate for the Colorado House District 19, and thankfully, in my view, lost. That aside, in the mailer, I was stunned to read that a goal of Mr. Pesser-Ramelli is to, quote, allow the state to negotiate the rates of staples like vegetables, meats, and dairy, unquote. This sounds like the road to socialism to me. For me, this statement was an automatic disqualifier for my vote. I don't want the state involved in how much I pay a friend of mine for pork chops that he provides. So I checked out Mr. Pesser-Ramelli's website at anilforco.com to see who had given him their endorsement. And to my chagrin, nearly half of our city council, including our mayor pro tem, were and still are listed on Mr. Pezzo Romelli's endorsements page. So, Mayor Faring, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, Councilmember Prieto, here's your opportunity to distance yourself from Mr. Pezzo Romelli. Do you stand by your endorsement of Mr. Pezzo Romelli? Do you endorse the government negotiating the rates of vegetables, meats, and dairy? Thank you.
Thanks. John Lemke. Then the final two on the list, Scott Stewart and Kate Gardner.
Good evening. My name is John Lemke, 744 Stonebridge Drive. Thank you for your support for RCV. I ran for City Council to bring topics that don't often get talked about, and I feel like seeing ranked choice voting on the ballot makes me feel like I won. I want to talk a little bit about the stagger. I tried really hard to explain the stagger to my friends and acquaintances and people that I met, and I could not help them make sense of it. I really encourage you to reset the stagger so that all of the at-larges get elected at once and all of the wards get elected at once. I would love it if this happened in 2027. And I also want to thank Dylan Rankin for all of his hard work. It may not be visible to all of you, but the amount of work that he has done at his age is quite incredible. I feel like if I had accomplished as much as Dylan has at his age, I would have been much further along in life. Very few people are as determined and capable as he is. And I'm really glad to see that his hard work is paying off and putting these ordinances on the ballot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Scott Stewart.
Mayor, members of council, Scott Stewart, 229 Grant Street, Longmont. Just like to say, tonight's presentation, looking forward to it. Longmont first. Here's what I got written down. Honestly, I don't get it. Where does the aviation community think money comes from? The hangar operators complain about the land lease rate. The money coming in from land leases doesn't go to the city. It goes back into the airport. Hangar owners want more investment from the city. At the same time, they fight efforts to increase airport revenue. There's multiple suggestions in tonight's report to increase revenue. If you want a better airport, why are you fighting against increased revenue? Fuel sale revenue is less than $10,000 annually. Do the math. If you think the airport can operate on fuel sales, you need to take a second look. You could double them and it's still not going to make a dent. The airport is an enterprise fund. The money generated at the airport never leaves the airport. It is not a boondoggle for this city. It doesn't come into it. The airport supports itself, and it's currently not, and it hasn't. I've been standing up here for years talking about the administrative transfer fee. You're robbing the citizens of $100,000 every year, and you're making the claim that the airport pays for itself. There's an opportunity here, and I'm really happy that this council is actually paying attention to this matter, because if the airport wants to survive into the future, it needs to pay for itself. It needs to build itself. This charity thing, if we're going to do charity, let's go to the R Center. Let's give it to Hope. Let's give it to something, and not people that are just complaining, you're not giving me enough money. And FAA says you can't do this and you can't do that. I'm sorry, the airport community used to be a great group of people, and there were some gentlemen that spoke earlier here. They do the Young Eagles stuff. You got some great pilots out there, but is not the entire airport community. There is some, frankly, nasty people out there that are not about this city. They're not caring about the city. They only care about the airport. How many airports on the Front Range? I'm sorry, there's other places to go. We need those visitor dollars, and the only way we're getting those visitor dollars is if we entertain the idea of a landing fee. Then you can get it. They're not coming into our town and spending any time on the ground and going to Main Street and having a cheeseburger. That follow the data. We're in a technological advanced age. We can see where the money's being spent. We can see where the traffic is going. It's not. You've got more people crossing through Main Street at 3rd and Main in a weekend then you have airplanes coming into the city for the entire year. The money's not in the
Thank you.
airport.
Thanks. Kate. Kate Gardner? Okay, thank you. And then those of you who are outside our city limits or did not provide address, I will call you, you'll be the first ones that I call on final call public invited to be heard. So seeing no one else on the list, I will now close public invited to be heard. And, yeah.
I couldn't make it into the sign-in because
I'm sorry, you could speak at final call public invited to be heard. Okay. When we wrap everything up, so at the final call. Okay, so we are now on to consent agenda and introduction by reading by title of first reading ordinances. Crystal, can you please read the consent agenda for the record?
Yes, Mayor. Second reading and public hearing for all ordinances introduced on this consent agenda will be held on August 11th, 2026. Ordinance 9A. Ordinance 2026-45, a bill for an ordinance amending an economic incentive agreement with Micron Technologies. Item B1, Ordinance 2026-46, a bill for an ordinance submitting to the registered electors of the City of Longmont, Colorado, at a special election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, amendments to the City of the Longmont Home Rule Charter concerning the use of certain forms of ranked choice voting to elect future mayors and council members. Item 9B2 is Ordinance 2026-47, a bill for an ordinance submitting to the registered electors of the City of Longmont, Colorado, at a special election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, an amendment to the City of Longmont Home Rule Charter concerning the realignment of the stagger between the members of Longmont City Council elected from wards and the members of Longmont City Council elected from the city at large. Item 9C is Ordinance 2026-48, a bill for an ordinance submitting to the registered electors of the City of Longmont, Colorado, an amendment to the City of Longmont Home Rule Charter to add open space to the lands that require voter approval for sale or conveyance. Item 9D, Resolution 2026-43, a resolution of the Longmont City Council establishing an expedited development review process and policies for affordable housing projects. Item 9E is Resolution 2026-44, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Larimer Emergency Telephone Authority for NextLight fiber use. Item 9F is Approve 1 Capital Improvement Program Amendment, TRP 012. Item 9G is Approve 1 Capital Improvement Program Amendment, TRP 141.
Okay, so do I have anyone wanting to pull items or wanting to make a motion to approve the consent agenda? Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I was hoping to pull item 9B and 9E.
B1 and 2.
Okay.
Yeah, B1 and 2.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I'd like to pull 9F.
Okay. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to pull 9C.
Okay. So, do we have anything left? Okay. So, can I have? Okay. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I move.
Can you put on your mic, please?
I move that we move the consent agenda minus, is it B, C,
E, and F.
E, and F.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay, seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Wait. I'm sorry? I can't.
I don't care.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's on the screen. Okay. She's got it. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to ordinances on second reading and public hearings on any matter. First item is ordinance 2026-43, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning in January 1st, 2026. Are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I will now open the public hearing on ordinance 2026-43. I don't have the list in front of me. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this matter? Okay, seeing none, I will now close the public hearing. May I please have a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 2026-43?
Second.
Okay, and then, okay, so the motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Christ. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to item B, ordinance 2026-44, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning in January 1st, 2026. Are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I will now open the public hearing on ordinance 2026-44. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will now close public hearing. May I have a motion to pass and adopt? Okay, the motion has been made by Councilmember Christ. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Kalkofer. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 5-1 with Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem in opposition. And, wait, did we not? Six. Oh, that was, okay. Can we redo the vote? I just saw the one dissent. Did
I'm a
you?
yay.
She's a yay.
You just want to add me. I moved it, so.
Yeah.
Just not on.
Oh, she's not on the list. There we go. So now it passes 6-1 with Councilmember McCoy in opposition. Okay, and then before we go back to items removed from consent agenda, do we need a break or are you ready to just keep on going?
Yeah, I just keep going.
Oh, we have Councilmember Christ who wants a break.
Just a real quick.
Or okay, okay. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. members of the audience, either take your conversations outside or have a seat. We're getting ready to get started. Okay, so we are now on to items removed from consent agenda. Give everyone back. Okay, so the first item that was pulled was item B. Who pulled that one? Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled this to make sure we were aligned with council direction from a couple weeks ago, and also for a few what I would deem somewhat substantive wording suggestions on the question.
Okay.
So I think first the question I just wanted to ask was, I was under the impression that the conversation last time among the council was saying that this would start, that if approved on the ballot, ranked choice voting would first be implemented in 2029.
Yes.
Okay, that's not in the current wording. It's currently slated, I believe, for 2027, unless
Did I overlook that? I thought it.
unless
said-
I'm misreading something.
I don't know. We had a 2029 startup date. Where did you see that?
Is it in the staggered one? Is it B2?
That's what, it's not the staggering system.
So the staggering language, yeah, says to realign the stagger between the ward members and at-large council members. This is on page 3 of 6 for B2. The
Okay.
term of the at-large council member elected to a full term in the regular city council election in 2027 shall be 2 years. Oh, is it not RCV starting? Did I misread that? And it's just the stagger starts then? I'm seeing a nod of
that-
yes.
yes.
Can we just
Go
clarify
ahead. Go ahead.
when RCV kicks in?
Mayor, members of council, Tim Hull, Assistant City Attorney. So when we were drafting these two ordinances, the last city council member meeting, we were directed to split them into two separate ordinances with a 2029 start date. When we were drafting, we realized that we didn't quite have direction on when the stagger was going to start. So if you anticipated having the stagger start before ranked choice voting, so that they would already be kind of coming into place when ranked choice voting was coming into place, or starting at the same time in 2029. I drafted both, and so I presented 27 at 31, but it could be 31 or 29, 31.
Okay. Do you have? Do you?
So then just to make sure, so
Your mic wasn't on. That's why. Was it on? Okay.
I think I was just too far away. I
Oh.
apologize.
Thank you for that. So the options really are, when does ranked voting methods kick in, and when does the stagger kick in? And my understanding, given kind of the inclination of council last time, was that because the stagger would be conditional upon ranked choice voting be implemented, that we would implement those in the same year. That was my understanding of that. So I would be
yes.
personally thinking that if that was the intent, that we would be going for a 2029 start for all of those changes.
That
But-
was my assumption, and I apologize if we weren't clear on that.
Great, then I'll just,
okay.
on this topic, I'll just open it up to see if there's any further clarity, if there's anyone that disagrees
Okay.
with that.
Is there anyone that disagrees with a 2029 startup, or wanting to start to switch the stagger or cycle? Okay, Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to pose the question. I was going to pull B as well to pose that question, because we heard from advocates a point that I had not considered in this conversation regarding, voter communication and the idea that once you actually vote for something to change, you should maybe hope to see it change, not 4 years later, but maybe the next time that thing is eligible to be changed. I wanted to put out to this council and just count my council teammates' temperatures on changing to 27 as an implementation point of view.
Okay.
And within, and if there's not an interest in that, I'm not going to push it. But I wanted to ask on behalf of the community.
So that's not directly related to this particular item. Okay. So if we want, so whether it's 2027 or 2029, do we want the startup day to be the same year as staggering?
Sure, I do see it as
but I'm trying to sparse out the two conversations for clarity's sake.
Okay.
So we'll revisit that. But do we want to have the stagger change next full the next time, or do we want 2029? My assumption was that it was all going to happen in 2029. It was part of our conversation. So are we good with that? So the term of the at-large council member elected to a full term in regular city election in 2029? Is that,
Mayor and members of council. So
yes,
To change it to a start date in 2029, you
for
just,
both, yes.
yeah. So the stagger would have the term of the Ward 2 council member to be elected the regular city election in 2029 shall be 2 years, and the term of the at-large council member elected to a full term in the regular city election in 2031 will be 2 years.
Okay, okay. How do members of council, is there opposition to that? No? Okay. Okay, Councilmember Christ.
So I'm trying to do the math here, Tim. Isn't the only one that's affected by that Councilor McCoy?
Councilmember McCoy would only be affected by that if it had a 27 start date.
Okay.
Okay.
But Councilor Popkin was just elected in 25. So in 29, wouldn't he be elected to 4 years?
So regardless of which choice you make today, the 29 Ward 2 council member will have a 2-year term. So either started in 27 or started in 29, it will still affect the seat that is currently held by Councilmember Popkin.
Okay. And that would be the only seat affected? No, there would be the McCoy's, the one at-large? I thought I got it.
Yeah.
So, is that correct, or am I?
So regardless of how we do it, there will be two council members that will be affected.
Yes.
If you go to a 27, as written, it would affect the seat that is currently held by Councilmember McCoy when he comes up to election in 27, and then it would affect the seat that is currently held by Councilmember Popkin when he comes up in 31 or in 29.
29.
If you change to a 29 start date, again, Councilmember Popkin, but then Councilmember McCoy will be term limited at that point.
Okay, okay.
I'm
Go ahead.
still not tracking with you because we just had the election in 25. So 2029 is 4 years away. Wouldn't you have fulfilled your term and then your next term? I don't understand why your next term would be a short one.
Well, that's how we stagger it.
So,
Well, I see, because, well, wait a
can you
minute.
direct your comments to?
Yeah,
the city
I'm
attorney?
trying.
Yeah.
I started there, but then the heads were nodding, so I was taking that information in. Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you rephrase it one more time?
So are you saying, okay, let me think about this. So the other wards were elected in 23 normally. So ours would come up in 2027. Is that why you're saying, is that why you chose 2027 to move Popkin in with our next election for wards?
Councilmember Chris, I think I understand what you're saying. So Councilmember Popkin's term isn't going to change. His current term will not change. No council member's current term will change. It's when the
But there has to be a
seat is
reckoning
up.
on number of years, is what you're saying.
and that is going to be prospective. So the term you are coming into, whoever wins that election, will be elected to a 2-year term. That will then put them with the other at-large or ward members, depending. I'm more of a visual learner. I wish I had a whiteboard with me.
I do. I'm trying to paint the picture here.
Yes.
So in that case, it makes sense that Ward 2 needs to move back to 2027, doesn't it? Otherwise, we're not tracking together. We're not staggered.
That's why 30 years.
The only thing that will change is when the staggering will be complete.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why.
Either you start in 29 and the staggering will be complete 2 years after 31.
Or we start 2 years earlier with 27.
Or we start 2 years earlier.
Okay. Well, that clarifies the question a little bit better.
Okay. So are most of us in the agreement that we have both dates, both years align?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Now, go ahead, Councilmember Popkin. Yeah, go ahead.
Great. Thank you. So I think we've taken a roundabout way of clearing things up to start in 2029 for
Yes,
that
okay.
Ward 2 position would be a 2-year term. and-
Mayor?
Yes.
Before we leave that conversation,
No.
can we get a motion and a vote to
Okay.
for an amendment?
start those, to amend the ordinance to start everything in 2029?
Go ahead.
Sure. I'll make a motion to start the stagger with the Ward 2 position in 2029 with the at-large position in 2031.
Seconded.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Popkin and seconded by Mayor
And-
Pro Tem. Go ahead.
And just to maybe clear things up for people who are just tuning into this conversation, very, very simply, because we have 4-year terms, in order to realign this so that the ward positions are elected in one set of elections and the at-large are all elected in a different set, 2 of those positions have to be 2 years to reset that time frame. Again, there's some good visuals on that, but that's all we're talking about here, and it affects no one here who was elected by the public right now. It affects future terms, whomever wants to run for those seats. It's not my seat, it's not McCoy's seat, it's
Thank
anyone's
you.
seat.
Let's go ahead and vote.
I'm sorry, Mayor, could you restate that motion?
So that was to, let me go back to the ordinance. That was to change on page 3, line 13, to change 2027 to 2029. And there was I'm sorry, that was the 2031. And then where was the?
Mayor,
Yes. Yes.
if you give a general direction to change
Okay,
it to
so I
start
don't
in
have to be
2029
specific to what line item.
Yeah, because it's not
Okay.
just changing 29 and 31. You actually have to change which seat is getting switched.
Oh, okay.
I have the language already drafted. It's how I originally drafted it. in
Okay.
fact, And so.
Can you please read it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to start in the middle. Let's see. Starting at line 10 of page 3, to realign the stagger between the ward council members and the at-large council members, the term of the Ward 2 council member to be elected in the regular city election in 2029 shall be 2 years, and the term of the at-large council member elected to a full term in the regular city election in 2031 shall be 2 years.
Okay. It's up on here. Oh, wait, no, this is this one. Okay, this is the amendment to begin the stagger at 2029. Yeah, so it's up on your screens. Were you able to get it in? Or, okay. Councilmember Chris, did you want to address this active motion or amendment? Yes. Go ahead.
I'm just recalling another email regarding the Ward 2 seat because it was a partial term to begin with. Then you have a full term of 4 years, and then you would have another partial term. How does that relate to you're allowed 2 terms?
Is relation to this motion?
Yeah,
Is
it
that-
might change our stagger. It might change our stagger because if we go to 2027, you actually have 4 years in a row, and then you have another 4 years, which is a little more elegant, I'm saying. There was a email that I saw asking that question. I think it was probably asked by Councilor Popkin. And it does, you're supposed to serve 2 full terms in succession, or you're allowed to do that. But here there would be 2 partial terms at either end of a full term. So how does that relate to?
Councilmember Chris, it's my
Are
opinion.
you following the question?
Yeah, I think I am. It's my opinion that the second term, the 2-year term in 29 and 31, those are full terms. The full term is from one election to another election. It just happens to be a shorter term than the 4-year standard. The only place in the charter that defines what a term is for the council members is right here. So for that election, for that very specific election, their full term is 2 years. So it's not a partial term. And so for the purposes of the term limits, 2 consecutive terms would be a 4-year and a 2-year, or a 2-year and a 4-year after that.
So a follow-on question is this something we can do amongst ourselves, or do we have to put it on the ballot? Because what if B1 doesn't pass?
It is a charter amendment, so it would have to be to the people, vote of the people. But go ahead.
Councilmember Chris, to realign the stagger, that is something that would have to be done through the charter. Ranked choice voting is not something that would have to be done through the charter. It has been directed to be done through the charter here. But the stagger itself, to redo the term limits to get you on a different schedule, that's in the charter.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then are these names in the queue for this particular amendment?
Same principle.
Okay, Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. I did not, because I think this will formally lock us into the 29 question, and we did hear from the community on the 27 question. If there's no interest.
Wondering, well, go ahead.
Yeah, no, and I understand.
So you're not wanting a formal vote, you're just wanting us to gauge?
I just want to, because we heard from the community the
Okay.
specific questions from advocates, whether that was something we're interested in, and raise it. And if it's not, then that's fine. I think I'm fully supportive of moving forward, but I feel like it's a good point to be raised, that
Yeah.
there could be some voter confusion between, with a 4-year gap between implementation and when we actually get there. It certainly works for staff time, but
Because I was thinking we just do a formal vote the next, after we're done with this amendment, that we would do a vote to decide whether or not 27 or 29. But
Would that
if you
sh-
just want to do it,
I don't need a formal vote. I just, because it looks like we're about to lock in another amendment language,
Yes.
further codifying 29,
Yes.
it would make sense for me before we do that to just be like, hey, are we
Okay.
sure?
Is anybody interested in going to a 27? No. Are you? Yes or no? So, well, still, you still wouldn't have the votes. There would be 2 people. So,
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Thank you, Mayor.
thank you.
I asked the question.
okay, there we go. Okay, is that it? Okay. Well, I don't know what, we're done.
She's
We're
on
gonna
no,
vote.
You don't
We're
ask
voting.
a question. I do have a question regarding the at-large seat. If there's one at-large seat that is going to be a 2-year term, when the at-larges run together, how do we determine what at-large gets the 2-year term?
Councilmember Prieto, so it's the standalone at-large seat that will have a 2-year term. After the 2-year term, then their elections will be together with the other at-large seats. So you would know which one it is specifically because it's the only one being elected then, unless you have a partial term being filled, which I tried to address here to make sure that we didn't get any confusion with if there was a resignation or something that got filled in the general election. Then you could have some confusion. I thought about that, but generally it's the only one. And so it would be 2 years and then
Great.
done.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Now, Councilmember Popkin, was there another amendment or question you had?
Just a few, and should be easier. So there was some language in this one, Tim, we emailed about the use of the term elective officers, which is never a term that I or anyone else has asked if that is a position I hold or or anything there. And so I was just wondering if we could plain languageify this a little bit. You mentioned discussion in our back and forth about whether city officials made sense. I mean, I would be fine with elected officials. That's what people know as a term. But if that creates confusion with elected officers, I personally prefer mayor and council members. Like, let's just let people know exactly the roles that would be here. So I'm going to make a motion, and then we can have discussion on this. But I'd like a motion to change the language in reference from elective officers to mayor and city council members.
Okay, so the motion has been made to change the language. Where did it, from, okay, never mind, it's gone. So elected officers to mayor and council members. That motion was made by Councilmember Popkins, seconded by Councilmember Marcin. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor. And so just clarifying on this. So just to make sure that we're not creating any legal issues, I just wanted to confirm, like, does this create any conflicts from your reading of this? Does this create any inconsistencies? I don't want to do that, but I do want to make it very clear to the community what they're voting on.
Thank you, Councilmember Popkin. So the charter has Charter 2.5, which is headed elective officers, and then it goes on to define the elected officers shall be 7 councilmen, one to be elected from each of the 3 wards, and defines all of your spaces. So it is a defined term in the charter. Generally, when we are doing drafting charters or kind of monkeying in the charter language, we try to consider, how a term has been used elsewhere, because that informs how we're going to use those terms in the future. Your proposal, I don't think, causes a conflict with it right now. If at some time in the future you add an elective officer in the elected officer section in that defined term, but that isn't a mayor or member of council, then you could have a divergence between those 2 terms, and you could start to have a conflict. That's usually just a drafting preference, but in terms of...
But that would take a charter amendment anyway to add that position anyway, so we would reckon with that at that time.
Right now, I don't see a conflict.
Great.
So.
Thank you. I have a few other motions, small wording amendments, but
Okay,
I
do we
will
want
leave
to
it at
do it-
this.
Okay,
I
so
made
we're
the
just gonna
motion.
do it
I'll
one at
leave
a
this
time?
active right now,
Okay.
yeah.
Are you, I'm sorry, I didn't, do you want to vote on this one right
Yes.
now as is? Okay, so we'll vote on this particular amendment and then we'll look at other amendments. And go ahead, oh, I was going to say, keep your mic on. Okay. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. Okay, go ahead and go on with the next. Oh. Brother.
I will keep it on now. Okay, so the second amendment, a motion to amend the word promulgated to published. I think as long as certified equipment is available and final rules have been published by the Colorado Secretary of State. I don't know anyone who uses the word promulgated very often, and I don't want to confuse people when they're reading a ballot question. So if we can use the phrasing of have been published over promulgated, I'd much prefer that.
Okay.
Not specifically about promulgated.
Okay, this,
But
yeah.
it's about language.
Okay, we'll get to that after this particular amendment. Okay, so the motion has been made to change the word, say it again?
Promulgated?
Promulgated
To published.
Published. And you don't need the page numbers or anything like that, right, Crystal? No? Or
Mayor,
you-
the promulgated shows up twice.
Twice.
Because lawyer brain kicked in and I used the word promulgated. It's mostly us that use
Okay.
that one. And I have suggested language around that that clarifies that there are final rules that have been published by the final rules that are currently in effect that have been published by the Colorado Secretary of State. And that's 2 times that you'd have to make changes to that
Okay.
effect. And I have language if anyone would like it.
Okay. Okay, so the motion has been made, promulgated to publish in all reference points, made by Councilmember Popkins, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy.
Just to clarify, I think they're in 2 different ordinances technically.
So is
Same
ordinance.
That's only in the same ordinance. It's not appearing.
It's one paragraph that uses
Thank
it
you.
twice.
Yes. Thank you. So
Okay.
both references. Thank you.
Okay. Are you, okay, let's go ahead and vote.
And as a reminder, the updated language of this will be promulgated for the public. See how confusing that would be?
Because he still, technically, he still has the floor.
But I think generally.
Okay, so
this is
we'll,
the problem.
okay. So go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, or not Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Popkin, did you have? Okay. Councilmember Christ. Oh, and I'm sorry, that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition, if I had not read it already.
So I think the general concern here is about language. And one of the reasons why City Council is talking about putting this on the ballot is so that we could control the language. Now, when do we have to have language ready for the county?
Are you asking when this ordinance needs to be passed to certify the ballot language?
Yeah.
It's it's at the end of August, early September, first couple days in September off
Yeah.
the top of my head.
Usually, I think somewhere around the 20th of August, whenever our next meeting is, I think. That's just my guess. I'm not an expert. But I have worked a lot of elections. And this does not have to be on the ballot. In other words, the language could be brought forward from the public, which would solve this problem because the public would write it in language that they understand. Also, it's probably something that we should not be doing as a council. I know that we can do it, but I'm not sure that we should. We're elected. Now we're telling the city and constituents how they will elect us. What works better is when they come to the county and say, we would like to have this change. For instance, when unaffiliated wanted to get into the primary, they came forward with language and got the signatures and got it put on the ballot. And because I've worked a lot of elections, the question for the elector judges was, why are we doing it this way? There are some more streamlined ways we could be doing it. And the answer was, because that's the way the people wrote it and that's the way they want it done. And actually, that has a lot of force to it. I feel like we're splitting hairs for something that the public should decide. And they should bring it forward. And they're asking us to change our dates and, that's something that they could bring forward if they brought it directly. I just think we shouldn't be stepping over this line. I know that we can, but I'm saying that I'm not sure we should. So I'm against this ordinance, but mostly I'm just saying it solves the problem if we let it go to what they call plain language. I think that's going to be on the ballot this time, that all things be written in plain language. So I appreciate what you're saying because, you're reinforcing plain language is what's needed. But we don't always use that, in all honesty. So, so it'd be better to come from the people.
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
So thank you, Mayor. I apologize. I do have an answer to your question. It's September 4th is our last day to certify. The last meeting we have before that deadline is August 25th.
Okay. And speaking of language, I have an amendment. There we go. Sorry. And I actually, before I bring this forward, this question is directly to Tim. So on the title of the ordinance itself, where it says the stagger between the members of Longmont City Council elected from wards and the members of Longmont City Council elected from the city at large, to change that language to, rather than it being stagger, cycles. I would like to know if that creates more confusion. I just felt that stagger, there seemed to be some confusion around what that meant. Would it make would it provide more clarity to switch stagger to cycles? No side conversations. Okay, I was going to let him, and then I'll have you second. I haven't quite made the motion yet.
So, Mayor, are you asking the ballot language that will
Ballot-
be
it
submitted
would
to the
be-
electorate,
yes,
or the
so the
ordinance
ballot,
before?
so
Okay.
it would be in the ordinance as well as the ballot measure. For consistency's sake, would it?
I don't know that I can comment on kind of the general public's readability. I think you might
Mhm.
have a better finger on the pulse than I would for that. In terms of whether I believe it'd be legally sufficient, I do.
Legally sufficient, would it be?
So it would be amending section 3.16 of the charter to
Yes.
realign the cycle on which the members of
Yes.
the Longmont City Council are elected.
Okay.
I think that would accomplish
So
the same goal.
I would like to make the motion to change the word stagger to cycles. And that was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Do we have any, or I'm sorry, I keep doing that. I keep looking at you. Yeah, you're Mayor Pro Tem now. Councilmember Popkin, you're fired. No, just kidding.
Sorry, I thought it was time
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. Now, do I have a motion to, did you want to make the motion? Go ahead, Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, I make a motion to pass ordinance 2026-46
As amended?
as amended.
Okay. Second? Okay, Councilmember Christ, before we vote, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So, one of the things that getting signatures on a petition accomplishes is it not only gives you a survey of the interest in the topic, but it also does some of the education piece. And I know there's disappointment about the date. I'm just saying that when we are talking to staff, they felt that 2029 was adequate to their abilities. And so another consideration is that at that same time, we had an alternative suggestion for a voting method. I don't have that exact language in front of me. However, I could probably paraphrase it. And if we're putting these on the ballot, and it doesn't cost us more to put a few on at a time, because let's be clear, we're spending taxpayer money to put initiatives on the ballot that are really wants, not needs. And I know we budget for it, but if we don't use the money, it carries over, and then we don't have to rebudget another $93,000. And I think the city clerk said it would go to 100,000 with ranked choice voting. So that's also another like 7.5% additional budgeting that we would have to do every year for election. Wouldn't it be better to put a true choice on the ballot? In other words, not just ranked choice, but maybe there's a different method that other people would like. And there was language that was brought to us. It is, I could describe it because I've actually done elections this way. It is created with poll books. People come and they sign into the poll book, and then they're given a ballot. They cast it at that time. It goes into a ballot box, and then it goes to be counted, and it's counted by a bipartisan team. Generally, we're able to get a result within a day, maybe two at the most. And a lot of these are done at the municipal level. I did one in Louisville very much the same way. And streamlined, simple, and the language can be clear. So, I would not be in favor of this unless we were to offer another option as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, see no one else in the queue. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition.
Mayor,
And-
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2026-47 now. That's B2 is
Okay.
split in
Yes.
two there,
Okay.
as amended.
So as amended. So ordinance 2026-47, a motion has been made to accept as amended by Councilmember Popkin and seconded by Councilmember Marcin. Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Waiting.
It went off the screen.
And it goes away. Come back. Don't make us chase.
Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. We are now on to item C, ordinance 2026-48. Who pulled that one?
That was me.
Okay.
Mayor, one quick comment.
Oh, yes.
Please. I appreciate you trying to enforce page and line amendments to the ordinance. That is the preferred practice. I think this was an unusual situation in which Tim had advance warning and had language prepared.
Okay.
But usually specific ordinance language, page and line is preferred to conceptual because conceptual is sometimes hard to boil down into language. So just wanted to say
For
thank you
future.
for trying.
Okay.
And it wasn't needed in this situation.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. So, my whole concern here is for the taxpayer. Most of these are wants, not needs. And as I said, there's a cost to put these on the ballot. It's going to be an exceptionally long ballot. I was just received something, it was actually at the Water Board. So we, at the Water Board, we're looking at different water initiatives at the cities around us so that we are so that we are doing the best for Longmont. And attached to that, there was a comment from Firestone that they had a recall election and only 15% of the population voted in that election, and that it was a darn shame. And I thought, that is the problem with a long ballot, is most people end up voting either for candidates or for initiatives. Oftentimes for candidates because they don't take the time to study initiatives. And so then only a small number of people turn out for the initiatives. And so you don't get a very large sampling. You get 15 or 20%. And that's who, ironically, would be passing the ranked choice voting initiative. A very small number, certainly not 50%. Talking to item C, that had to do with the distal tull exchange. And I just want to assure open space that in that situation, the council actually did their due diligence and made, I think, very good decision in regards to the distal tull. And I had hoped that that would repair trust with the open space initiative, that we will do what is right by open space. So I feel that this particular item is asking us, it's a concern that we'll get back in that same situation. But I would like you to trust us that in that same situation, we will still be supporters of open space. And I talked to Mr. Pedro before he left and said, are you going to talk about wants versus needs? Because he had talked about that at other times with ballot initiatives. And I just want to let him know that I think open space is safe, at least with this council for sure. So I am not going to move this forward. I think we should just seriously consider whether we should put anything on the ballot this year.
Okay. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. As the council member that brought this forward, 74% of the electorate did vote for this. This is something that most of our community voted in favor for the last time. And when I was speaking with the staff, this actually does make it a little bit easier for us to plan in the future. I personally thought the swap was a good idea because we got more land, but that was my individual opinion. when it comes to something that we're entrusting into our community and they're paying for it. I do think that they need a say in it and an equal say, just how much say I have. So I think that this protection and putting this on the ballot is going to get people engaged, since 74% of people voted in favor for this. I think this is something that will build trust in our community. So I'd like to make a motion to call the vote.
Okay.
Call the question.
Call the question, okay. That is undebatable. Can we? Okay, so, yeah, he's calling the question, so we can go ahead for this discussion. So, oh, yeah, we haven't moved it yet. Yeah, that's right, it's not on the table yet. So, there's no question to call. So, Councilmember Marcin, you could have moved it.
You could have moved it,
You
and now
could
I
have
get
moved
to. Well, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to respond to some of the comment, because I do see open space as a community need and not as a want, especially as our community faces consistent development pressure. The conversations we have up here about housing and the needs of our community, which they have made clear over and over again to protect and expand our open space. This does that. I think it treats open space, for those that haven't read the full text of the ordinance, it would treat open space the same way we treat parks, the same way we treat some of our most core community assets. By anytime we want to dispose of it, we ask you all whether you think that's the right choice. And our community has made clear that this is a reasonable thing for us to ask of you, because this place values open space. I, even as a kid, talked a lot about our open space buffer and the need to protect it. So I think this does that. I see open space as a need, and with that, sorry, Alex, I move ordinance 2026-48.
And, okay, so we have a motion to approve ordinance 2026-48, made by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Councilmember Kalkoffer. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. Okay, we are now on to item E, Resolution 2026-44. Who pulled that one? Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Popkin.
Yes, I just had a clarifying question on this item. And again, this is regarding the city or Nextlight's agreement with the Larimer County Telecommunications. Welcome. I did have a question. Yeah. So the question I just wanted to ask about this is, I appreciate the agreement and the work that's gone into this. Can you share a little bit more about how Nextlight kind of negotiates beyond the city of Longmont with various agreements, and when we think about extending our infrastructure service, in particular, like who's paying for what, and do we kind of take a margin off the top, or is it at cost?
Yeah, so this project is not extending our network outside of city limits. In fact, Larimer Emergency Telephone Authority came to us because they had a gap within their ring, and that gap was within the city limits.
Interesting.
So it's dark fiber, 16 miles of dark fiber that traverses the city limits, that allows them to complete their fiber ring.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to interrupt. So in front of you all, you had our norms and our rules that we all agreed upon. And for consent agenda use, the purpose is to pull items to vote against or propose an amendment. And it is recommended that we ask our questions prior to. So I am going to ask that we honor our norms. So.
Okay.
So yeah, so if you want to move this item, go for it.
Yeah, I will in a moment. I was just hoping to get. I was under the impression that this was like the direction we were trying to go, so we don't pull everything and anything.
You were supposed to ask your questions ahead of time to have, yeah. So
Okay.
these are norms that we all agreed to at our retreat and then later voted on during.
Thank you for
council
filling the
meeting.
gap. Appreciate the work on that. I guess I will move to approve item 9E.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Popkin to pass Resolution 2026-44 and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. See no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to item F. Who pulled that one? Mayor Pro Tem.
and keeping with our norms, I pulled it because I am in opposition of it.
Okay. So do I have a motion to approve the capital improvement program amendment?
So moved.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Chris. Do I have a second? And seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Okay, Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just, I appreciate the Mayor Pro Tem's thoughtfulness on items, and I would appreciate any explanation or thought that he has as to his opposition, if that's appropriate, just to hear justification
I
for his
guess,
opposition.
yeah, I mean, if he wanted to, he probably would have said
Okay,
it. But
all right. I mean, just
okay.
Well,
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I believe that we have a federal government that we can't depend on to do the right thing. We have 1 in 4 of our community's population is Latino and Hispanic that has been terribly abused by that administration. And I'm concerned about any sort of hidden aspects from the FAA. So I'm against this.
Okay. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Mayor Pro Tem McCoy in opposition. Okay, we are now on to general business. Item A, 2027 inclusionary housing fee in lieu adjustment. And we have presentation from Molly O'Donnell, Housing and Community Investment to, there you go, and come on down. Is there anyone else presenting with you?
Yes.
Okay. If you can introduce yourself when you get there. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Molly O'Donnell, Director of Housing, and I have our other Molly here tonight, Molly Fitzpatrick with Root Policy Research. She has been leading the charge on our data analysis for our inclusionary housing ordinance. So let me get it teed up. City Council. Oh, I'm looking at PDFs, that's why. No. Okay. Oh, see it here. I'm looking at both tabs. We've got fast track.
Oh, the tab at the top.
The other tab that's open. So, yeah, you can close that one if you want to.
Close these.
Yep, there you go.
Yep. That's for
How about
fast
that?
tracked.
Very good.
That's a
Oh,
different
that's not
item.
quite it. Let's see here.
Let's see. We
All right, so
are.
we've got AMS, Council Organization, Advanced Brand, PRPA. Look at the, there's also a web browser open. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, that's a good, and you guys sent it ahead of time, right? Yeah. Mayor, could we just have a minute to grab the presentation? I think we just misloaded.
Sure. Do you need like 2 minutes?
Is it on there?
No, 2 minutes? Okay, let's take a 2-minute break.
I need to travel. Is there a way you can communicate with oh, this guy? That's a good question. Do you not have a jump drive with you? we're gonna do. Yeah, I guess we can just go ahead and present. I was gonna say I was gonna move it to the main drive, but no, I'll just leave it.
Just leave it and show it.
Yeah.
Just remember to.
All right.
Oop, I tried Control L. That's our secret.
That's the secret for PDFs.
Got it.
Back in original.
Molly, are you all
We are
ready?
set.
Okay, council can come back. Let's,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hand it back to me. Yeah. Okay. Round two. Thank you for your patience. Okay, I'm going to be introducing this topic tonight and then handing it over to Molly to keep us going. First question out there is, why are we talking about fee in lieu tonight? 3 years ago, when the fee in lieu calculation was last updated, that council put into effect a process where we would present the fee in lieu calculation, the updated calculation, every 3 years by July 31st for the numbers that would go into effect January 2nd of the following year. So we are already there. 2023 feels like a second ago to me, but we are here. So we're going to be discussing that tonight. I just want to make it clear that for the specific fee in lieu update itself, we do not need specific direction from council to move forward. It is just a presentation to council. Of course, council can provide direction to staff as they need, but we aren't specifically requesting that at this time. There will be a couple of elements where we do have some optional policy considerations that'll be coming forward. So we will be asking for direction then. But for now, it's a presentation, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Molly. After I mention one last thing, our general schedule for our housing conversations that we plan to bring to you in this year. We're doing this tonight. With it is some sneak peek data that would be feeding into our housing needs assessment that we needed to run this number. And then that would be coming back to you in about November of this year. That's our plan. We want to do a really robust job of pulling that data that we want and presenting that to you. And then any policy considerations that we bring as of the conversation tonight, we could bring those back at the same time, in time for them to be in effect for January. So that's kind of how we're laying out our data conversations here. So I'm going to pass it over to Molly at this time.
Great. Thank you, Molly. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Appreciate the time. I'm going to take us back into the narrow point of this conversation, which is focusing on the fee in lieu. I just want to remind everyone how we calculate that. We use the affordability gap method. This is the same method that was used in 2023. So really what I'm walking you through tonight is an update in the data that informs that fee in lieu. But to give you a refresh on what that means, the affordability gap method is just a way that we look at how do you calculate fees for inclusionary housing ordinances. This is a very, very common way to calculate these types of fees. It's generally fairly development friendly relative to some other accepted methodologies as well. And essentially what the fee is designed to do is take the difference between the market price of new construction and the affordable price. The theory is that if a developer chooses to pay the fee instead of building affordable units at this price, they're building units at this price, but paying a fee, that fee should cover the city's ability to theoretically subsidize those units. That's where the theory comes in. That is how the fee is actually determined. So essentially what that looks like visually, in a really broad sense, you can see here, market rate for new construction is in the dark blue. Market rate for all units, that includes older units, is in the light blue, and then affordable is in the green. So we're looking at a couple different products here: single family detached for sale, condos for sale, multifamily rental. All this is intended to do is help you see what that difference is in terms of market prices at new construction relative to the affordable price. That's essentially what we use to say, what should the fee in lieu be? But if you're not going to build those affordable units, you're going to pay us a fee in lieu of building them. So obviously market prices go into that, as do the affordable prices. Affordable or affordability is determined as a percentage of area median income. On the rental side, that's published pretty directly from HUD and from CHFA. On the for sale side, that's determined based on the incomes that are published by HUD, but then evaluated based on purchasing power. And I'm going to hand back to Molly really briefly to just describe kind of what the updates are on the affordable price before we get into the fee.
So you may remember, for those that were on council about this time last year, we looked at the 2025 updates to our maximum sales prices. This is all tied to our inclusionary housing ordinance for those that are delivering for sale units on site. In 2025, council decided to hold the 2024 numbers steady because they had dipped quite significantly due to rising homeowners insurance costs, primarily at that time, and the ongoing impact of higher interest rates. For 2026, we ran the numbers, and they are not as low as 2025, but they are still lower than 2024. Our big hitter this year is HOA prices. So every 3 years, we run our survey data for HOA prices, and they are up very significantly, especially for attached product. So generally, for sales price maximums, these are something that we would send to council as an informational item. And so this is, if no action is taken, this is what would be put into effect for the rest of this year and going into 2027. Council can always ask for different direction on this, but if we hold it as is, here's where we are. This is just showing the difference from 2024. So you'll see here that price impact in the lowering of those prices for a developer to deliver, that is hitting attached product heavier than detached, and hitting the lower price points, the more affordable, or I should say the lower AMI households, harder, because as you compress that pricing, the impact kind of expands exponentially once you're working with fewer dollars. So this is what then the fee in lieu calculation does take into account, these 2026 numbers at this time.
Great. So including those, what does drive changes in the fee in lieu? Why are we here? As I mentioned before, they're a function of market prices and market rents on new construction. The gross rent multiplier is just how we adapt the monthly rent into a valuation for that property. It's a common real estate methodology for using that. We get that from market data. And then what the affordable rents and sale prices are. So the AMI, that's exactly what Molly just walked through. The calculations we're going to look at are based on those 2026 new affordable prices that Molly just walked us through. So broadly speaking, this is what drives those changes. It accounts for market shifts. It accounts for affordability shifts. It is really looking at a snapshot of a point in time. And so as those market prices shift, as affordability shifts, the difference between market price and affordability also shifts, and that's what drives our changes in fee in lieu. So now I'm going to run through the numbers. I promise I'm not going to read this whole table to you. This shows everything that's needed for the calculation, so we just want to be super transparent about everything that's going in. But the bottom line that you can see here based on the calculations, we're including the 2023, so you can compare it really easily to the 2026. But broadly, look at the orange-ish square on the top graphic. That's the for sale calculation, essentially showing that based on new market data and new affordable prices, the current snapshot would suggest the fee should go up from $1,350 to $1,440. And on the rental side, the new market data and the new affordable rents suggest, and the new gross rent multiplier, so that valuation has changed because the market valuation of rental properties has shifted a bit as well. That results in a drop in the fee from $593 to $398. So if we use exactly the same methodology, exactly the same standards, but pulling that into 2026 data, those are where the numbers lie. Now, with that being said, we do have a couple of policy questions for you, and I'm going to hand back to other Molly to talk through those.
So there's a couple of things that we have identified over the last few years of getting deeper and deeper into our data and analysis and trying to watch what's happening in the housing market and in the affordable housing legislative world, et cetera. For the first question, there is an option for council to differentiate between attached and attached for sale. Right now they are averaged, and that was a policy consideration at the time that the IH was put together. But we do differentiate between the two in our sales price maximums. And what this could do is it could support more missing middle product, more attached product. In real life, there's a lot more to that equation of how to deliver that type of product. And this is not the most impactful, but it could be something if council so desires. So this would change the attached fee in lieu rate from that 1440 averaged amount to 1363, but it would raise the detached from 1440 to 1594. I'm going to go through them both, and then I could come back if we want to pause on them. The second optional policy consideration for council, in 2018 when IH was originally implemented, we matched the fee in lieu rate at a 60% AMI, meaning we're calculating the gap from market to 60%. However, when a developer delivers affordable housing on site to meet IH, we require them to deliver at 50% for rentals. This 60% was intended to match other subsidy mechanisms out there at the time, namely LIHTC. Since 2018, LIHTC has changed and they do not max out at 60 anyway. And so this could be something that aligns our programs better. It would be a pretty significant change to that rental fee in lieu rate. So this could be a concern for developers in that area. And then just one ongoing review note that we do have an outstanding question that council has directed staff to bring back regarding shifting the limit on inclusionary housing for sale from 80% AMI up to 100% AMI. So that is something that we are doing some of the analysis here. We're going to do some more analysis with the housing needs assessment and then bring that question back to council at that time so we can have a really well-developed set of analysis for you to consider that. However, if that decision happens before we put the new fees into effect in January, then it would reduce the for sale fee in lieu rate down to $8.98. So it would be a pretty significant reduction in that area. So that is to come later, and for now it's informational to help guide your policy making. So is there any questions from council regarding any specific elements before we get to the optional policy considerations? Or would you like to jump there?
Okay. Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Molly and Molly. It seems to me when I'm looking at these charts that actually with the lower fee in lieu, it incentivizes rentals rather than for sale product. Would you agree?
So I wouldn't call the inclusionary housing ordinance an incentive specifically. It's pretty well constrained by legal requirements in terms of how you're able to calculate that fee in lieu. We do have other incentive programs that are very much legislative and within council's ability to change to match council priority. This one, there are levers that we can pull to match up with council priority, but we are constrained, so I wouldn't call it specifically an incentive.
I'm just saying it. You pay less fee in lieu for rentals.
That is true, and that is because the gap that it would take for the city to build comparable product, but sell it at, or I should say rent it in this case, at an affordable rate is lower because the market is delivering closer to our affordable rates there. However, I will say that at face value, the per square foot value looks lower, but there is a more complicated factor that comes in. A for sale developer will get a return quicker, and so they are not spreading out that cost in terms of their debt that they're taking on and paying interest on that for a significant amount of time. A rental property, I should say project, they would take out debt for the long term and they repay that debt over time through rental proceeds. So they're going to be taking out longer debt to pay all costs of the project, fee in lieu included. And so it would level out over time and be closer.
So there's an equalizer in there.
Therein is an equalizer. I wouldn't say it's perfect in every situation because there's so many different factors that are project specific. So I couldn't say that that's the same across the board, but there is, when you consider how it gets paid by that developer, it does equalize over time.
Okay. Well, I think from my perspective, I'd like to see more for sale, affordable, missing middle type, building. So just if we're looking, we could look at it through that lens and describe it in that manner. You know, how do we get more missing middle? How do we get more for sale product? I think we've all heard that people are tired of too much apartment building in town, and thankfully the city doesn't want to build some apartments, so that's good. But anyway, if you could kind of guide us through what might get us there. And it seems like, I don't know, maybe policy question number 2 spoke to that a little bit more.
The policy question number 1 would be helpful in the area of making missing middle product more feasible.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you, Molly and Molly, for the presentation. I'm trying to comprehend in my own mind and help the public understand too. And for me, if we take no action tonight as a council, meaning the fee in lieu adjustment just moves forward as is, the expectation basically will be that the default result is that the rental rate for fee in lieu is going to go down and the for sale fee in lieu rate is going to go up. Right, so we're actually going to make, to Councilmember Christ's concern, we're going to make that worse. Theoretically, understanding the gap calculations and all those things. What I have heard from so many of our development partners within the community, and not one, but many, is that part of the reason that developers historically, since the IHO was passed, have chosen to build rental units is because it's cheaper under the IHO. Like that's just a choice that they've made. So I think that's a concern of mine, certainly, and I think we as a council have talked a lot about that. So can you help me understand how much, in your experience in the housing space, whether that is an accurate representation, like how much the IHO's fee structure actually does influence a developer's choice between rental and for sale product? Just even anecdotally.
So there's a lot of factors that go in.
Yeah.
What we have heard, because we did do an extensive developer outreach when we put into effect the prior fee in lieu in 2023, and what we heard is there's a lot of factors that go in. The ones that influence risk and time are the most influential. In this case, the fee in lieu, whether it's a lower amount or higher amount, isn't the primary driver of a developer's choice to build for sale or rental. It might be one of several, and the more impactful ones are things like, is there community support? Is there a council support? What's the entitlement process look like? Those types of factors that really influence time and risk.
So it's a tool in the toolbox, theoretically, that as we figure out what options we have, that could be that 60% to 50% conversation can potentially come back. Okay.
Yeah, if I can jump in.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's, as you look at all of the variables, to your question, is if all things are equal, theoretically, then it may be that, to your point, that does make a difference in the decision-making process. But there's other variables that also impact that in terms of what's the use by right, what's the density in the area that they need to build, what does that density number look like in terms of single family homes, because then if you're building the attached attached for sale product, then you start stepping into the area where then you bring the insurance requirements into play in terms of construction defects. So I wanted to give a little bit more context to say, when you're evaluating the pro forma, it could be a lot of different factors, but at the end of the day, if everything balanced out and it was based on this, then that becomes a different decision point.
I appreciate that. And what I've figured out, and I think I figured this out on the campaign last year, is that there's not a lot of tools that a council or city has in its toolbox to address these specific rental versus ownership housing questions, right? So when one pops up, like, this is a tool that we have to take advantage of that opportunity and make sure that the fees that we're actually asking folks to pay are aligned with our housing goals as a council, which I think we've expressed enough. So I have some other thoughts later and potentially some direction, but I'll listen to my other council colleagues and move forward.
Councilmember Prieto.
I think, well, thank you so much for being here, Molly, for the presentation. I think the new bad word instead of Boulder is HOA. And you had mentioned, Molly, that we've seen an increase because of the HOAs, and I'm just curious if the housing assessment that is going to be coming back to us will kind of give us some insight around how that's impacting the current market, and then also maybe some options, because I don't know that the city has anything around protecting residents. I know that it does impact families from purchasing affordable or attainable houses or homes. And so I'm kind of interested in that aspect. Can you tell me if we're going to see any information around that?
Yes, and imperfect. So yes, we will take a look at HOAs and how prevalent they are to the extent that we can get data on that. Generally, data are imperfect around HOA fees. So generally, we get that from sales data and whether the listing includes an HOA fee. So in short, we will take a look at that. It does impact affordability. And so we'll be able to advise at least the extent to which that's impacting the market. That does not necessarily mean that transfers easily into policy solutions that you all can consider. That said, it will help inform kind of what we know about what your residents are experiencing when they're looking for homes to buy.
I can report that when we were doing the sales price maximum analysis, we did find that the average HOA for attached product came in at $416 a month. I do know, and I have seen some more recent condo product being for sale with our median prices at about $446,000 with a $900 plus HOA fee out there, which is really, that brings down the affordability so far.
And that's monthly or?
Yeah.
Monthly.
And that's a product of insurance. So when we talk about how insurance impacts this, so when you're in an attached product, the HOA has to take the insurance for the structure, and then you have your insurance for the interior. So as we're seeing insurance rates drive up, it's really hitting the attached product. And I would say that's a big part of it.
And does the city currently have any regulations around HOA? Or are we seeing that kind of anywhere else, trying to regulate HOAs in any way?
They can probably jump in with me, but that's actually the state's what creates the authority for HOAs. And so to kind of give you an example of that, when we were in the ADU conversation here and what could happen, the state actually had to make a legislative change to deal with that issue where they can't restrict ADUs. So it's really the state that regulates the HOAs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, let me piggyback on that HOA conversation. So we were talking about why they were going up specifically for attached, but it's also less to maintain. So it really in this case, you're speaking to the insurance piece of this, and that's what is driving the price across. I guess what I'm trying to get at is the distinction between there are different types of attached products, and are we seeing that level of HOA rise in the same or very similar in a condo as we are in like townhomes? Those are both attached for sale products.
This is a data set that is notoriously hard to get.
Excellent.
Yeah. So we do not have numbers at this point that differentiate between the two to be able to, other than anecdotal information, that could differentiate between the two and give a community-wide profile on that.
So I got involved in a specific issue with some attached product. And insurance is one piece, but there's other pieces that come into play when you're looking at this. So a hailstorm comes into play and you make a claim against your insurance. Well, then you're dependent on what your reserves are to make your deductible. And so if you don't have enough reserves to fill the deductible, then you have to add even more to the cost. And so insurance is a big component, but there's also these other pieces that start playing into the cost that ultimately shows itself in $400, $700, $900 HOA expenses. So it's not consistent, and it really also gets into the HOA the association's policies and where they're setting their reserves and things like, so that's why it's hard to pinpoint.
Thank you. Going back to Molly and Molly over here, you spoke to the affordability gap methodology, and I appreciated the fairly plain language explanation of that. Do we have to follow that?
You're not, an inclusionary housing ordinance is not legally required to use that methodology. So in some types of fees, you have a very specific like statutory policy. That's not the case for inclusionary. That said, it is the standard that you have used in recent history, and for most of the inclusionary's history, that's the standard. It's the most common methodology for calculating that. The other methodology that we see in some communities is a development cost method, which is more punitive to developers. It essentially says the fee should be as high as a development. It's high as the construction cost of that unit, which is higher than the difference between construction. So all that to say, broadly speaking, no. If you want to stay consistent with what you have been doing and kind of the most common methodology, this would be it.
Gotcha. Thank you. So that then takes me maybe a step before where Councilmember Marsing was going on this, which is whenever we have an opportunity to think about rates that are within our control, I think about rates as a function of what we're trying to achieve. And how do we align rates as much as possible with our policy intentions and goals and the feedback that we're hearing from the community. And so I guess first, can you remind us, like, what was the original intent of a fee in lieu policy? Because we're starting to get into, like, who's subsidizing what, and I want to step back to the 10,000 foot level for a second on what is that intent of a fee? Like, why did we even offer a fee in lieu? Why do communities offer that?
So our inclusionary housing ordinance says that our goal is 12% affordable of our affordable housing, or all of our housing stock in the city of Longmont. In order to get there, one tool is to put into place the IHO that requires 12% be provided through a range of options to comply. On-site, various options that are a version of that, and paying a fee in lieu of providing the units on site. So what is really important that our affordability gap method is coupled to that 12% goal. So in order for the city to deliver on the 12% affordable housing goal, this is the dollar value that it takes to allow the city to do that. And like we've described, that money goes into the Affordable Housing Fund. We send it back out to community partners to act the units at whatever price the market would bear. The units at whatever price the market would bear, regardless of whether the fee in lieu raises, lowers, whatever.
Right.
So, going back to the original question. It's all tied to that 12% goal and city priorities to deliver on that goal. This is one tool to help us get there.
I think if I can add some context
Can I jump in first, actually, on this, Harold? So in some ways, the fee in lieu is designed to do two things from my perspective. One, it's to provide an off-ramp for basically, or a different pathway for developers to meet that 12% goal, but they're not actually building the 12%. They're just paying whatever we deem that fee in lieu. It's an off-ramp from the kind of our policy requirement. The other function of a fee in lieu is to basically be a market force to push developers to build those units. To say, hey, you could build the equivalent, but you could pay the affordability gap determined equivalent, or actually you could just build this into your product that you're building. And so what I'm trying to get at here is when I hear the discussion of like what are we incentivizing, what are we subsidizing, lowering a fee in lieu for a certain thing makes that off-ramp easier as well.
Yes.
For folks to jump to and not build the type of thing that's aligned with our policy
build
goal.
it within their project.
And so that's where like really thinking carefully about what we're incentivizing by doing what change matters. And so I just want to encourage, like, as we have this discussion, that we don't jump into well, let's just lower the fee for the thing we want to see, because that's not actually inherently the market reaction that happens here. Am I misunderstanding any of this?
That's an accurate representation, and what the prior councils have managed to do is relook at policy, to tweak here and there to make sure we're delivering a healthy mix of units being provided on site, some fee in lieu to send out to those dedicated affordable housing providers, and then a mix of some in the middle.
Yeah.
So trying to, what we have seen is when the fee in lieu was first put into place in 2018, by 2023, it was well under what it took in terms of subsidy to deliver. And so we had people choosing fee in lieu almost every time. When we raised that, we saw some developers starting to rethink and consider delivering on site. So constantly trying to balance those two has been a goal of prior councils as well.
To add what Molly said, when they looked at this process, there were a lot of things that the council was talking about. When you look at affordability, one of the things that was discussed a lot during that conversation was 30% of your income should go into your housing. There was an extensive conversation on, well, lenders are actually lending at a higher level. And this all goes into the formula. So the council at the time said, we'll look at 33% of your income for housing. The other thing that goes into the formula for what's affordable is insurance, taxes, HOA fees, and probably the most impactful variable is interest rates in terms of what that really means to the affordability component within that formula. So as interest rates go up, you can afford less house. And as interest rates go down, you can afford more. And so they worked with us to design this in a way that it really reflects what's happening in the market at that time. And that was really the methodology, I think, behind the formula itself.
Gotcha. The other aspect of the fee in lieu is that when we collect it, we get to spend it on rental or for whatever we think is a gap in the community.
That's correct.
Right? And so when you talk about balancing out, kind of meeting that affordability balance, what I think Councilmember Marsing, myself, and others might be reacting to is like we're hearing a vast imbalance from the community of like the type of product that's available for sale versus for rent, and that we've seen that we're trying to rebalance towards that for sale market despite a lot of the headwinds that exist both from the state policy environment and just from the market in general and insurance. And so I guess I'm trying to, I appreciate that we're trying to think about how do we try to shift that balance. I just want to make sure we're understanding the tool correctly before we give some policy direction on this. And so I guess my last question here, Harold, Molly, obviously we're one of the forefront cities, I think, that's driving for sale, attainable, affordable with the True North project. Are there other projects in Longmont that are affordable or attainable for sale housing that are being built right now?
Yes, we do have a number of habitat developments that are also coming through.
Other than Habitat?
No. Those are the only two developers that
The
have,
City of
have been
Longmont or
willing
Housing
to
Authority?
enter that.
Not even the Housing Authority. The City of
Correct.
Longmont or Habitat for Humanity
Mhm.
are the only two developers in the city building for sale affordable products.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Molly. Correct me if I'm wrong. We will have one more chance to look at this when we're looking at the housing needs assessment later in the fall. Is that correct?
So we could implement the fee in lieu as is on track to be implemented unless council changes direction. The two policy considerations, council could provide that direction now, and then we implement it alongside the analysis that's coming forward with the housing needs assessment. Certainly, the question of whether to shift the inclusionary housing limit for sale to 100% AMI should come after the housing needs assessment, so you get the full picture.
Great. And then,
go ahead.
No, go ahead, please. I was gonna change it up a little bit.
Go for it.
And then I also do like splitting out the single family and the duplex and townhouses, just so we can get more of that missing middle product that we're all hearing about. And that's all I have to say.
Harold, go ahead.
Molly, can you go to the options? Go to option one. So I'm just going to kind of work you through this, where if council said we really want to hit that missing middle, and I think what we realize as part of True North is that really is going to be for sale attached product where you can hit those price points. If that's council's desire, then the differentiating between detached and attached kind of starts taking you down that road because it addresses it. And then if it was council's desire to say, you know, we want to generate more for more programs like this, and you looked at option 2, to the question that a couple of council members have asked is moving it from 60% AMI to 50% AMI, which adjusts that, then that starts maximizing dollars to then use in other things. And so I just wanted to, but if you said, no, we don't really want to do that, then we could do one and not the other. So your choices in terms of what you want to achieve will start answering some of these questions.
I'm processing right now. Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks again to staff for really kind of, I think, putting the tools that we have in this conversation directly in front of us with these two clear policy options. You know, I came down and spoke as a member of the public when the IHO was originally adopted, and remember the intense process that was, both with the development community, with the public, with members of council. It is a lot for the community to go through. And I think that the attitude at the time was we need to dramatically lower costs in the rental space. We need units. I was also on the Housing and Human Services Board at the time. I think that the conversation has changed in our community about not just units, but what are we doing in terms of meeting the community character that we're looking for, and what tools do we have in our toolbox to do that? And so I really feel that this is probably the best opportunity that we've had to do that. So I'm going to make a motion, if it's okay, that we go ahead and adopt or direct staff to adopt both of the policy recommendations included here, both option 1 and option 2, on as presented by staff as the starting point in this conversation.
Okay, so the motion has been made and to adopt both policy considerations for the split for sale fee in lieu calculation between detached and attached product, and to utilize 50% AMI rents rather than 60% AMI rents for the rental fee in lieu calculation. Motion was made by Councilmember Marcy and seconded by Councilmember Christ. See no one in the queue, let's go ahead and, oh, we do have somebody in the queue. Councilmember Popkin.
Yes, you do. So I want to start with policy question number 2 here. And thank you, Councilmember Marcy, for getting the motions going. Policy question number 2 puts, it basically puts pressure, increased pressure on developers of rental units to either build the 50% AMI or pay a much higher fee in lieu, which would mean if they're not building that affordable rental, we are collecting that revenue from that fee in lieu.
Correct.
Just making sure I'm understanding that pressure. Policy question 1, can we throw that back up on the screen for a second? It lowers the, so policy question 1 is more interesting to me here because it's lowering the market pressure to take a fee in lieu out, like off-ramp for attached for sale. In some ways, a higher fee in lieu adds more market pressure to build the attached for sale units. Is that correct?
That is what we have said when we're trying to do that balancing equation.
Mm-hmm.
I would say the difference here, it's not a drastic difference. So it may not be enough to really sway that, but perhaps every dollar is enough. That's dependent on a developer's position.
I hear that often, that a few dollars here and there actually add up quite a bit. I guess are you implying there that lowering the fee in lieu for the attached for sale could allow more for sale to be built overall because they have a
Market rate for sale.
market
to be
rate for
real.
sale because the off ramp is easier for the fee in lieu.
It's really probably more the missing middle in
Right.
that. What AMI is it now? 100 to 120. It really probably if it did anything, it would facilitate
I mean, this
that.
is a classic example of a policy tool shaping a market.
Yeah, it
right.
would.
And I want to make sure we're thinking of the market ramifications with this.
Could I just add anecdotally?
Yeah.
It is relatively uncommon for a market rate for sale builder to deliver a deed restricted product under an inclusionary. They are typically much more likely to pay the fee in lieu, regardless. If you're changing it by $1 or $2, that's not going to tip the scale on their calculation of whether to build or pay the fee. Most likely,
what
it
it
will
does
make
impact-
it pencil
Yeah.
easier because their fee. So it will make it easier for a developer who's building duplex townhome attached.
Yep.
It will make their product easier to pencil, and those products are very difficult to pencil. But it's most likely going to make it easier to pencil with a fee because they're paying a lower fee than they would otherwise through the weighted average. So I think just in this case, anecdotally, it's pretty uncommon for those developers to build. They're calculating more. Can I get this to pencil while paying the fee more than they are? Which should I build or should I pay the fee? To be honest, on the rental, it's a much more of a balancing act. Typically.
Yes. The other goal of this then is the funding that we receive from the fee in lieu revenue that we can then put into specifically give intentional affordable for sale. So anyway, there are multiple implications of these policy proposals, and do you need direction on? I don't think you need direction on any tonight. When does the fee in lieu go into effect?
January 2nd, 2027.
If we didn't act on policy question 1 tonight, does anything change or happen
Nope.
differently?
Basically, we would be getting your direction to implement it starting January 2nd or not implement it.
And if we did if we did pass it tonight, nothing changes next week
Nothing
or in
changes
30
next
days
week.
or in 60
Correct.
days. It's all about January and beyond. Thank you. I guess I'm wondering if we want to sleep on policy question 1 a little bit, and I'm fine with policy question 2 moving forward as proposed, but I'm not convinced this incentivizes is fully aligned with what we've been trying to achieve.
I'm going to refer to the maker of the motion. So
That's kind
go
of-
ahead
yeah.
and let's see. There you are.
Thanks, Mayor. I do think that it speaks to one of the core housing needs that we've set as a city, which is that missing middle piece. I do see a pretty clear difference between single-family detached and single-family attached, and asking our IHO specifically to highlight those two and to separate them is, I think, an intentional policy tool that we can use. I'm not necessarily interested in splitting. I think these are two good recommendations from staff and want to move forward with
Okay,
both.
so we have an active motion on the table.
Okay.
And he is not wanting to pull that. Councilmember Prieto.
I just wanted to add the benefit of, at least for for sale detached and increasing. I think when increasing the fee in lieu, the benefit is what you would see with lower fees is developers just paying the fees, but then you wouldn't get affordable housing real time. And so then it would go into the bucket, and then you have to wait for like the next big project. And so that's something that I definitely consider when looking at the fee in lieu is how do we make it to where maybe providing the housing at that time is more pencils better than just paying the fee in lieu and or is the same because it provides houses real time versus it going in a bucket and then that affordable housing coming into fruition 5-6 years down the road. So that's just something I wanted to add to the conversation here to consider. And then also, I would like to just go with staff's recommendations as well. I don't know, I was a little confused with what you said, Councilmember Marcin, but I'm okay with splitting. I think you're saying that you're not okay? Is that?
So the motion is to accept both items as presented.
Okay, and that's
So,
splitting
that's,
it.
That's the open, no, we're voting it all in one. One vote for both. So are you talking about differentiating in
Yes.
policy question 1, differentiating between detached and attached? For
Yes.
sale product. So you want them differentiated or are you wanting them combined? Is that what your
I
question
think I was
is?
in agreement with
Staff.
with
That's-
separating them,
yes,
yeah, and
yes.
having their own scale.
Yes.
Fee. And so, but
Okay.
that's not what's on the table?
That is what's on the table.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Then that's it.
Okay.
That's all I gotta say.
Okay, let's
Mayor,
go.
I want to be
Yes.
very clear.
Yes,
These were policy questions that they put to council.
yes.
There was not a recommendation
Recommendation, okay.
associated with it.
So do
So
you?
it's really, what do you want to achieve from
do-
a policy perspective?
Okay.
And then you tell us.
So we want it separated out, so detached, yes. Take, I'm sorry?
Take both up, yeah.
Take both, yes. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
I heard
Okay,
consider implementation of both policy question 1 and 2.
and 2, yes, as recommended. Okay, and then, so this is your second time since the motion has been made, so go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll be brief on this.
Yes.
I guess I'm still I'm still supportive of moving forward with policy question 2. I'm still, I guess I still have a question mark on policy question 1 because market rate for sale and missing middle there's a Venn diagram there, and they're not inherently the same things. And I guess where I would want to know is, I guess maybe if presuming this passes, reading the room here, I guess I would say is like as we start to work on the implementation of this, I would really want to look closely at what for sale markets we are actually trying to address with this when we get the updated housing needs assessment data back this October and November. So we make sure that we're not actually doing the exact ramifications of what Councilmember Prieto was suggesting, where things aren't being built and they're just being kicked down the road. So that's my question mark still and mild concern about going full steam ahead on policy question 1 without looking more closely at the for sale market data.
Okay.
I don't think we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater here with this right now, but like before we promulgate these regulations, I would like to make sure that we are
Okay, got it. Thank you.
thinking carefully about
Yes.
this.
Okay, see no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Oh, it didn't.
I don't know.
It didn't. Did you need to refresh your page? maybe?
Sitting here too long, listening.
I know, just froze. There you go. Okay. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Popkin in opposition. Okay, so we are now on to item 2, or item B, sorry, of general business, the presentation of the voluntary noise abatement procedures, VNAP, baseline assessment findings and recommendations by Airport Monitoring Systems, AMS, for Vance Brand Municipal Airport. Does anyone need a break? 2 minutes, 3 minutes? We'll do a 3-minute break. if council members can make their way back. Oh. Okay. Okay, so we'll go ahead and I will hand it over to Jen Newton. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm Jen Newton, one of the assistant city managers here. This evening, we will hear from Eric Jacobs and Jason Schwartz from Airport Monitoring Systems, a firm with expertise in airport noise measurement and analytics. And the firm conducted an assessment of the voluntary noise abatement procedures, and they'll be presenting their findings this evening. So I'm going to hand it over to them.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. Again, my name's Jason Schwartz. I'm with Airport Monitoring Systems. We did the review and recommendations for the VNAP. The goal of the work initially was to evaluate the existing VNAP and to identify opportunities to improve the program. We understand that there's some challenges and community concerns with the airport, so that's what we came on board to help with. See if I can do this technology. For context, the project was 2 phases. It's the first 2 that you can see, their baseline assessment and the identification of opportunities for improvement. The current scope is limited to those. People often ask, after we brief this, the question is, okay, what's next? So I did include that, which would be implementation of the recommendations that are identified as priorities by the council or the city staff, and then monitoring. So what you want to do is make sure that what is implemented is working and it's effective. It's resulting in the outcomes that were intended. So under the baseline assessment, as you can see, we assessed the existing conditions. So that was airport operations, the airspace, flight procedures. We got into the community concerns to try to understand what the specific concerns were or the impacts. And then in that second phase, identifying opportunities for improvement. I'll get into both of those in a little bit more detail. Ultimately, the deliverables of this work is right now 2 reports. One is a baseline assessment report, which you should have gotten copies of, and then the recommendations report, which built on what we found in the baseline. So I'm going to give you some highlights from the baseline assessment, which really provided us with the data that we needed to understand the current conditions, what was working well and what wasn't with the VNAP, and then that led us to the recommendations that we came up with. So in terms of highlights, one thing that we noticed quite a bit, or really early on, which will be no surprise to you. I know that you've heard a lot of airport concerns from the community, but the repetitive touch and go activity, the training activity, both local based operations as well as the visitors, that seems to be the driving factor for most of the complaints that you are getting. There is the perceived growth in total operations. Early morning and evening operations was another complaint driver, and also the perception that aircraft were flying lower than they had historically, particularly over noise-sensitive neighborhoods. And then, of course, skydiving operations are one of the issues that stood out. We did find that 2024 to 2025, there was a 8% increase in operations. So typically when you talk to communities, the perception is that there's been an increase in noise. Usually there's not. So it was actually surprising to see that you did have that 8% growth in traffic, which was apparently observed by your constituents. The other question we get is the VNAP, our pilots participating? So there were a few areas that we had data for that we could measure with what was currently available. And we did find that we looked at the overnight hours, or the quiet window, 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. when you discourage training activities or touch and goes. And we found that 88% of your touch and go activity happens outside that recommended 12-hour period. So for a general aviation airport with high volume of training, I was actually really surprised. I expected it would be much lower than that in terms of the conformance. 12% of your ops happening during that time was a surprise for us. And then you have a preferential runway of runway 29. And we found that that's used 65% of the time, which again, in the case of Longmont, where it's a non-towered airport, that was surprising as well, pleasantly surprising. These were some of the data points that we looked at as we considered moving into the recommendations or opportunities to improve the VNAP. So we looked at the VNAP sort of holistically, and one of the questions that came up is, is it effective? And so our team's assessment of this, considering the size of the airport in particular, and again, that it's non-towered, we found it to be extremely comprehensive. I've worked at airports across the U.S. From all sizes, of small GA to large commercial. And I would actually say that yours is one of the most comprehensive programs that I've seen. So we were really impressed with that. We also did a sort of a study of airports in the region, and we found the same thing, that Vance Brands was much more comprehensive, much broader than most of the airports in the area. We identified, so having said that, we're like, there are still, of course, opportunities for improvement. Particularly, we were looking at ways to make the program more visible. So that would be to pilots, so whether they're local-based pilots or visiting, how can we get them more aware of the program? And also on the community side, in our research, it seemed to us that the community wasn't as aware of all of the efforts that you guys have in place with the VNAP and all of the efforts that you have, and the pilot engagement, the training facility engagement, which is beyond your local airport. So increasing visibility, increasing accessibility, and then performance measurement. That was one of the areas that we think could be improved. So basically that's looking at your VNAP elements, your operational elements, and saying, how are they being done? So you measure how the performance is, and then you can communicate that to both the community and the pilots. So I saw in the complaint reviews that we did, and also some of the social media, a lot of people complained about late night operations. So I would want to go out and make sure that the community understands that, yes, there are flights that happen overnight, but 88% of your operations or your training operations are not overnight. So a lot of the times people build a perception based on their experience, but their experience is rather limited. Like you happen to be noticing a plane flies over your house, whereas if you can present the data about over the year, this is what's happening, I think that gives folks a broader perspective and a better basis for their opinion about what's happening. Under recommendations, we came up with 7 pillars here. As you can see, we have operational elements. So that's like changing or creating preferred routes in and out of the airport, as an example. Most of what we came up with was not operational, as you'll see here. There are opportunities for finding ways to minimize or reduce the overflight activity over noise-sensitive neighborhoods. As I mentioned, conformance monitoring, so leveraging flight track data, which you already have a lot of. You do have a system in place for tracking and data analytics, so leveraging that system to quantify or come up with performance metrics that you expect with the noise program. So as an example, we talked about the overnight operations, we talked about the preferential runway, but also altitudes over specific communities. If you're getting resident reports that aircraft are too low, or measuring that and then being able to provide that data to the community. So if you're finding, yes, they are lower than they should be, then you reach out to your pilot community, ask them what's happening. Is this a safety issue? Is it weather? Is there a reason? Or is it just a lack of awareness? So there's ways to collaborate once you have the data. But if you don't have the data, then it's hard to make those assessments and those decisions. Operator collaboration, as I mentioned, really working with your pilot community. We did talk to a couple flight schools, and we did hear from a number of pilots, and we didn't hear anything from any of these entities that, in terms of resistance to the VNAP. It was more, we do the best we can. We're willing to work with the airport. They told us they're willing to work with us. And at that point, we're just doing an assessment. We weren't building any new recommendation or new, we weren't implementing. So you do have a community of support, I think, on your industry side, both pilots as well as the flight schools. So I think there's some opportunities there. Community outreach I mentioned, making sure that the community understands what you can and can't do. I heard that you had a presentation from an attorney that kind of gave you the doom and gloom reality of what cities and airports can and cannot do. I know the takeaway was probably like there's nothing we can do. There is a lot, and I think we've covered a lot of that, or we're in that report. So I do think there's opportunities, but there are also a lot of constraints that you have to work through. Complaint management is a big one. So the reviewing the complaints, hearing what the community is saying, a lot of time that's, I guess actually I'll take that back. In Longmont, your community is more vocal than a lot that I've worked with, which is a great thing because if you don't know what the issues are, you can't address them. But complaints can be a really good source of information as well. If you're getting, if you analyze your complaints by geographic distribution, you might see that they're under a certain part of your pattern, and then you would look into that. Are they lower over there than they are in other places, things like that. So complaint management is an important opportunity, and also making sure that your complaint process is transparent. So if a resident submits a complaint, do they know that it was investigated? Do they know what happened? And do they know that it was actually looked at? Sometimes people think that they just submit a complaint and nobody cares. It just goes in a circular file kind of thing. So complaint management is another opportunity. Real estate agent collaboration, making sure that the realtors, real estate agents, communicate to prospective home buyers on what the impacts may be. We find typically that the sensitivity of people relative to aircraft noise varies greatly. So you might have one person move into a specific home under a flight path who's really impacted by it, and then the next door neighbor may be like, I don't even notice it. So I'm not a realtor. I've talked to them. I know there's some sensitivities about sharing that information, but really just encouraging transparency and letting residents make an informed decision. I think that's really critical. And when I've talked to real estate agents, I've encouraged them to be transparent, because if I chose not to buy that particular house because of the aircraft noise, there's a likelihood that somebody else can be like, we don't care. We love the house. It's not going to bug us. And then you're not going to either get sued later or just have a bad reputation for not disclosing something that you could have. And then finally, continuous improvement. So like I said, looking at the system over time and making sure that the elements that you're implementing are giving you the outcomes or the effectiveness that you're expecting. If they're not, then you need to kind of look back at that and make some changes. So just to summarize again, the question that we get a lot is our program effective? Is it good? Is it comprehensive? And I honestly can tell you, and I would not say this if it wasn't true, it's really one of the most comprehensive programs that I've seen. And in fact, to be honest, I will probably be taking some of the concepts that your staff has created to other projects and other airports, as I think my partner has as well. You have things like challenge coins and ways to engage the pilot community as an example that I hadn't seen at other airports, and it's really brilliant. So improving transparency, using data to help make decisions. So, less anecdotal decision making and more actual data. So compiling data and using that to improve transparency and also to work with your aircraft operators. And then finally, enhancing communication with the community. I think there's some opportunities there. Complaints will always happen. I worked at a lot of airports, seen a lot of great work. There's always going to be noise complaints if there's an aircraft. If it's flying over you or near you, I've had people complain about aircraft that they couldn't even hear, but they saw it. And so people are sensitive, and that's just something that we have to kind of try to work with them. But I think that's, we want to have realistic expectations with the community. I kind of ran through that pretty quickly. I appreciate your time, and we will answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from council? We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't catch your name. I'm sorry.
Jason Schwartz.
Jason, on your comparison of average altitudes at Vance Brand on page 2 there, you indicated that you, I'm just looking at that picture, but you indicated that it was which leg of the flight pattern you said it was 60%? When you were saying that was used 60% of the time?
Oh, I was talking about the preferential runway.
Okay, and the preferential runway is And then is it a specific looping?
That just means that, and I believe it was runway 29, that most of your aircraft are departing runway 29 and then
Out.
coming back and then landing.
Okay, and going to the north? Northwest?
I don't have the map in front of me, so I'm trying
Yeah,
not
maybe
to.
I can help. Yeah, so it depends, right? It's when aircraft use the runway, if you're departing, you can choose as a non-towered airport, you can choose a departure path. But if you're going to do, say, pattern work, practicing takeoffs and landings as common at the flight school, then you do follow a standardized traffic pattern where you take off, you turn crosswind, you go downwind, then you come base, and then final and return and land.
Okay.
And that's a standardized pattern based on the runway being used, and that decision is made by the pilots, but based on the prevailing wind for safety.
Sure.
and-
I was also wondering if the fact that if you were doing the opposite, 40% of the time, people doing the opposite direction, they're turning at the end of the runway and turning what would be south west, and then coming back into it loop that way would be less desirable because of the jump school being right there in that side of the airport property.
Yeah, in general, pilots are taught to fly standard left-hand patterns.
Okay.
Right? So that's by default. There are some airports where they do request that folks fly a right-hand pattern. I don't think that's in place here.
No, it just looks
so-
like that. I wondered if maybe it was just to avoid where the people who are jumping.
Yeah, I don't think there's any policy or
No, I
anything
didn't
in
think there
place.
was a policy. I'm just saying that is it a practice?
I can get this real quick. So the pattern at Vans Brand is just straight up a standard FAA pattern for both runways. So it's just the standard is applied. And as Eric mentioned, you will find places where sometimes that pattern is different. There's a right-hand pattern instead of left-hand. That's pretty much exclusively for when there's a safety concern. So for example, I can think of some mountain airports where there's a cliff off to where it would be in the left-hand pattern, so they switched it to the right so the pilots weren't flying so close to like a cliff face or something like that.
All right.
Okay, Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jason, for the presentation. A couple of questions that I want to kind of follow up on. Yesterday's presentation had a lot of information from the public. One thing that came up was the AWOS weather broadcast. I did listen to it. Very interesting. And towards the end of the recording, it advised the pilots to visit our VNAP by going to our website. I'm not a pilot. I don't know when they would listen to this broadcast, but my expectation is probably when they're in the air. Is that correct? Okay. So I wonder if, one other place that we can, improve our messaging about the VNAP is, I don't know how much time we're allotted in this recording. It seemed like it was a minute long. I don't know how long we have in that recording that we can change the language. But one place that would be interesting, at least for me, is, if a pilot is flying towards our airport, instead of telling them to go to a website, maybe we tell them some things, if we're able to do it at specific times of the day, to say, hey, this is, a policy that's in our VNAP. That's one thing. And then the other thing that we heard yesterday was, we might be communicating our VNAP, but there's no minutes or public record of when we're doing it. And something that I saw in your presentation is, making sure that we're communicating that. So something I'd like to see, and I don't know if I can direct staff or if I can get a temperature check, is when we do tell people about our VNAP, if we can record it and have a log of every time that we've communicated it, so it's transparent every time that we're out in the community educating about our VNAP. I think, having a place that we're transparent about either agenda or minutes, just for the public record, would be wise. And that's all I have. Thanks for the presentation.
Yeah, okay. Did you want to respond to?
I was just going to say that
Yes,
that's
go
one of
ahead.
the measurable metrics that we talked about. So
Yes.
you're spot on. I think that would be something that we would recommend, that when you do pilot engagement or when you do community engagement, log that. Let's report it. Let's tell the community how proactive you're being. Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
And that was something that Jen, Jen talked to me about and operationally said we need to, as we're looking at the dashboard, we need to have that information on it to communicate. Went to this meeting, talked about the VNAP, or had this discussion with this group, just to make sure that we're documenting and people see where we're doing that.
So in the area of the documentation piece, do we need to have a formal vote, direction from council, or is this operationally something that
Yeah,
can
I'm
be
saying
done?
operationally that
Okay.
we need to do that. Now,
Yeah.
the difference is in the minutes of the meetings, because sometimes we're invited to meetings and so we're not conducting it. And so it may be we went to a meeting with, and we have it because it's not our meeting.
Yes.
And just documenting that we had that conversation.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you. It was Jason and Eric, right?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate the work that went into this. More information is really helpful here, and I have a few questions based on kind of some of the presentation and kind of the description of, I think you used the word comprehensive to describe what you were seeing here. And I guess I want to poke at that description of this, and not to agree or disagree, but to really understand what you mean by comprehensive. For instance, like there's a difference between something that's comprehensive on paper and something that's actually effective in implementation. And so what I want to get at here, like for instance, just we could have a stop sign at every single intersection in the city for vehicles, right? But if they're really, really, really tiny, we're comprehensive, but we're not being effective. People are not seeing the stop sign when they need to from the visual line of sight that they need to, right? Obviously, we don't have stop signs in the sky. That's not what we're talking about here. But the principle here is we could have practice it. We could be putting up signs. We could be delivering materials to places, but they may not communicate things clearly. Councilmember Kalkofer brought up a great point about the AWAS there. I don't know how many, look, I'm not a pilot either. I don't know how many people are going to a different website while they're flying. I actually hope it's not that many. I hope they're focused on flying. And so in that case, like, what do we want? What is the most important thing that we want them to hear about our VNAP in that moment? And then we make sure that they can learn more elsewhere. But I don't know what a website or a phone number really does while you're flying the plane and trying to do that safely. And so I guess, is there any reason, like legally, we heard that discussion last night from John Putman. It doesn't sound like there's any reason why we couldn't add a few specific elements to the AWAS or replace what we have about the VNAP in that and figure out kind of what are the highest priority aspects of that. My second related comment / question here, and then I'll let you respond to both the AWAS and where I'm going here. My understanding is there are multiple third-party directories basically about like different airports and when you're approaching them, like what policies. AirNav, I think, is one that I commonly look at just to see kind of how the description. And they have shorthand for kind of what are the policies in effect or what are the things to be aware of for this. When I go to AirNav for KMLO, what I see is a phone number. It says noise abatement procedures in effect, CTC, I presume that means contact, airport manager 303-651-8431. That doesn't tell me anything about what the VNAP is. Again, it's requiring me to do work before or after, not during, when it's probably the most relevant. And so I guess, what are you, have you seen other communities that engage on this and like really finesse what they're communicating and how? And is it reasonable to try to work with these third-party platforms or adjust what it was communicated in the AWAS? Because those seem like the most real-time opportunities to provide the clearest signals of what would be most appreciated.
Okay. Do you want to?
Yeah, that's a great point. And across the board, it's a problem because that's what the airports put in there. Basically, noise policies in place.
When you say the airports, are you referring to airports
From
plural
these
or our
directories.
airport possessive?
Oh no, just across the
Okay.
board. A flight, you know, there's FAA
Yeah.
publishes documents about this, AirNav, and they just say refer to where. It's a nationwide problem.
Is there a nationwide restriction? Is there anything preventing us from changing what's
yeah,
listed?
there's guidance into what you could put in there in the AWAS, for example. It's driven for safety.
Sure.
So they don't want you to be talking for a half hour. Now, one of the recommendations that we did put directly to your point is pilots fly, most of the pilots fly with, on their iPad or their iPhone, an application called ForeFlight. It has like 90% market share. So one of the recommendations that we made is we develop a plugin for that application that, so pilots, while they have that application and they're looking at that, they can also have a button to just click voluntary noise policy. You hit it once and you pop up basically a PDF of the entire noise policy. So you have that very accessible in the cockpit. That's
Can I ask
kind
you a
of
question on
noise
operationally
complaint
here?
prevention.
So again, I've
Yes,
never
sir.
flown a plane. If are you, when you're saying it can pop up a PDF, like, are we expecting that a pilot will read that PDF?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Right.
No,
Yes.
I'm not. I'm just genuinely trying to understand, like, what is. I wouldn't do that if I'm driving a car.
Right.
Right, and it's illegal in multiple ways to read that on a device. And so, like, I'm just making sure I'm understanding, like, is this a salient enough recommendation, or is this more like what you do on the ground or like in your spare time?
Anytime you can,
at
but you
Flight Deck
wouldn't be
Grill?
doing it when you're on, flaring it on final approach either.
Okay.
I can speak a little bit to that. From an operational standpoint, it's not uncommon. As Eric mentioned, it's on an iPad, it's a tablet, it's a multi-day resource that pilots
Mhm.
have to them. Primarily included to that is going to be traffic, spacing, maps, stuff like that. And when pilots are on instrument flight paths, they're flying instrument approaches. There's instrument approaches into our airport, which is big, long documents and charts and maps and stuff like that. So pilots certainly aren't, they're used to that.
Mhm.
They're used to bringing up information on, general airport information, runway links, services there. They're very used to clicking on those tabs to find the information that they want. And it's not exclusive that they have to use those when they're in the moment either. When pilots do their pre-flight planning, that's something they'll commonly do is they'll go along the route too. As they're sitting on the ground before, and now they're clicking along to each spot too. Now they're looking at, this city has this city has that. Oh, here in my pre-flight, I've discovered that this city also has a VNAV. Let's see what that looks like.
Okay, well, look, I have no objection to putting it in ForeFlight and having a PDF there. Like a know before you go to KMLO, like one pager seems like a great thing to have for our VNAP. Like, let's break that down and say, here are the 5 things that we want you to know truly before you go. From an effective communication standpoint, I'm not hearing any reason why we couldn't think about tailoring the AWAS a little bit and working with the third-party AirNav folks and others. So like, hey, can you list this instead? That is specific to, like, again, what are the 1 to 2 bullets that we want people to understand? Not a podcast, but like, what are the 1 to 2 bullets that we want to make sure that it's like understood in response to some of the concerns that we're hearing, so that there's clarity.
Yeah, and it should be disseminated as widely and as broadly as possible.
Yeah.
So it's not just limited to AirNav. There's AOPA directories.
Mhm.
There's a number of products that are out there where pilots can go.
Yeah.
And each one has its limits in terms of what you can and can't put there. But without a doubt, there should be a lot of effort. I think that's one of the outcomes and recommendations is it's not so much the VNAP and does it cover everything,
Mhm.
but how do we get it out there? That gets into the proactive noise complaint prevention, right?
Not
How do
even
you
noise
get that out
complaint
there?
prevention, actually like reducing the quality of life impacts, right?
And exactly.
Yeah.
And looking at that.
Sure. Okay. And then last
it's
two
a great
questions
point.
I'll ask together, basically, and we can go in either direction. We've talked about a couple of different strategies. I know Jen, Levi, and I, and others over the last kind of 6 to 10 months, informed by many members of this community. I didn't see, and maybe I just missed it. It was a long report. Thank you. But I didn't see anything about like creating a clearer map of like noise-sensitive areas. Like Boulder's airport has that. I'm wondering if that's something we looked at or you saw as like, is that a good practice or not? It was a very easy visual. And then the second question is, what's the status of the saturated pattern policy,
Okay.
and how does that factor into the VNAP?
Okay, and then Popkin, that is your time. So go ahead and answer, yeah.
That was a lot. One thing I wanted to address was the reference to comprehensive, and just really quick, but I think that's important. 2 things that jumped out when I was doing this. The AWAS was new to me. I've worked with, like I said, airports across the country, This is the first time I've seen AWAS used for that. I didn't even know it was legal. I actually checked with FAA, and it depends who you ask. So good on you guys and your staff to get that in there, because that's fantastic. And like you said, we're not looking at a website when we're flying in an airplane. The other thing is that you're doing is regional flight training meetings. Again, this was a concept, another one that I'm going to steal, that most of the time the airport is, and I've worked with airports where, I hate to admit this in public, but we're discouraging, or we're trying to tell the pilots that fly at, like at Longmont, give Longmont a break, go to another airport. Well, what are you doing? You're moving the noise to some other community. This was the first time I've heard of somebody like airports working together and flight schools working together to say, hey, how can we all work together so we're more comprehensive in our approach to this, and we're not just kind of playing the shell game and pushing them all to our neighbors. So I think those are really important. That's what I meant by comprehensive. Going back to the website, I think in the report we do talk about the website as up with opportunities for improvement. The time that the pilots would be referencing a website would be when we, or whoever you have working with Levi, is reaching out to the flight schools and saying, we need you to encourage your pilots, your students to review this material before they come to Longmont. There's also brochures that you guys publish brochures, making sure that the FBOs and the flight schools and the different centers around the region, like when you're at a planning center, when you're going out to the ramp, you go through like a building, there's a a planning room usually, or a reception area. Put those brochures on there and encourage folks to take them with them. It's not that they're going to read it when they're in the air, hopefully, but just you're constantly pushing that VNAP brand and just raising awareness that there's noise sensitivities.
No. You can put your name back in the queue after we hear from other council people. Marcin. Mayor Marcin, yeah. Go for it.
Oh, no. So my microphone went on.
Oh, no, that was Councilmember Chris was the next one in the queue. But
All
go
right.
ahead. Yes.
If I may, I just wanted to address the question related to the saturated pattern policy. So there is a recommendation in the VNAP review that talks about congestion management. So it's the same thing, just framed a little bit differently. And the recommendation here is that there be a technical advisory group that includes pilots that could develop a saturated pattern policy that would be accepted by pilots. And then if you have folks who are buying into that, then there's a chance because it is, again, voluntary and has to be a voluntary program, that could be accepted in terms of usage. There is also information about the conversations that these gentlemen had with pilots and the flight schools, that 6 to 8 is the number that was kind of palatable in terms of planes in the pattern. But the recommendation specifically is related to having a technical advisory group that would help create that, and that's something that could move forward. So hopefully that answers your question.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Chris.
Well, thank you, Mayor. My entire question was going to be about technical advisory groups. But I'm going to continue with it because I have a little more content than what you shared, Ms. Newton. Okay, so you suggested establishing a technical advisory group, which is something that we talked about in our visioning meeting. And thank you for making a list of those types of people that would be included in a technical advisory board, because sometimes we don't always think who has the technical knowledge, or especially if we're not pilots, we don't know who has the knowledge. But one of the groups that you added here that was interesting to me is you added the FAA. And I wondered, does the FAA have members that participate in these volunteer groups?
It depends on the region and the airport. The reference there was specifically to something like if your technical advisory group was talking about, say, a congested pattern limitation, it's always good to run it by the FAA, make sure that they're not going to, because they're going to find out one way or another. So better for you to introduce the concept and make sure they understand the context rather than somebody who's opposed to the idea. reporting it as a violation of a regulation. So, yeah, so there's so many, it's like an 800-pound gorilla, right? The FAA is so huge. In this context, it would probably be either flight standards or the air traffic organization. And I think you would get responses from, you're just looking for guidance. Is this legal? Are they going to accept this as a measure?
So this group could check in with the FAA and run a few things by them and do a temperature check.
Yeah, or
and
else
kind of
if-
get some advisement from them.
If they didn't want to participate in ongoing meetings, it could be Levi packages up the requests that they have for FAA, and then he just has that conversation with them. It really depends on the region.
Okay. So you mentioned a congested traffic pattern management as a primary focus for a TAG group. Are there other areas where a TAG group would be helpful?
I would say all of the recommendations that are in that report could be run through the tag to, part of it's to say, and one of the benefits of a technical advisory group versus a broader airport advisory board, in my experience, is it's kind of it's non-political, it's just technical. And one of the things that you want to ask them is, if we implement this like a saturated or congested pattern, are you going to comply with it? And when I asked that question, and I was told different numbers, 6 to 8 was sort of the consensus. If you were to put one in that said 4, you're publishing it, your community's like, great, they've got this, and then they're going to be upset because nobody's complying with it. So part of the benefit of the tag is getting their technical expertise, but also getting their buy-in. And really anything. We talked about how do you reach the pilot in the cockpit? Well, that would be a great discussion with the tag. Do you guys and women listen to the AWAS? Would a flight bag, electric flight bag or tablet in the cockpit help? Could we put documentation in planning rooms? Would you read them? Here's what we've come up with. Is this efficient, effective? Are you gonna, if it's too wordy, they might say, this is just too much. So getting input on really a lot of those recommendations, since that's the audience that you're trying to get conformance or compliance through, I would run probably most of that through them.
So we would take all of your recommendations and just make a list and give it to the TAG group and tell them, work on it for the next year. And here's our priorities. Are you accepting motions regarding implementation here, or would you,
I would like to hear from the rest of council. Are you wanting to recommend the implementation of a tag?
Yes, but
Yeah.
rather than a firm motion, what I could move is that we have this conversation at a pre-session, and I could add it to your list to consider. That way we could have a bit bigger conversation about how we might implement this. I know we are going to be opening board placements soon. I mean, next month, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think with the tag, it would be different, because if I'm looking AOPA, FAA, flight schools, there might not be any in Longmont. And according to our charter, advisory board members have to reside within the city of Longmont. So, so it would look different than what our typical advisory board and our criteria would
Yeah,
be.
that's correct. And we
Yes.
kind of played around with that. So
Yeah.
maybe take this to a pre-session. you
Pre-session,
think?
I get
Okay.
it. I'm going to open up the floor to the rest
Yeah.
of council and see where everybody's at.
Okay.
Now, Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thanks for the work. I know this and the other piece we're going to hear in a little bit have been a long time coming. I really appreciated my fellow council members' conversations about kind of the difference between a comprehensive plan and the effectiveness of that plan. And are we effectively communicating it as clearly as we can? How many total recommendations? Because I was trying to count through the recommendations. It's a lot. It's a lot of ways that this can be improved. It's like more than 30, or like, I don't know if it's that many. It's a lot. A lot of recommendations here. So would it be kind of fair to characterize our VNAP generally as comprehensive on paper, but maybe communicated ineffectively, or at the least where there's significant room for improvement? Is that just a fair characterization for me to help contextualize?
I think so. I think it's comprehensive, but there's room for improvement.
Okay. And then obviously I see the 80, we talked about the 88% compliance, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., which is kind of the most easily, I would imagine one of the more easily measurable ways to measure VNAP compliance. I didn't see a top line overall in terms of how compliant generally our pilots operating out of KLMO with our VNAP, if you had to put a figure on that, like overall compliance with every piece of the VNAP, how many of our operations out of KLMO are following the VNAP?
Yeah, that would be really difficult to quantify because we don't have the data.
And that's my point. That's where I was getting. So, yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for setting me up, because I think this report really confirms to me, at least, what I think a lot of residents have been telling us for a long time, which is that the problem really isn't just whether the VNAP exists on paper or if it's comprehensive enough. The problem is whether we're actually measuring, tracking, and working to improve compliance, which it feels like there's room for improvement there. So you have a ton of recommendations here, right? I mean, my direction would be to just start working towards all of them. I understand that that's a big lift, and how we do that, I think, is a matter of discussion for us and for staff. And I know some pieces are going to be operational, and some pieces are going to need policy. And I understand that the VNAP is voluntary, but I have grown a bit frustrated, I'll just say this, with the idea that a lot of how we're doing this is anecdotal. Yeah, we're having these quarterly meetings. Yeah, we're having these conversations. Yeah, how am I actually getting that data and measuring so that I can tell our residents this is what we've talked to? Yes, we have this flight school that did 26 touch and go operations before 6:47 a.m. Here's when we talked to them. Here's the communication we had. Here's the decision they made, right? That data we don't have. So that, I think, generally is where I want to try to get, so that we can communicate, so we understand who is following the VNAP and who is not. And I think your recommendations are amazing, especially around performance metrics, around VNAP pilot workshops, base mitigation, the dashboard. I love that idea. I think that's amazing. But ultimately, I really want to see us follow your big one, and I highlighted it, which is move from anecdotal to evidence-based decisions, decision making, and that is what we don't have right now. So I'm going to wrap up there. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Prieto.
Thank you so much for the presentation and all the work that you put into this. Excuse me. One of the recommendations that you folks suggested was, so I read through everything, and it seemed, for the most part, it's just really enhancing what we already have going, that we can do more to just be present and be visible. And I definitely relate to that. I think there's like a saying that says, out of sight, out of mind. And I thought back when Safeway was doing a strike, and I would try to sneak over to Safeway and see if the strike was done, and they have the guy standing out there, and I'm like, nope, I'm gonna turn around, right?
That picket line.
Because they're watching me, and and even though I could have totally went in there and shot, because no one was gonna stop me, I wanted to respect what they were doing. And so I do think that there's a lot to say there's a lot that goes into what you said, as far as just being more present in some of these spaces, and just for my council, and a recommendation for us to think about that pretty much aligns with all of everybody's ideas up here, was one of the recommendations you folks said was building staff capacity for someone to do that work. Who's going to enhance our current systems, who's going to collect the data, who's going to put it together, who's showing up at these airport meetings, who's doing the notes, the minutes, reporting back to community, following up with pilots. I'm not sure who does it right now, but if it is who I think it is, oh my God, did you need any more tasks to do? And so I think that is the issue, is really just building in the capacity for someone to really this just be their day in and day out, that they're the face, they're our VNAP face. And maybe we can get a macho man in there, but that they're in those spaces, they're talking about it, they're building relationships, they're going to gatherings with pilots and talking with the community and in the neighborhoods, and just really being that liaison. And so I agree with my fellow council members that this is a lot of recommendations. And when I was reading it, I was like, oh yeah, this is real nice, but where are we gonna start? Well, where we can start is looking at our budget to see if we can build in that capacity so that they can start that work, not putting it on an advisory board not putting it on our staff that's already up here with tasks. And so I think if I took anything away from this is our systems are great, but they can be improved. And we're going to need to build in the staff capacity to do that. So that's one thing I wanted to say. Two, as far as the recommendations go, was there anything in there other than the staff member or building that staff capacity that you would say that we're not already doing? And maybe that's a staff question to come back to me with, because there was a lot in there. But was there anything specific that we're not already doing that would be a good takeaway?
Yeah, I think as was mentioned, the big one that jumped out at me is the data. Just collecting that data so you can then make decisions and analysis and inform the public and inform the pilot community. So I think if I were to prioritize, that would probably be where I would start.
The data.
And then I would be tracking operational data, but also, as we talked about, the engagement. So when you're out there with the pilots, make sure that the community knows that you've got their back, you're advocating for them. Because I know that Levi does that. That came up in our research, but does the community know that? And so
Yeah.
it's important. So yeah, I think the data collection and then presenting that or sharing that data would be high priority.
Perfect. Yeah, and I'm happy that you mentioned the data piece as well, because I do agree that that's going to be helpful. I was reading in the report that we're one of the heavier used airports along the Front Range.
Yeah.
And so, and even yesterday's presentation, it was, even though it was like doom and gloom, what I received from it is like, the FAA is a partner. Mm-hmm. And that we can go to our partner and say like, hey, we have heavy traffic. What recommendations do you have? Or what collaboration or how can you serve as a liaison between all of these airports nearby to help with that congestion, or what recommendations? So, and again, it goes back to the meetings and the work that this liaison's going to do. And so I strongly feel that this is the direction that we should go as far as building that capacity to do that work and helping our current staff who are at the airport to do that work. I think that's going to be our best bet. So thank you so much for answering my questions. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Jen, did you have something? You said it looked like you were getting ready to respond. Go ahead.
There are a number of these recommendations where we've started work, so I just kind of wanted to jump in and talk about that a little bit. So the work that you had done previously to talk about whether Qualtrics could be used to handle the council communications, we also use Qualtrics right now in a limited way for the complaints that come to the airport, and we think that we can build on the work that folks did for you related to how we might use that system differently, so that we could start tracking some of those complaints differently using a system we already have. So that work is already happening. We've talked, Levi and I've talked about how would we put forward a scope of work that could look at this data piece, data gathering piece, so that we could understand the costs related to that. So there's work that's already happening. And then I think in terms of priorities, those are kind of where I have started, and I recognize that there's a lot of other work that is recommended and that would have to be built in over time.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reinforce what Councilmember Marsing was saying before. I think this comprehensive efficacy question, I don't want us to keep dancing around that. And there's a data component to this. There's a conformance and performance management component to this. But there's also thinking about what we're doing and how we can do that better, not just doing more. And those are two very different things. When the mayor starts our meetings, she says the public has 3 minutes for comments. She doesn't say, please see our council rules and procedures for how long you can speak.
Fair.
Right? That would be a mess. And so it's that type of clarity that just says, hey, these are our expectations, or the most important expectations here, that I think are like no regrets actions here that we can hone. What's frustrating to me, and like, to be clear, this is very, very helpful. And some of the more, all of our reading tonight was more robust than I would say I have seen on our airport in a while, if ever, in my tenure here. And so what I would say is, like, this is extremely helpful, but what I keep hearing is we're doing a lot of things. We have brochures here, we have this here, we have the flight training meetings here, we have this like reward system or like, great, but that's still not hitting effective. That's still not getting at, is this effective at doing what it is? And there's a whole profession in the communication space of like effective communications. There's a whole sense of space. And this is where this starts to get frustrating, because I'm like, yes, we could have brochures in a meeting, but I don't know the last time like I picked up a brochure willingly, like in this day and age. And so like, what are we actually trying to get at when we have more? And I'm harping on, I'm not trying to pick on the brochures. What I'm trying to get at, like, let's look at the flight training meetings. What would be really helpful for me is to know, what are the agendas for those? Not politically. How are these meetings run? What is the structure? What is the goal of each of the sections of these? Who's included in these meetings? Why? Like, is there an intentionality to how these are happening if we think that these are part of the solution? Which I think they are.
Yeah.
But how they're run matters. If they're, hey, like for instance, and I don't think this is accurate, but if we had quarterly flight training meetings with flight schools and we were meeting for 5 minutes and then walking the runway to say, look at our improvements, that's not effective for communicating this, right? So again, what is the intention, and is it effective, and are we achieving it with how we're designing whatever we're working on? So when I think about breaking this down in terms of where we go forward, and I appreciate, Jen, that like we're already starting to work on some. I think like tier 1 for me is like the no regrets, minor changes, language adjustments to active platforms, looking at what we're doing, but doing it better and clearer. Tier 2 is more of this data management, conformance and performance management and tracking that we start to build up. I know you mentioned Qualtrics. We have, Levi, you mentioned like you're looking at the kind of the flight data that we have, getting that into a digestible manner, starting to learn from that. And tier 3 is some of the longer term staffing considerations and program development or kind of outreach building that we're doing there that is more labor intensive and that we have to work up to. And frankly, that leads me to a question for both of you, which is, how much does this cost to implement? And like, how do you, like, do you have any way of giving us some sense of some of the like cost per item? And how many people do we need to do that or execute that capably? Because again, I am not interested in executing it mildly. If we're going to do something, we should do it right. Otherwise, we're spinning our wheels again.
You want to take that?
Yeah, there's a couple things trying to unpack that.
Just a few.
You know, it's like Rodney Dangerfield. I got one question and there's 437 parts, right? Anyway, I'm old movie.
I got that.
Anyway, there's a couple things that we've talked about, and you know, Mr. Marsing touched on it too. In terms of the data, right? You know, metrics. We got to establish metrics, and we also have to establish metrics that matter, right? So a metric. There's leading indicators, but it gets deep. But
right. Number of brochures.
A metric is not the number of brochures distributed per month, right? You want to track it to results. So what results do you want to see? One is to demonstrate to the community so they're comfortable knowing that you're advocating for them. The airport's advocating for the community, right? There's a lot of activity that's happening that currently the logs were a great idea. That's not coming out like it should to show the work that is being done and has been done. So one of the metrics, if one of the results you want to achieve is advocacy, demonstrating advocacy, what's that? Now the second thing is, how do you collect the metrics to define the results of conformance? Like you said, it's a matter of, let's take the after hours operations. Right? That's an easier one. We already have some of that data and we're collecting it. Right? You know how many operations are being done after 8 p.m. and before 8 a.m. Now, how do we drill down forward? Is that the based aircraft that are doing it, the local tenants, or is that somebody coming from somewhere else? And then that also, getting that level of granularity in the metrics drives how you apply your limited resources to keep moving the weak link in the chain. Because we're not going to go to zero, like Jason said. We're not solving the problem. We're just kind of keep going and continue as the program kind of framework. How do we make it better? We're trying to make it better as we go along. So what are those metrics? How do we measure it against the conformance? And then where can we apply our limited resources to that? if you want some guidelines in terms of costs, you have an airport right down the road, Centennial, that's been doing this. They're spending a lot of money doing it. They've got, how many, 2 people in their noise department, just doing what you were talking to, Ms. Brito, right? They're spending over $100,000 a year on tools and software. And I can guarantee you, we can do it for less. But again, it's not about being cheap here. We want to be effective. So if you want to look at some local bars and some other market research, you have that right down the road. But you could do it for a lot less and really come up with some innovative programs and even things that they're not doing. And, you know, people, process, technology. So I hope that helps.
Okay. Thank you. Were you wanting to make a motion?
No, I had 2 more questions. So when this actually jumps ahead, so it's not your work, but when I just a comment on the staffing piece of this, which I appreciate that context there with Centennial. Our rates and charges study that we'll be talking about in a moment actually has a table on page 70 that breaks down, 7 airports and the annual operations, the staff, whether there's a control tower, salaries, acreage. We are one of the higher ones in terms of annual operations. That's referring to flight operations, and one of, if not the lowest in terms of staff. And so you look at that ratio of staff per operation, and that's telling in itself. And that's just like an observation of where we are today. It's not a critique of any one person. It's just a reflection of where we are and our peers and kind of how or what we're able to manage. So that's just an observation from that. Gotcha. And then I will, what was the last question? I got you. I heard.
11 seconds left.
Great. Okay. Well, then with that time, I will make a motion to extend the meeting past 11.
Second.
Okay, so the motion has been made to extend the meeting, made by Councilmember Popkins, seconded by Councilmember Marcin. Let's go ahead and vote.
I got 2 more. Great. While that gets extended, so last 2 questions I had, I wanted to circle back.
Hold on. So I have to read the vote,
Oh.
and your time is up.
I had 10 seconds left.
No, your time was up. So,
That-
so that carries 4-3 with myself, Councilmember Chris, and Mayor Pro Tem in opposition. Okay, so now we're on to.
Mayor, as a point of
Coun-
personal privilege, I made a separate motion to extend the meeting, and the time ran out. I had a question I wanted to follow up from before.
You have 10 seconds.
I'll ask
to
both.
get it out.
I had asked about the map before of noise-sensitive areas. I was just curious if that came up in your research, and then I was curious to know if you guys looked
Okay.
at any incentive
That
programs.
is time.
Yep.
Can we answer that? What do we do?
You may answer.
Okay. We have looked at, and it would be part of the pilot outreach. We didn't specifically say a map with noise-sensitive areas. That is something that we would look at, as well as one of the maps that is out there, I think it's on the website, shows the traffic pattern, the intended traffic pattern. And from the research that we did, a lot of residents see an airplane outside of that, and they don't understand that that's not illegal or it's not a violation of a policy. It's just, that's a recommendation. So a lot of what we're talking about on the education side, it's really to make sure that what you're putting out to the public, they understand the context. So that's the challenge with the noise sensitive areas. A lot of airports have maps with noise sensitive areas, and then anytime a airplane flies over it, airport gets a call. They're not supposed to fly over here. It's noise sensitive. So you have to do a lot of education to make sure that expectations are understood, but it's absolutely a good idea.
And just tagging on that briefly, actually, we developed that with Boulder Airport. And then part of the metrics is we can detect when aircraft do go through those noise-sensitive areas, right? And we know when they do it, what type of aircraft, we know the altitudes, and that's some of the metrics that we can evaluate and, again, address in the efficacy of the program as time goes on longitudinally.
Okay, Thank you. Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I think in general, there's some pretty clear direction that I think staff has heard, but I want to kind of formalize that direction if possible in the context of a motion. So if that's okay, I'm going to go ahead and move. I move to direct the city manager to return to council by the end of Q3 2026 with options to implement all AMS recommendations for VNAP improvement, compliance, conformance monitoring, complaint tracking, and public transparency. Those options should include, but are not limited to, clear compliance data collection, the establishment of a technical advisory group, operator-specific analytics for flight schools and flying clubs, measurable success targets against the 2025 baseline, structured complaint tracking with resident feedback, and regular public reporting on operations, VNAP conformance, and compliant trends.
Okay, so the motion has been made. Do you want me to read all that?
It's a long motion. I'm happy to speak to it to summarize.
Yeah, and it was seconded by Councilmember Christ. The language went away.
I think Krista did an excellent job, honestly.
Yeah,
You were talking awful.
Yeah. I had shared it with staff. I can
Ahead
speak
of
to
time. Yes, go ahead and speak to your
Yeah,
motion.
generally I think the goal here from council is to improve the measurable communications piece and implement all of as many recommendations as possible. Or all recommendations. I understand that takes an additional staff process to understand, to Councilmember Popkins' previous question, budget, what the costs associated are going to be, how that actually gets implemented. But I also don't want to kick the can down the road again to where we're still having these conversations a year from now and we haven't seen measurable improvement. That's why I have the timing on it. And coincidentally to I think what maybe Councilmember Prieto may address, Q3 is kind of right towards the end or inside of the budget or right at the end. That's like end of September-ish, like budget-ish, towards the end of September conversation. So I think those are not mutually exclusive discussions. I think they feed into each other, the staffing piece and the VNAP compliance piece. I think my goal is to move forward with recommending and implementing all of these options, all of these recommendations, and ask staff to figure out a structure to do that.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Prieto.
Just real quick, as Marsing stated, or Councilmember Marsing, I should say, or shall I call you Mayor Marsing?
I'm out.
Just an emphasis on the staff capacity. I really want to see what it's going to take, looking at our budget, and it's probably going to play into the next conversation as well, is just how do we just efficiently operate and build that staff capacity. So whatever ideas you guys have to bring back.
Yeah, I think the ability to implement this is dependent on capacity and is going to be dependent on the next conversation and also dependent on if there's not enough funding there, where do we get the funding from and what choices are we willing to make, because it will necessitate more general fund dollars coming into it, just to be clear, because there's not enough funding there now. So these two start touching each other, which then will, in the budget process, we're going to have to start weighing things against each other because, you know, just to be clear, it's going to be another tight budget year. And so as long as council's ready, we're going to have some hard conversations about, do we do this or do we do this? Do we cut this? Do we do this? In order to find that capacity, because we're not seeing the revenue come in a way where there's excess money.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Let me get my time here, Mayor. All right. Well, I want to thank all of you for everything you did today and your report, and I think it's a good report. I'm concerned again about the Q3 timeline there. I think it's a little bit of a stretch. I think all these are good ideas, and I sincerely believe that the bulk of our issues are probably not people that are hangar owners and folks at the airport itself. I think it's probably folks that just really don't know or care about this area. They're not from here, and they're flying in, and they're just doing their touch and goes, opposed to people who know that this is This is the expectation. They're trying to be good neighbors. I'll hold my nose on this one and vote for it, but I really think that it needs to be more like quarter four, considering everything I just heard from the city manager. And I think of, what our goals here as a city council and as a city in general is. And I'm not certain this falls right in place with those. But like I said, I think this is a start. Again, so much of it is voluntary. It's frustrating. And I think the community is frustrated. We've got some, 1% of 1% of like 3% of the population expecting us to, all tolerate this nonsense. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Russing, I don't disagree with any of the. I don't think I disagree with any of the recommendations. I think to the question on staff capacity and funding available, I guess what I'd ask is and to back to the discussion on comprehensive versus effective, is throwing everything at the wall and just saying like, let's go and do this, like the right way to start this? Or like in some ways I would love to know, like from staff, like what's the low hanging fruit from a like easy changes we can make in the next couple weeks and months based on this and based on the discussion tonight. What's the priority of actions? Because when we start to get to budget and we start to get to staff, we then are asking, well, if we have 30 recommendations, I'm just picking a number, if we have 30 recommendations and we can implement 10 this year, 10 next year, and 10 the year after, then we start to think about, okay, well, what are the priorities of that we should focus on? Is getting data early really important? Is developing a robust outreach program more important? They do different things. And so I think my only hesitation with your motion here is it doesn't give any indicator of priority. And I don't get a sense from staff yet of like what we have the current capacity to execute of this list. And so I'm just wondering if asking staff to bring back a list of like what do we have the current capabilities to execute and on what timeline gives us a sense of like how we want to structure that. It doesn't mean we say no to anything, and so we could maybe figure out how to tweak your already slightly long motion to be like with a sense of priority so that we can advise on, hey, what's most important to us.
So as I look at this motion, it does provide, like staff is not implementing these by third quarter. They are coming back to us. So it will come back to us for further discussion and further direction on what, like I envision that this coming back to us and then us determining what do we do first? What do we do next as we come into the next year? Is that, go ahead, Jen.
That's my understanding of the motion,
Yes.
and I think there are some things, as I mentioned, that we're starting to move forward with now, and that I think the timeline we can come with a plan. Will we have an answer to exactly everything that we're planning to tackle? Probably not, but we can certainly prioritize and give some sense of what are those things that we could move forward with. So I
What,
think I
yeah, what
understand
is
the
the
motion.
what is the low hanging fruit? That would come back to us. And then I think if we do not provide direction, they will not move forward. So we have to provide some kind of direction to,
Sure,
to
the
take it to
clarity of
next
our
step.
direction matters. I just
So,
wanted
yes.
to pressure
Okay.
test that.
Go ahead.
And I'm not seeing the motion, so that's part of my
Oh, okay.
challenge. I can't.
Can we, yeah, you want to, it's long. I mean, I could reread it.
No,
You want
that's
me-
fine.
Okay.
That's fine, but I think if we can come back and present these and say, here are all the options, and it's kind of like, go through it, what's the impact and what's the cost or the staff capacity? And then what you tend to focus on is where you can have a high level of impact, lowest cost, the low-hanging fruit concept. And if we can put something together, that'll help you then start understanding the financial requirements, which will then feed into the budget conversations. If we have the ability to do that kind of high level and then dig into it, that's a different conversation. And because you're not digging into the minutia of it, we're just kind of setting the stage to say, we think this is medium impact, low cost. This one's high impact, high cost. To give us some framework in terms of how we prioritize it. If that's the general direction, that's easier to kind of manage.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Council Member Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. And Harold, there is staff capacity to have this kind of menu of options with prioritization afterwards. Is that correct?
Well, it depends on things outside of this conversation in terms of what's being directed for staff to do too. So it's not just isolated to this. When we look at that, and you'll be seeing this in a couple of weeks, when we look at your goal setting sessions, we're actually taking those items and putting it into a framework of, well, what's the staff capacity, what's the executive capacity, what's the financial impact, and those types of issues, and ranking them. And so to say, could we give it a high level look and provide some meat to the bones? Yes. Is it going to be incredibly detailed? That's going to take more capacity. But it's generally has to be put in the framework of everything else that's being directed, because if we get 3 other things that takes the same group of staff, then we're going to lose capacity. And putting that in the framework of the big things that we're already working on, that's the challenge that we have right now. If you think of the First and Main project and some of those issues, it's the same group. And so managing that capacity is something that we're working with on a daily basis, and triaging items to say, yep, we have the capacity to do this. That's assuming we don't have a disruptor come up in the middle of all of this. And that's the challenge that we have. But I think if it's a high level overview to start putting a little bit of meat on the bones and not expecting a lot of meat and muscle on the bones, we can manage that. If it's wanting a lot of detail, that's a different question.
And I would expect staff and you to come back with boundaries if we start to put too much on the plate, where you would say, hey, you're starting to risk your motion that you wanted for Q3. I would expect you to be upfront with us, like, hey, something has to fall off if you want this other priority to come up.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're I will say generally on issues we're maxed, and so we're going to have to make some adjustments in some of the other things that we're working on.
So something will come off the plate if we add this?
I can't say that today.
Okay.
What I can say is it may have to happen. I'll need to get with them and kind of put a framework together, but I'll tell you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. Just to speak to the motion generally, I appreciate the concerns. Certainly staff capacity, top of mind for all of us. Yeah, my goal is not to have all of our VNAP, all the recommendations implemented by the end of September. I understand that. I think that high level process conversation about here's what we can do, here's where we go, what steps are next, and then we work together as a council, both through visioning, through the budget conversation on staffing, to figure out what those pieces are together. The reason for the Q3 timeline for me is partly budget related, and also just I want us to continue this conversation and give you the urgency and the direction that I think the conversation needs. So seeing no one else in the queue, I want to.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't see no one else in the queue. Let's go ahead and vote. I forgive you.
Well, you were calling him mayor. So
Yeah, I know. I take it back. Yeah. So that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And then will you be staying for the second?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the rate. So that's why we put them together.
Yeah,
You-
we'll be
you
here.
all. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So now we are on to the next item. Yes. I'm sorry. Well, hold on. Okay. Yes, Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, I wanted to add another motion on this that I don't think was covered there, but please let me know if it was. I wanted to motion to direct the city manager to update relevant communications, including but not limited to the AWAS and our website with KMLO quiet hours and touch and go guidance, and to engage with third-party platforms to reflect KMLO quiet hours, touch and go guidance, and our saturated pattern policy. It's very specific on the communication and updates and outreach. I haven't heard that be discussed as something that is explicitly going to be done. I hear it from multiple sources. It was discussed last night. I hear it from members of the community. Why aren't we communicating this better? I think some of this probably takes very little time to do, and I don't want to push this off.
Yeah, I will kick it to staff as far as we're trying to honor capacity and.
Yeah, I think part
Could
of
it align with the
I think it
previous
can,
motion?
and we can look at that. I think the piece is we're going to have to coordinate with the FAA on some of those conversations.
Let's get it going.
And so,
Okay.
but I'll have to look to Jen on capacity on that. But
Okay, is there a second for this? Okay, so it's been seconded. The motion was made to direct the city manager to update relevant communications, including but not limited to the AWAS and our website with KLMO quiet hours, touch and go guidance, and to engage with third-party platforms to reflect KLMO quiet hours, touch and go guidance, and our saturated pattern policy. And it was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a timeline on this? That, I guess that would really impact the
I'll
ability
share
to-
my intent. I don't want to, especially if there's coordination with the FAA involved. I don't want to, basically, my intention with this motion is to get this part of the ball rolling. Right, exactly. And if there's a conversation with the FAA that has to happen, fine. That ball will roll for a little while. I get that. But I don't want to come back in 2-3 months and be like, okay, now should we go and talk to the FAA? I think that's a pretty given.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I want us to just get going with that as is convenient and makes sense based on all of the different conversations that are happening. Some of this might be really simple.
right.
And so I think from a very near-term implementation goal or spirit there, with the practical reflection of if there's a conversation with the FAA, it takes time to have a meeting. I get that.
Okay.
So no hard deadline. I think the spirit is
Get
understood.
started.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Christ.
Well, to speak to the motion, I think this is something that a TAG group could do. And I think perhaps we're putting too much on staff. What the first thing that needs to happen is to come up with a technical advisory group to help, because that expands the ability to work on these projects. And this is something that a technical group could advise us a little more effectively on. So I'm not going to support it because I think it puts too much on staff at this time. But I think it's a good idea to be first on the list, but maybe right before that is to come up with a group to help us do it, because that expands our ability to get some of these projects done.
Okay. Thank you. And that was your opinion. Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
Briefly, Councilmember Christ, I respect that. I think the community is looking for us to act, and I support the creation of a technical advisory group. But by the time we create that and we move that, I could write this language tomorrow by pulling from various airport air navs that exist, and from our current VNAP. The language exists, and the policies and the guidance is already there, and so it's just a question of getting it in the right spots.
So, okay, thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. Okay, now we're on to item C, presentation of rates and charges study findings by Bolton Menk for Vance Brand Municipal Airport. And we have Levi Brown. Are you presenting, or Jen Newton?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. As I mentioned before, I'm Jen Uten, one of the assistant city managers here. I'd like to introduce Paul Anslow, who is an aviation senior project manager with Bolton and Mink, which conducted a rates and charges study for Vance Brand. This is a presentation only, and staff is looking for broad direction to inform drafting a rates and charges schedule for future consideration. So the feedback will be incorporated into that schedule that we would develop. I have some additional slides that I'd like to give after the presentation slides. So with that, I'll hand it over. Thanks.
do I advance the slide?
Just here.
Just
Or-
the
or
that button?
there's-
Don't get me confused, too much technology.
That doesn't work.
This button right there.
Yep.
Okay. Mayor, City Council, thank you for the time to present. And my name, as Jen said, is Paul Ansel. I'm the Strategic Development Director for Bolton & Mink, and I authored this rates and charges study. So the main key objectives of this study are to analyze your current lease rates and rates and charges, analyze those against comparable airports, and actually a regional comparison is also to be able to allow you to then set your rates to be comparable, to be market based, and to ultimately raise your revenue. That was one of the main things that I wanted to look at, is how can we raise revenue at your airport. One of the other key components, I think, and it was brought up in public comment quite often, was to analyze landing fees, options, and the financial implications of implementing those landing fees for airports operating at your airport. So in a general sense, general aviation is in a very strong position. Huge growth since COVID. People got away from commercial flying. They got into general aviation, private business jets, everything. So as you see in the market analysis of the report, sales are up, waiting lines to purchase aircraft are up. The strength of the general aviation community, especially at airports like Longmont, is very strong. So when you look at, oh, if we raise our rates, we're gonna kill the people who are trying to barely make it. You're just not seeing that. Aircraft are more expensive. There's more money in it. People are spending huge dollars in hangars. So when you look at holistically the situation that Vance Brand Airport is in, the market suggests and supports raising those rates to raise revenue and help with your budget. So when you do an analysis like this, you have to pick 6 or 7, 4 or 5, however many you do, airports that you can compare on. You talk about population, length of runways, services, and there's a chart at the very end of the report that kind of goes through some of those things. You also want to talk about proximity, right? Like, what do you care about Cleveland Hopkins Airport? Doesn't matter because it's...
Are you?
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Sorry about that. There we go. So an airport, 4,000 miles away doesn't mean much to the council or to your citizens. We want to get airports that are close by, that meet those very similar characteristics and are also market-based similarities. So obviously we're comparing your airport, Vance Brand, against Boulder, Northern Colorado Regional, Rocky Mountain Metro, Centennial, Greeley, Erie, and San Luis Valley Regional Airport, also known as Alamosa. So those are where I got all the data from.
Your time.
All right. Any questions?
Continue.
Sorry about that.
So to begin this, we have a kickoff meeting. I met with Jen and Levi, and we kind of talked about where are we looking at and things, and then I asked for a whole data dump of just data I can review. One of the things that I saw that I really liked was your draft leasing policy. Currently it's in draft form, and what that does, and there's a chart here, it recommends lease terms based on capital investment. That's actually pretty rare, but I think it's pretty wise because, again, if you're going to purchase a hangar for $10,000, maybe you give them a 10-year lease. The part that I like is that it goes all the way up to 50 years. And when you, there's a note off to the right, and I want to read it so that it's very clear. It says, current Longmont City Charter limits leases to 30 years. Due to high construction costs, we recommend adjusting the city charter to allow leases to be 50 years per your processes. I didn't get into the processes, but that needs to go through your process. And the reason you do that is construction costs have gone crazy. And we're going to talk about that on your Southwest development area here in a minute. A basic 40 by 40, 50 by 50 hangar with not a lot of amenities can run $500,000. Financing for that, because you don't own the land, it's a ground lease that ultimately should revert back to the airport at the end of that lease. Financing won't even touch a loan like that for less than 40 years. So if you're like at the bare minimum, it needs to be 40 years, and that's just cutting it. But as construction costs continue to rise, the most recommended in long-term leases for big expenditures and larger hangars is 50 years. So one of the things I wanted to do is say, A, adopt your draft leasing policy. I love policy. It sets clarity. It sets, clear communication, which I heard the council talk about today, and what's expected. Then the report kind of goes into just a lot of general revenue. Gosh, dang it.
Yeah.
Can I just say next slide? Okay, one more. There we go. So then I went into some just general recommendations for the airport. Again, focused mostly on revenue. One of the things that all the airports in the study, and probably 96, 97% of airports across the country, use CPI. I professionally don't like CPI. It never keeps up with inflation. So what I suggest is to go to an annual January to January lease. As leases come up, have them start on January. That adds simplicity to Levi and the staff of just knowing, hey, it's January, we're going to get these lease increases. You want a minimum of 2%. Your target should be 3%, and there's a reason for that. CPI averaged out over 20 years is 2.1%. You're going to get a lot of pushback if you go towards 3%. 2% is pretty close to 2.1. But the reason I like that is every year the city can budget because they know how much it's going to increase, but also your tenants and developers can budget and go, okay, I know next year it's going to go up 2 or 3%. And I really think the target should be 3% because, again, you're staying ahead of that inflation. And it allows them to say, okay, I know what the cost is going to be year after year after year. CPI fluctuates from 7% down to 0.5%, and you can never really figure out what the money coming in is. Again, I love policies, so accept your draft policy. It was an excellently written one, and that's going to set that clarity. Then as a general housekeeping note, you have minimum standards, you have rules and regulations, they're in good shape. But just on a regular basis, every 5 to 7 years, you want to really review them, go through them. Business models change, rules change, FAA has input. You just want to stay on top of that. So just as a general housekeeping note, you just maintain and update those minimum standards and rules and regulations. See, even an old dog can learn new tricks, right? Okay, now we start getting into the fun part, right? How do we specifically raise those revenues? A very simple one is snow plowing and grass cutting. Currently, the airport spends about $20,000 a year to get the grass cut. CDOT Aeronautics has a program that you can go down and buy Denver International equipment at 80% off used car prices. Okay, you're not paying new cars, so it's equipment that Denver has and other airports in the state have. They put it in an auction. You get it, you pay for it, and for a mower deck and a tractor or a snow plow, it might cost you $5,000 actual after you get the rebate from the CDOT. You could turn around and then use that tractor to not only diminish that $20,000 that you're spending on cutting the grass, but you can actually turn it into a revenue maker for a very cheap amount of money. I heard earlier from public comment, fuel sales isn't going to raise it. It's not. That's not going to, save your budget. But what I like to think is if you have multiple revenue streams across the board coming in from different directions, that's how you save your airport's budget. So you're going to hear me talk about revenue, because costs are really hard to cut, right? Insurance is going up, maintenance costs are going up, asphalt costs, so your expenses are going to really hard to cut. The way to overcome that is to increase your revenue. So currently, your fuel flowage fee is bringing in $8,135 a year. And then if you just increase it 3 cents a gallon, that's going to increase it to $12,203. Again, that's a small piece, but that's $4,000 that you didn't have, yesterday or last year. Increased visitation to the airport. That generally doesn't bring a lot of income. It's kind of like grass cutting and snow plowing, right? It's not like it's a huge revenue piece. But what that does is when you bring in the Boy Scouts, the Chamber of Commerce, you hold music festivals, you have Levi's got food trucks going out there, fly-ins, pancake breakfast. When you create that energy at your airport, more people are going to come use it, more people are going to talk about it, and the pilot community nationwide is actually very small. You'll hear, and I heard a couple of the pilots talking about flying to Oshkosh and coming back. They'll be at Oshkosh talking about, hey, you should come in and do our poker run at the airport, or come to our pancake breakfast. Oh, I'm flying across country on that day. I'll spend a night and spend. So that's how you that's how you generate that interest and that excitement about your airport, which is going to bring in more revenue. So again, not a specific revenue recommendation, but just a general recommendation of the more people that know about your airport, and it's a great airport. It's a great location. You're on the Front Range. It's got good facilities. You just need to get the word out, almost like the communication from the previous presentation. Okay, the Southwest General Aviation Development Area was a really difficult one to analyze. One of the problems was CH2M, I think, did the study back in 2017. They said that $2 million, basically over $2 million, would be required in infrastructure to fully lay it out for development. I would tell you, if you have $2 million, spend it on your airport. Over the long run, in those 50-year leases, you're gonna recover your cost. Now, with the 2017 dollars, the break-even point's 14 years on a 50-year lease. You're like, oh, that's pretty good. The problem is that report's almost 10 years old, and construction costs and infrastructure costs have probably gone up conservatively, let's say 30 to 45%. So now you're talking at almost maybe $3 million. Again, if the city's got $3 million, they want to invest in infrastructure. You're going to bring in hangars. You're going to bring in development. You're going to bring in tertiary money coming in. People landing, going to hotels. Great. I don't think the most small cities that I deal with don't have that. So what I tell you as an alternative is work with developers who want to take a 3 or 5 acre piece, right? Instead of the whole big piece, work with developers. You've already got a taxiway in place, ready to go, with nothing built on it. So work with those developers, allow them to do those 50-year leases, and you're going to get little pieces of development slowly going up. And that's going to, now you pay phase one, let's say he builds 5 hangars. That revenue then could go towards phase 2. Maybe you do have to put in a little infrastructure there. So the opportunity to build on land at an airport is critical, because there's only so many airports. They're really not building any new ones. There's only so much land at the airports you can develop on, as places like Centennial is almost completely built out. Places like Rocky Mountain are going to be built out pretty soon. You look around the Front Range, there's less and less space. People are going to come to your airport and raise your revenue. Here comes the big one, the landing fee. Boom. So it's important to notice, or to know about landing fees and all these things, is you have to have a starting point, right? So there's some assumptions made. If you ask me, who should pay a landing fee? Do you pay it weight-based? How many do you pay for if you come in to land once, or do you land 10 times? Is it heavy aircraft? There's just a million ways to skin that cat. So the way I did it was very simple. I took the data using what Airport Monitoring Systems and Vector Aviation gave me, and put it into a spreadsheet, and basically says, okay, if you charge $3 per 1,000-pound landing fee, the airport could generate $356,000. Now that's including all aircraft, to include based aircraft. And if you read the report, I don't believe based aircraft should pay landing fees, and here's why. It would be like if you have a Whole Foods open up in your town, and people from Broomfield and around the area are driving in, and they don't have to pay to be on your roads, but your residents have to throw 50 cents into a toll gate at their driveway to get on the roads. They're already paying the property taxes. They're already being here. So again, that's a complete option that's open to the city council to make that decision. But from a sort of ethical piece or a fairness piece, I think it should just be itinerant aircraft, so people who are visiting your airport. In scenario 2, we broke it down to just $2 per square foot, or sorry, per 1,000-pound landing fee. If you were to do that, you could collect $237,690. So that would be $162,000 for non-tenants, and then you would add an additional $75,000 for if you did your tenants. So again, many ways to skin that cat, but I just wanted to show you the magnitude of what those landing fees could bring to the airport in terms of revenue. Even if you set scenario 3 at just $1 land per 1,000 pounds, that would bring in $118,000 and some change, $845. Again, that's a significant amount of money when you talk about year after year landing fees. I heard it earlier, talking to the FAA. They talked about putting a bunch of things together and go talk to the FAA. I think whatever the city council decides, one of the things you want to do is put together a plan, go to the FAA, brief them on that plan, and see what they say. And one of the things that I got out of the conversations with city staff was they stipulated that any landing fee application would be submitted to the FAA prior to any implementation. It just keeps you out of trouble. You don't want to go up against the, I heard earlier, 800-pound gorilla, and you do something and now you're fighting. So the ADO here in Denver is very receptive to ideas. They're very good at communicating. So I think that's a great idea to raise revenue, but also to protect the city. I got to put my glasses on to read this one. One of the things, again, very important, almost missed it, is that you don't get yourself and the city in trouble with lawsuits in Part 16. So I want to read this verbatim. It says, this analysis did not consider the possibility or probability of an FAA Part 16 complaint with the FAA Office of Chief Counsel. Depending on the outcome of a Part 16 determination, it could be likely that a lawsuit would be filed that the city would have to defend if it decides to implement landing fees. This analysis does not estimate or project the possibility of a lawsuit, nor does it estimate the cost of defending against a possible lawsuit. So that's just sort of a legal disclaimer saying the best thing you can do is go talk to the FAA, tell them what your plan is. They give you the thumbs up, you got a green light to do it for eternity or he's running it. If they tell you no, then you work with them and say, well, what happens if we do it this way or do it that way? But to protect the city, to protect the airport, talk to the FAA. It's the best way moving forward. So the next part about this is, okay, after all this analysis of the different airports that were on the list, plus a few other regional ones, just to kind of get a flair for what's going on around the country, the recommendations for fee increases would be to raise your box hanger and T-hanger increase from 94 cents to $1 per square foot. Now, it's a little bit weird because every airport is different on how they charge their rates. Some do it by per square foot. Some of it just do, well, if it's a T-hanger, it's $200. And if it's a box hanger, it's $300. So you kind of have to play a little bit of magic of putting all those numbers together and actually coming up to a recommended amount. But your ground lease increase would be from 35 cents to 39 cents. Your landing fee, if implemented, I would say charge $1.99 per 1,000 pounds. Again, whether it's for tenants, non-tenants, if it's above a certain weight or not. Again, those are all decisions that the city council has to make, but my recommendation, because that kind of right in the sweet spot on landing fees. Your fuel flowage increase from 6 cents to 9 cents, and your tie-down fees from 40 to 45 to 75 to 100. Now, again, these recommendations are based on comparable airports plus regional airports to kind of give you sort of a sense for what's going on. But most importantly, it's basically on my professional experience around the country doing these reports. I've done them from the East Coast to the West Coast, from Minnesota down to, I can't say the South Coast because I've only gone as south as Oklahoma, but I'll be doing one in Texas soon. So the breadth of the country. And what I found, every single one that I do these, I've never gone to a city council or a board of county commissioners that says your airport rates are too high. You need to lower them. It's never happened. Historically, airports are always under market where they're undervalued and under market where they should be. And so that's where these recommendations come from. Okay. Then we started getting into the budget, which was interesting to say the least. If you recall earlier in my conversation, it says, at a minimum you got to have 2. That's barely surviving. You really want 3%. That's kind of being healthy. And your goal, and a great goal, would be to be at 5%. So you're going to see 3% quite a few times throughout this report because that's where, you know, the survivability of the airport is. That's where you want to stay ahead of the inflation and stay ahead of the costs. The miscellaneous revenue from your airport fund starts in 2026 at $513,000. If you were to increase that just 3% all the way out, and that's extrapolate that out to 2030, that annual would be 577. Now, if you go to 5% growth, you know, it starts out at 513, but if you grow at 5%, by 2030, you're bringing in your miscellaneous revenue is 623. Again, miscellaneous revenue on your budget is mostly hangar leases. It's not really broken out super clear, but in talking to staff, that's what I got. Now you look at it and you go, okay, what's the difference between 3% or 5%? Well, in 5 years, that's $100,000 plus. Again, when you look at a struggling budget, that's a lot of money. Now I will tell you, 5% is hard to get to, but 3% is not. So if you can get to 3%, in my mind, that would be success. All right, I'm gonna need my glasses for this one too. Okay, so from your airport fund that the city sent me, your ending working capital of 2026 is $120,694. That ending working capital, and the way instead of saying ending working capital, I'm just gonna say your bank account, right? It's like your family checkbook. It's just, that's how much money you got in the bank that you can, you know, buy groceries with. Goes down to $28,500. In 2028, you're now negative $59,000. In 2029, you're negative $140,000. And by 2030, you're negative, so you can't write any checks or they're going to bounce at $227,000 plus into the negative. At first sight, that's a little bit scary, but if you walk with me through this, there is some light at the end of the tunnel, and I think you'll be hopefully pleasantly surprised. So if you do revenue impact year by year with 3% increase, if you follow the recommendations that I gave you with the raising your fee to $1, your fuel flowage, your ground lease rate, your revenue increase will be $63,000. By the time 2030 comes around, now you're making $71,000 more. Okay, again, when you add a little bit here, a little bit there, it all adds up. If you include landing, or actually we're going to do this separate. If you say, you know what, Paul's not that bright, and I get that a lot, so I'm okay with that. We're not going to follow his recommendations for all this other stuff, but we really want to do landing fees. If all you do is a landing fee in 2026, and again, this is an assumption, because when you do reports like this, you have to start somewhere. You say, you know, all these things were implemented on January 1st, 2026. But had you done this, the landing fee revenue would be $162,000. When you go all the way out to 2030, it's $182,000. When you add the landing fee revenue and the recommended revenues that I'm putting out there, that would start out as a new 2026 revenue at $225,000, and by 2030, it's $253,000. So I want to go back to your family checking account, right? So in 2026, things are looking pretty good. You got $120,000 in the bank. In 2027, you're down to $28,000. That's a loss of $92,000 that you're in negative. So your expenditures are outside of your revenues. And then, you know, from 27 to 28, you're another, again, $87,000 in the red. 28 to 29, you're $81,000. And then 29 to 30, you're $87,108. So that's an average over those years of $87,000 a year that you're upside down. That's hard to, actually, that's not hard to sustain. That's impossible to sustain. You've got to do something. So if you did, you know, magic again, it started on January 1st, 2026. You implemented all my changes, all your leases rolled over from just a planning document level, right? A planning level. Your ending balance, instead of $120,000, would be $183,000 in your checking account. If you included the landing fees, that would be $346,000 in your checking account. If you go all the way out to 2030 And again, let's just assume the FAA says no, or the city council says no, we're not doing landing fees. But you know what? We like what Paul said because he's brilliant, and we really like that. The difference would be instead of being $227,000 in the hole, you'd have $108,000 in your checking account. And so, again, it's not a huge, one thing's going to solve all your problems. But when you look at overall how we can fix the declining revenues, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, looking past, because I was like, well, what's going on in the last few years, right, and what's going to happen in the next few years? From 2020 to 2024, your expenses outweighed your revenues for 4 of those years. 2025, you actually had a net positive. So 2025 is a good year. And it's too early to tell what 2026 is going to be, but again, when you look at the previous slide, it's trending in the wrong direction. So I was unable to figure out what happened in 2025, why that revenue came up, but it's there. There's possibilities. The other thing I wanted to do is I like showing this again. What's 3% versus 5% when it comes to revenue? That's what would be nice to have, what would be great to have. Okay, when we're talking about key financial indicators, the report was very clear, the data was very clear that you have a declining working capital position that's unsustainable. There's a significant reduction in total available funds. So if you look off to the right, there's some numbers. Your working capital starts at 515, and by 2030, you're negative 227,000. You saw that in a previous slide. But your total available funds start at 1.9 million and end at minus 600 or end at 654,000. So that's grant money. There's other things that are in there, but I like to talk about like operating capital because that's real money that the airport earns, that the airport spends, not so much grants. Your revenue growth is insufficient to offset the costs. And again, costs are going to continue to go up. That is it's going to happen. And so we have to, the best way to defeat that is to work through revenue increases. And then capital expenditures and unfunded project risk, where somebody has a great idea and says, hey, let's put a whatever there and we'll figure out, and it's not funded. So that's where your capital improvement plan that you work with your airport consultant, you want to lay out solid fundable projects that the FAA will fund so that all you have as a city has a 5% match. All right, we're getting close to the end. Almost forgot. Okay, again, there's the target of 3%. There's the super goal of 5%. If you can get there, the difference is $110,000 over 4 years. That makes a big difference. It's going to be hard to do that, but we do hard things. That's what Americans do. Pursue intergovernmental grants and alternative funding. One of the things you can look at is CDOT grants, DOLA grants, infrastructure grants, things that are beyond the FAA. The FAA kind of has just a pattern. They're going to fix your runway, they're going to fix your taxiways, and then they're going to go, you're on your own. So there's other means out there. So again, your airport consultant should be working with the airport staff and the city of looking for different means to fund these projects, because ultimately these projects have to occur, because if they don't, then the airport becomes unsafe and inefficient, and that's worse than being financially in the red. Now you're maybe injuring or killing people. So you have to maintain a safe airport as the sponsor. Again, I beat this drum over and over. You have to grow your revenue to beat your expenses. So find ways to increase your hangar rents, find new business lines, do whatever. Obviously, if you can find things, cut costs, but anything you can do to raise revenue is going to help your cause. Again, I already talked about build a multi-year capital improvement plan of funded projects. Sometimes you'll look at a CIP that's sent to the FAA, and there's just, oh, we want an air traffic control tower. Well, okay, that's great. Is it justified? Or we want a crosswind runway. Is that justified? Will they fund it? And we get distracted on projects that aren't really prioritization for making your safe and efficient airport, and that's what you should be focusing on. Then lastly, I kind of talked about it or touched it slightly before. It's an airport. It has to be funded. You're the sponsor. The FAA is going to hold you, feet to the fire with the grant assurances. So when you talk about, $690,000 for an unleaded fuel tank, that's a great thing, right? We want to get rid of leaded fuel, getting a tank. CDOT has a grant for that. You have to spend the money. The $652,000 for the taxiway pavement. Again, I don't want you to come out of here going, well, if we just got rid of that project, all our projects would save. That'll only make it worse in the long run. You need to keep your airport safe and efficient and updated. But the best way to do that is raise your revenue. And then finally, there's a $725,000 master plan, which again, you keep your airport safe and efficient. That's what the FAA wants it to be. They want to have access for people, and they want it to be safe and efficient. And with that, I will open up to any questions.
Okay. Do we
Okay.
have, we have some questions in the queue. Oh, go ahead. Yes.
I was just hoping if you wouldn't mind for me to do my slides just
Go
for
it.
framing.
Okay. Yes, please. Okay.
So I just wanted to provide a little bit of context related to some of the information that you've seen tonight. So Council in 2025 directed us to revise the leasing language to include incentive-based leases, and we coordinated with LEDP, and we looked at that, including that reversionary language that's included in the leasing policy. The current lease in use does not include a reversionary clause. And I think Paul went over that. The city's current ground lease template duration for hangars is 30 years. This provision was updated through City Council direction with the 2020 City Charter Amendment, allowing leases for city property for up to 30 years. The city does have flexibility in lease lengths, and the base annual lease payment is adjusted each year based on CPI, and that's part of the municipal code. In terms of landing fees, you've heard this a couple of times, that landing fees can be legally permissible but cannot unjustly discriminate in their application. Landing fees need to be justified by costs and expenses related to airport operations. By accepting federal funding, the city has agreed to several grant assurances, which I think you've heard a lot about, in terms of making the airport available for public use on reasonable terms without unjust discrimination. The city has also said that proposed landing fee structures and methodologies would be shared with the FAA prior to any implementation. So tonight, what we're looking for is the broad direction to inform drafting a rates and charges schedule for future consideration. Some of the recommendations or options included within this report would require an ordinance to adopt. And then I'm going to leave this up. There are a couple of things related to the leasing template. Council wanted to update the city's airport lease template and adopt the new proposed leasing policy. And we would need to bring back that updated lease template and leasing policy to be approved formally at a motion, through a motion at a future date. If you wanted to implement that flat increase of 2 or 3% as an escalator for leases, that would require a code amendment. If council wanted to update the airport's ground lease rates and fuel flowage fees, then the city would include those in that schedule of rates and charges. So we also have a policy that's in the municipal code related to how that happens. So changes would need to be posted on the city's airport website for at least 30 days prior to adoption. And then if council wanted to move forward with landing fees, we would again talk to the FAA, have that FAA review. The city could then adopt an ordinance, include the landing fees amount in the schedule of rates and charges, which would be approved by resolution. So with that, I'll let you go back to those questions, but I did want to give some context in terms of what we're asking for this
Thank
evening.
you for that. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, gotta flip over. Very much appreciate it. Paul, thank you so much for the report, and staff. We've been waiting on this for a long time, and I appreciate it. It was some of my favorite reading, actually, that I've done. I thought it was very useful in a lot of ways. I did want to pull specifically from one piece of the report, and it's right under the budget summary, and I think you laid it out really well, that the airport fund for Vance Brand Airport is projected to experience a significant and sustained financial decline over the 5-year period from 2026 through 2030, driven by insufficient revenue growth relative to rising operating costs. We heard about that. the fund's working capital is expected to turn negative by 2028 and deteriorate further through the end of the projection period. Without corrective action, including new revenue strategies, expense controls, the fund's long-term financial stability is at risk. And that kind of leads me to my question, which is, in the report you lay out a whole number of different options for us to consider: Southwest area development, lease adjustment, hangar construction. All of that takes time, and all of that takes fairly significant time, potentially. If we moved on all of those tonight, let's say we gave the direction tonight to charge ahead on every one of those pieces, would that be enough to seriously address LMO's, what you describe as a significant budget shortfall by 2030? And that may be an operational question, and maybe an airport question. If we moved on all of those pieces, would it be enough?
Great question. Never a simple answer. So if you look at the, where I said, hey, if you adopted all of my recommendations, you would make, I think it was like $68,000 in 2026, right? That gets you in 2020 or 2030, I think it was $108,000 remaining instead of a $227,000 deficit. Those changes could be enacted. I don't want to speak for the city council because I don't know all your rules and procedures, and there's some charters and rates, but those can be enacted relatively quickly. So that buys you a lifeline, right? Buys you time. Southwest development area, development takes 3 years. From the time somebody comes in and says, hey, I'd like to build a hangar complex, we got to put the infrastructure, you got to negotiate the lease, all that stuff takes 3 years as a planning document. Landing fees could be implemented, by the end of the year as well. So I think the short answer is yes, you could save it. The long answer is and I think I'm going to take it from airport monitoring systems, continuous improvement, right? Yeah. You look at it today and you're going to say, hey, I think we should do this, let's do landing fees, let's spend $1 million on the Southwest development area, right? That gets us, phase one and so many square feet. Okay. That's going to be revenue that's going to come in 3 to 4 years. So it's a building block approach of do some things that sort of stop the bleeding, stop the free fall, and then over time increase your revenues to fix your budget.
I mean, what I'm hearing is kind of an all of the above approach to figure out how we address this very real problem. And I think we heard tonight earlier from other members of council in the previous presentation about bigger picture desires for how we manage the airport, staffing picture, and all the other things to address some of these, to make KLMO the asset I think I have always talked about wanting it to be, and I think our community wants it to be. So I'm deeply concerned about where we're at financially, and I'm looking forward to hearing the discussion of my fellow council members. But I just wanted to ask that question about time, because it feels like we don't have a ton of time to really address the financial crisis we're facing at the airport and, do more. So thank you.
And just one small comment. I know there's a lot of public comment that talked about, this should be an enterprise fund and it should be and that's what the goal of the FAA is. But if you look, it's less than 20% of GA airports are actually self-sufficient. They require city or county aid. So you're not unique. You're not in why are we so messed up and all the rest of these that's a very common situation that airports don't, and most of it is because they made bad deals back in the 80s and 90s, and lease rate. I mean, I've done studies where the lease rate was basically $6 a month to buy, to lease a hangar for 30 years with no increase. That's crazy. And so when you look at that across a broad spectrum, that's where having a leasing policy really helps. It gives you the clarity, sets the rates and charges so that you can basically pay for the infrastructure and the staffing, the equipment to run that airport in that safe and efficient manner.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Paul, for everything. I really love the presentation you and your document that you presented. I think this is exactly where we need to go. I think we want the airport to be an asset, and we've had some folks that will probably try to come in and say that they've sent us those gotcha emails and things like that about how we thought maybe it was about noise abatement, and I think there's nobody here that believes that anymore, that thinks that at all. Yours truly here doesn't. And so the issue is this: I just want it to be successful, and I do not think that the community should keep flipping the bill here. I think that it's responsible of the ones that are using it. I would not be in support of any carve-outs, at least for a year, to see, how we really were being fair and equitable across the board, and then have conversations. I'm not thrilled about a 50-year lease term, but I think 30 is is what we've agreed upon. So I'm willing to go with that. I think that some of your ideas in regards to how we the 3% to 5% aspects are important. So I think we've got something really good here. I'm thinking that it's a way of making us solvent. Clearly, what we are facing is unacceptable, and I would hope that the FAA, if we were looking at this, wouldn't get stuck with all that garbage noise of people trying to suggest that it was about noise or anything like that. It's we're dealing with noise with the VNAP and other things like that. I think that's a really positive thing. I'm glad we're doing this on the same night. And I think this is now about the finances. This is about how we're going to finance, this city asset. And so I appreciate all your input here, and I think it's just down to, $3, $2, $1, whatever.
Sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. It's getting late, so I'm a little foggy. I'm treating these very separately. Paul, thank you for the presentation. Really appreciated it. And the packet was very technical, and there was a lot of data in there. When you were looking at the expenses, what goes into that? Like, what are you calculating as expenses? Just the status quo of what we're doing today, or what kind of walk me through that picture of what the expenses look like?
Expenses are hard because, again, there's projects that the FAA funds, right? Where the city is responsible or the airport's responsible for the 5% match. There's some unfunded things. So I didn't spend a lot of time. I basically took your city's airport fund statement and said, okay, here's what your expenses are. Because again, in my experience, it's really hard to cut expenses. Construction costs, insurance, salaries, increased staff, increased equipment, and just everything. So the analysis on the expense side just isn't real deep. I basically took the data that was provided and said, okay, now we have a problem with the budget. How can we fix that? I could probably spend 10 hours researching your budget and save you less than 1% on your expenses. Sure. Just so the time there is not the way to make an airport grow is to increase the revenue through multiple revenue streams. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, kind of. And with the assumption, were you assuming that we would or would not be taking federal and local grants with those
I assumed
expenses?
you would. I mean, you would. I don't want to say you would be silly because I don't want to, but it would be silly not to take those grants. Because again, even a runway rehab is $1 million. A total, full reconstruction could be $20 million. No, even large city can afford that. That's why the FAA has those projects, has those fundings in place, and that's their focus is on the runways and the taxiways. So you absolutely, to survive as an airport, you have to find not only the standard ones, which is the CDOT, Aeronautics, and the FAA, really should be spending time and energy looking outside the box for other funding sources.
So you would advise us against, you would advise us to pursue grants and not...
100%.
Okay.
Just a real quick thing. We just got $1 million DOLA grant for Perry Stokes Airport, which is 1/3 the size, operations and everything, because they had a need to support some safety. FAA goes, yeah, we're not going to fund that. So we went out, started looking and and that's where you get projects done at your airport that aren't FAA sort of driven in their. They have a formula, right? They go, your runway is better than my runway, so we're going to fix my runway first, and they're going to push yours down. And they're going to do that just year after year after year. They have a formula on how they fund projects. outside the box funding, whether it's infrastructure or CDOT or whatever, I would absolutely say spend the time and the energy, go get some congressionally directed spending to support projects. It's just another way to sort of meet that gap to get those projects, keeping your airport safe while not dipping into your own, family checking account.
Sure. And then you were saying, if, in your opinion, if we do status quo, you would expect us or hope for us to bring our costs up to standard for, hangars and tie downs and all those things. You also made a comment that if we go to the FAA, we have to have a solid plan. And Mayor, I know you said that in our pre-session that, it would be wise of us to probably carve out either half day or a full day to come up with our vision of the airport. My hope and desire is, one, we level set where we are supposed to be with the hangar leases and fuel flowage, and then really have a conversation about what our vision is on the airport, what we really pursue as our aspirations of what we can do with this asset, to come up with our plan, to then determine what are the correct mechanisms for funding that plan. And I would hope that we can have that discussion sooner than later, because it doesn't seem like, pun intended, we don't have that much runway with our finances to kick the can down the road. Would you agree with that, Paul?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Anslow, for your presentation. As I mentioned, I was very impressed with your packet of information and the project that you did for us. So I've been working on the numbers, and I think we can be solidly in the black. And I'm looking here at page 36 of the packet. If we, where it says revenue impact on airport budget, I think we should accept, we should change our ground lease rates from 35 cents to 39 cents per square foot. Increase the fuel flowage fee to 9 cents per gallon, and increase the ramp fees to $75 per night. And then, unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to use a 5% escalation, annual escalation, to stay solidly in the black, according to my figures. And if we look back on page 46, there's actually a good description of all the expenses, and it's my understanding one of the expenses is the administrative management services, and you included 100% in that line item. Is that correct?
I'd have to look. What page was that?
Page 46. Just to refer to a previous comment.
So this is your budget statement that I received. I didn't create this, so I don't know, I looked at the numbers, not how the numbers were put together.
I guess I would be asking Jen or Levi, what is our administrative management services fee? It looks like the sum for 2026 is $89,733 for probably an ending total of $119,000, which I think that might be the 100%. Usually we only charge 50% to the airport, and that's why
I know that in the 2026 budget, it is 50%, and maybe, sorry, I was going to let the city manager jump in here. It does change every year based on how much time am I spending on airport items, how much time is Harold spending on airport items, how much time so it's part of that calculated administrative transfer fee, and so it will fluctuate from year to year. And sorry, I'll hand it over to the city manager.
Yeah, so it's 50%
Okay.
in this, and I think part of what showed itself in some of the previous years was actually associated, and I need Teresa to help me, but the ATF got really large when we were in the Part 16, and some of the other things based on the amount of time the city attorney's office was spending on that. And so that, but yeah, it varies based on the amount of time that every department spends on it.
The airport.
And it was moving quite a bit during that period of the Part 16.
Okay. Well, if we double this and we say that's 100%, we would still be in the black, but we would not have a lot of cash flow. So it behooves us to save staff time when it comes to the airport to make things more efficient. And with these simple adjustments, we can easily be in the black, I think, especially if we try to do that by the beginning of next year. In other words, finish 2026, but attack this in 2027, where the working capital takes a significant change downward, but isn't critical yet. I like the idea of looking at the leases and adding a reversionary clause, but I think we could do that secondarily. I don't think that needs to happen right away, but if we could have a schedule as to which leases are coming up for renewal, Levi, that would be helpful. Because some of them may require that, or could you be valuable to have that, but others may not. Yeah, I think that'll get us on track. Also would want to say, let's avoid landing fees at this time. Two things stuck out with me with these presentations Monday night, and then also reading your report, is that first, before considering landing fees, we should try less restrictive measures. And those should be considered first, and that was an FAA kind of litmus test that John Putnam suggested on Monday. And then I think it was from your report where you mentioned that only 4 other airports in Colorado charge landing fees. Was that from your report?
I think that was from.
Oh, it might have been from the VNAP. Yeah. Okay. So only 4 airports in Colorado have landing fees. So that's kind of significant too, and makes us stick out if we decide to go with landing fees. However, if we make these changes, then we can kind of assess where we are, and we have tried all the other options before we consider landing fees. So it puts us in a good position if we need to go further. All right, would you like me to make a motion to that effect?
We still have other people in the queue who have not spoken yet.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Paul, thank you for joining us, what is now becoming known as City Council After Dark. Appreciate it, and thanks to everyone who's still here, sticking around, who said Longmont doesn't have late-night activities. The financial picture is bleak, and I appreciate you just being blunt about that. No need to beat around the bush on that. The 5-year projection shows a decline. Did you look beyond 2030 out of curiosity? Like, does it continue to decline? Like, are just the costs continuing to increase in a way that, like...
I didn't, because that's the data only went out to 2030. Sure. But just common sense tells me costs are going to continue to escalate. So unless there's a revenue increase to offset that,
yeah.
It's
And what I'm getting
worse.
at is, like, if we add a couple things here, are we setting up for another cliff? Basically, like, we're gonna be okay. We're in the red, same position again, and now Paul has to come again for 5 hours on a Tuesday night. So, I guess a couple just questions to help me understand kind of some of the costs here and the revenue streams that you spoke about. You talked a little bit about development. You explained that quite a bit in the report. How does development? Can you help us better understand how development supports the south side of the airport? How it supports those growth goals that you're speaking to, or how it shapes our revenue?
Mm-hmm. So, I think, don't quote me on this, but there was, from the CHM2 report, the Southside development had 200,000 square feet of hangar space available in their plan. So when you think about that times 35 cents, right? And I don't know, my phone's back in my computer bag, but you start looking at increasing 3, or as Councilwoman Chris said, 5%. So now you're getting that annual rent increasing 3 to 4, 5% every year over the 30 or 40, 50-year lease, whatever the council decides. That's where that revenue is. The great thing about it is at the end of that, if you include that reversionary clause, that building reverts back to the airport and city's control. Now, there's pilots and builders and developers hate that, but it's an FAA sort of guidance that says you can do it, and you don't have to do it. So what I like to say is, if you have the clause in there and you reach a financial cliff, you could say, hey, that lease has been there for 40 years. We're going to revert it back to the city. Now the city owns it instead of getting, over 40 years. Let's say the ground lease is $2 a square foot, right? Over just incrementally climbing. Now you're getting $30 a square foot to lease it to a company or a building because you own the building. So if you get to the point where you're in that financial cliff, you can say, hey, the rules, it's in the lease. You signed the lease. You got your 40 years or whatever length term out of it. We're going to take it back. Or you just say, hey, you know what? We're going to let you keep it, but we're going to raise your rate from $2 to $3.50 or whatever. So that gives you, and that's what the FAA sort of set it up for, is to give you the opportunity to save the airport where it's just, if you've fallen behind in your revenue, the growth and thing, it just gives you an option to say, hey, we can take it back and, now it's an airport-owned building, rent it out that way, or you can renew the lease for another, 10, 15, 20 years, whatever, where it's still just going up every year. I will tell you, other than landing fees, which is a phenomenal revenue generator, politically charged, obviously, development is your number one way to get long-term recurring revenue. Just 40, 50, the lifespan of a building is about 50 years.
Yeah.
The reality is it could go 60, 70, maybe even 80 years. So now you got 80 years of increasing revenue year after year after year after year.
Great, thank you. One of the cost items that I think you had on the slide that was mentioned here that Levi and I have talked about is the updated master plan. And I think our current one is from 2010, 2011. Are there, the number that was floated there, it was $725K. I've heard up to $1 million. When we talk about what are we investing in, how are we thinking about that? My understanding of how the FAA considers master plans is those are a key document especially from a grant standpoint. Are there more cost-effective ways to update our master plan? Is there a supplemental or a partial plan we could do that's half that cost, that when we're looking at a couple $100,000 of difference there could make a huge difference?
Good question, difficult question to answer. And the reason being is your airport consultant works with the airport, CDOT, and the FAA to build out your CIP. The FAA kind of starts pushing you to do a master plan because, again, it's a critical document.
Sure.
At about 10 years, they'll start talking about it. Oh, let's put it in your CIP. You're going to reach a certain point where they're like, you have to do a master plan. You could probably build a little bit of a extension by doing an ALP update in a few targeted areas. So you could do sort of a amendment to your current one. So instead of spending, and I don't remember, I never saw it anywhere, but when that cost of, I think it was $752, your consultant goes in and says, well, this size airport, this many hangars, this runway, there's a formula they use to say, this is what the FAA, and then the FAA goes, yeah, that's about what we'll fund for your airport. Centennial's probably $1 million, $1.5 million, right? Another, Chicago O'Hare's probably $5 million. So it's all dependent, but there are some, you'll never get away from a master plan,
Sure.
but you can push it down the road by doing a few things that are more cost effective.
Yeah, and it's not so much, I know FAA will fund that work too, but there's still a match, even if it's 5% or 10%. And that's when we're talking about a few $1,000s a year that might make a difference. That is another potential haircut there from a cost savings standpoint.
As an airport director, I'm sure people in the crowd know this, and maybe the city council knows, I was the airport director at Rocky Mountain Metro, so I'm pretty famous in these parts. Maybe not for a good reason. I fought master plans for as long as I could, because it, just like you said, they'll fund projects, and if you're going to take, in Rocky Mountains was estimated to be right around $1 million, to take $1 million grant to do a master plan, instead I can do infrastructure to help make the airport better, I pushed it off. So there's ways to do it, but it takes Levi, CDOT, the FSDO, all of them working together to say, okay, here's what your plan is. And again, it all come to the FAA with a solid plan that says, we're going to push that master plan off till 2033 or 2034 because we want to do these other
Can
things.
you adjust your mic, please?
Yes,
Yeah,
I can.
Thank you.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
And I'd just make a comment to keep in mind that we have been pushing them off quite a bit.
Yeah.
As Paul mentioned, usually they ask us to redo this every 10 years, and it's been
15.
Yeah. So we have been doing that, yes.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Obviously, pursuing DOLA grants, CDOT, community project funding, congressional directed spending, like that takes time to write those and pursue those and manage those too. So I don't have a problem pursuing state and federal funding for this. It makes a ton of sense. I've written an airport improvement grant before for communities. Like I know how that works. But I presume that also, again, relates to staff capacity and what we're able to pay for and from an operational standpoint. So it's almost a circular thing that we're talking about here. I did want to ask, since 2000, we're averaging, at least based on the spreadsheet that I saw in April, approximately $292,000 annually in federal and state grant revenue on average year over year. Sometimes it's $700K, sometimes it's zero. Does that feel low to you for an airport of this size?
No, not particularly. Remember, and I don't know, Levi, if you could help me, are you in the grant sharing with other airports?
As of this year, yes.
Okay. So every airport gets $150,000 a year from the FAA. They just give you money. If you have commercial service where you're doing enplanements, that's a passenger leaving your airport, and you have over 10,000 enplanements, that jumps from $150,000 to over $1 million. Now, the good thing a couple of years ago is the FAA sort of it wasn't a cliff where if you had 9,999 passengers, you still got 150. So they created a scale where you says, let's say you have
more proportional.
6,000. Yeah,
sure.
So looking at that, you go, okay, well, if you're getting $150,000 a year every year, and then usually there's a project every other year, or at least a larger project, you're going to get some asphalt, resurfacing and some pavement maintenance. But the reality is you're going to get 150 a year, and then every other year you could get, $1 million, 300,000, 400,000. So for a sort of a medium size, although your operations outweigh the size of your airport, which is sort of goes back to the airport monitoring story, your size airport, I would say that's about average.
Thank you. My last comment here, just so much of the report in your presentation focused on surviving from a financial standpoint. And so to Councilmember Kalkoffer's kind of suggestion and comment there at the end, if we had a vision to try to make the airport move into the thriving mode, maybe that's, a 10-year, 15-year vision ultimately, but this is really just scratching the surface, right? Like in terms of the financial picture, or as you project this out, do you see this building in a way that compounds?
So I think I see, and I'm an optimist, right? I love airports. I love just aviation. I see that right now you're facing a pretty stark reality.
Yeah.
I think I've given the council some key points to not fall off that cliff and actually have a trajectory moving forward. And I think once you start initializing these first few steps, you're going to see other revenue streams come in. Levi and talked about you have a food truck. I was like, well, what about like a, music event with 4 or 5 food trucks once a quarter? Like you start kind of brainstorming, and that's the technical working group. Less technical, but more of a, hey, what can we do at the airport to get more interest, more activity? The other thing is other airports are filling up. And so they're going to come looking for an airport that has space to develop because, again, the aviation market is growing steadily year after year. It's continued forecast to continue to grow. So there's going to be people approaching the airport in the city going, I'd like to build hangars. I would say whatever you can do to make that happen. And there are companies out there that will fund the infrastructure for rent abatements and things like that so that there's no upfront cost to the city or the airport. So there's ways around everything. But I believe you stop the hemorrhaging and then you start figuring out small incremental. Think again, 3% change year after year is going to make a huge difference over the next 10, 15 years.
Given how important development is to the longer term financial picture that you were describing, it sounds like getting clear on kind of the strategic development here, both from an infrastructure plan standpoint and in terms of the types of development we might want to try to attract, seems very much in line with what Councilmember Kalkoffer was suggesting in terms of like really honing that vision. Mayor, I know we've all been talking about kind of really getting closer to that. So, I think that to me is a really key linchpin here in terms of shaping kind of the policy direction on rates and charges. So really appreciate that. Thanks for the work and thanks for staying up late.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Prieto.
All right.
to be quick here. So thank you so much for your time and just the overview and recommendations that you provided. It's really pretty much well aligned with some of the vision I had shared in a previous airport vision meeting. The study, and let's see, I think it answered a lot of questions that council had that we were really contending with and just moving forward with making important decisions. So I'm really grateful for that information. I think it aligns with, a lot of what we said. It's like looking for additional grants outside of the FAA grants, which seem to be limited to specific services, and then additionally find revenue streams to help fund general operations. So like, how can we generate more money for our airport to keep it alive and healthy? And going back to the previous conversation, like making sure that we have the staff capacity to do that. And this feeds kind of into that. And then most importantly, build a reserve. I appreciated how you said like your little family and this is your house. Like no one is living currently, in a deficit. And if they are, like, it's not sustainable, like families will go homeless or, they will not end up meeting some of the grant assurances which require us to keep the airport operating and open. And so I appreciated that. I also really appreciated your suggestion around bringing community in to generate revenue as well. I think the museum does a wonderful job at this. They host different types of dinners, events. They bring people in to speak on different issues and speeches. And our airport has the backdrop of the mountains. What a great opportunity. I think definitely investing in even the space that we have now. I visited the airport recently and we have little leather couches with rips in them, tears in them. And I think that would be first on my agenda is let's spiff up the place and really just make it a place where pilots do want to spend time or stop and, purchase from the food truck or host meetings. So I just wanted to say I really appreciated that. I think it's really in alignment with where we're going as a council, answers a lot of questions. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say. It's pretty easy. No hard questions.
Thank you. Yes, Jen.
So I did want to note that there's it's not as dire as it looks in this picture. So let me load this onto the computer. If you give me just a second.
Is it new furniture?
It isn't new furniture. And maybe we can have Sandra or Teresa come and talk a little bit about this. So there's a miscalculation in what we originally set, which is the beginning working capital was deducting the carryover, and it shouldn't have. The carryover was included within the expense category. So when this actually, the picture is still is still declining, but in years 27, those out years, it's not negative. So I just wanted to point that out, and maybe Sandra or Teresa could provide a little bit more information.
Yes, that would be great. That is a huge difference. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Sandra Cifuentes, Budget Manager. During our process of pulling the fund statements, we discovered that the beginning working capital that's included on the report study was duplicating the carryover. So we corrected that, and we had sent updated financials, but I don't think they made it their way to the report. Either way, like John was stating, the expenditures over time, we are calculating a 3% increase on personnel costs and just operating and maintenance. So that's the amount that you see here. However, the story, like Jen stated, is the same. Beginning working capital over the years does continue to decrease. We could push it out for further if we had to, but we just wanted to make that clarification that it's not going in the red in the 5-year span that we were looking at.
And I think it's dependent on the capital projects. And that's, so you look at it from what are the operating expenses, what are the capital expenses that now come in associated with this. And so one of the things when we talk about grants and other issues that really comes into play is that we can't always go for them because you're building up the reserve so that you can actually pay the match for other grants. And so what this says is, when you talk about what Sandra's saying, is that the way we're managing the fund balance is by limiting the capital expenditures. And that's ultimately the challenge, because you can never make any improvements because there's no money to make any improvements. And then when you layer the capital expense, if you were to layer the capital expenses that we need in this, we're negative. If we were to undertake those expenses. So it's managing capital that is managing the fund balance. It's the only tool that we have available to us to manage that fund. Because the revenues are not coming in like it needs to come in.
Okay. And so this capital, the TRPO 12, that is currently unfunded, an unfunded project? Is that, no?
I think that's the one we just,
That's, yeah.
that's the one we
Yes,
just,
that's how much we currently have in that project. It does
Okay.
not include the appropriation that was approved tonight.
Okay.
so if we had to fund that on our own, it would have taken us negative.
Got it. Okay. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. Little taken aback as to why we're finding this out at 12:30 in the morning on Wednesday. That seems like because this is kind of fundamentally changing the potential direction of the conversation and what we need to think about as a council. Yeah, I had a plan. You know what Mike Tyson says about plans. So I guess I need to understand better what first of all, why, I guess it doesn't matter. What happened. But this fundamentally changes the structure, like the rates and charges picture over the next 5 years, right? This mistake that we made. I'm trying to understand myself.
I don't know that it does,
Okay.
because when we talked about operating expenditures and capital expenditures, so when we think about the city's budget, ongoing funds for ongoing expenses, and then we have capital funds that we spend. And so transportation fund, for example, we're playing both ongoing funds and capital funds against each other. What this is saying is there's really no money for any capital expenses.
Got it. Okay. So we're still in a bad spot.
If you paid for capital expenses, the operating looks as it was just described.
So if, for example, some in the community have talked about stopping FAA grants, stopping those pieces, if we were to stop taking that revenue, we would be in the position that's identified because of the capital.
We would be there. We would be there today.
Yeah. Okay.
And we would have had to come in with $300,000 probably from the general fund to cover the gap.
So that's helpful. I think I will go ahead and move forward because the concern really is how do we manage to make KLMO a genuine asset and set us in a direction that's going to address what I'm still hearing, despite this kind of last minute change, is the core financial picture.
It's still a problem.
Yeah.
What we're saying is it's not dire and we're not in the negative because we're just not doing certain things
That we could be doing to make it better.
that we should be doing.
Okay.
To be
Thank
frank.
you.
Okay.
That's helpful. So I do have a motion, Mayor.
Yes.
I've cleared this with.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I do have a motion, and it's designed to be fairly broad with a couple of specific
Go ahead.
policy pieces.
Yeah.
So I move to direct the city manager, and I sent this to Crystal, the most recent one, and it is another long one, classic. I move to direct the city manager to return to council with a rates and charges schedule that implements an all of the above financial sustainability package for Vance Brand Airport based on the rates and charges study. The options should include, but are not limited to, updates to ground leases, hangar rates, tie downs, and the recommended increase per gallon in fuel flowage fees, lease templates, lease escalators set at the 3% annual target, minimum standards, Southwest Airport development opportunities, and a landing fee program. The landing fee program should be set at the study's modeled $3 per 1,000 pound landing fee with models for both based and non-based aircraft for council consideration.
Seconded.
Okay, so the motion, the language went away. So the motion is to direct the city manager to return to council with rates and charges schedule that implements an all of the above financial sustainability package for Vance Brand Airport based on rates and charges study. The options should include, but are not limited to, updates to ground leases, hangar rates, tie downs, and recommended increase per gallon in fuel flowage fees, lease templates, lease escalators set at the 3% annual target, minimum standards, Southwest Airport development opportunities, and a landing fee program. The landing fee program should be set at the study's model $3 per 1,000 pounds landing fee with models for both based and non-based aircrafts for council consideration. And so the motion was made by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Marzing, for this. I don't know if I can support this at this hour with the study that we got that we all read over this weekend, with the numbers not being where they're supposed to be. I also want to make sure that we have our airport vision discussion. This update, 5 minutes ago, throws a wrench to all of the things that I was thinking this evening. So I don't know if I can move forward with this.
Okay. Councilmember Christ.
So I have and I wonder if you would be open to an amendment, because I have a few changes that I would like to make to this. I'm not as gobsmacked by the carryover, because I had actually noticed it. But in looking at our new numbers, I think we could do a 3% escalator, which you did include. Okay, so I am still thinking change the ground lease rates to 39 cents per square foot, change the fuel flowage fee to 9 cents per gallon, change the ramp fees to $75 per night, and implement the 3% annual escalation. Put off landing fees for now. We could bring that back later. Once again, we have to see where that lands us, and if we need more for operations, because that'll be important to the FAA. And then consider a reversionary clause in our leases. And once again, it would be helpful to have a schedule of that, but I don't know if that's like immediately needed, but maybe by the end of the year. How do you feel about that, Councilor Marzing?
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Christ. I'm supportive of essentially everything there, including the reversionary clause. The only thing I get held up on is the landing fee point, because as we've talked about here, and as I asked directly, all of these pieces are going to take significant time in terms of how we actually address what we need to figure out exactly, and that's part of the longer conversation, and we can come back to figure out exactly what the data picture looks like with the update we just got. But the general financial picture of the airport remains the same. And the tools in our toolbox are somewhat limited, And if we want to be able to act on the financial sustainability and long-term success of KLMO, landing fees fundamentally are, as we heard tonight, as we heard our presenter say, a quote-unquote phenomenal revenue generator. That's something that I think we need to include in all of the above financial package. To say we're going to put landing fees aside for later and address all these other things doesn't make sense to me if we're actually intentionally trying to address the immediate needs of our airport. So I'm not supportive of that piece. Everything else you mentioned, I'd be fully supportive of.
Okay. So, thank you. So, just those. And Councilmember Popkin, go ahead.
Mayor, I have a question for you first, actually, which is following the pre-session that we had on vision, what's your vision for how we handle that?
I was going to mention that during council comments.
Well,
I am going to be
it would
blocking.
inform my decision
Okay,
here.
I'm going to actually be working with staff to block a Saturday half day with a facilitator, an outside facilitator. And sorry, this is the first time you'll be hearing this. Boom. Because I do want to be part of the conversation.
Yeah.
I think, something that was challenging is that I'm a stakeholder here. I am, a person who's going to be a decision maker. And to try to navigate the conversation, I think it would be in the best interest of a really productive vision session to have an outside facilitator come in and direct, and work with us in coming up with that. So I was actually going to recommend that we could still have this on the docket. We could still have this for future direction, since we're already discussing this. But I think a lot of, how we respond, I would rather us have the vision discussion before this comes back to us on a future agenda. Does that make sense? So we would do our vision session first and then bring these pieces back to us.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I think it all goes together.
Okay.
Because you've got to look at your operating expenses. You have to look
Yeah.
at your capital expenses. If we just take the South Side development and we go, what do we need? So we know we have a stormwater study that we just finished. We have water, we have wastewater there. We don't have electricity there. We hope we can get it close.
Yeah.
If the vision is to position the South Side for future development so that we can take advantage of that to raise additional revenue, we're going to need a financial plan to actually take the electricity into the site, and we're going to need a financial plan to deal with the stormwater issues. So these things all start coming together. And that's going to, what your vision is going to dictate what the cost is going to be and what the capital needs are going to be, of which all of this has to be included in it.
Mm-hmm. Is it out of turn to make this motion at this time?
I think if you set it and you just set the parameters to then say, we want to consider all of these things
Yes.
as it's related to our vision, I think it lets us start setting up some sideboards in terms of if this, then this, or
Yes.
if this, then
Yeah.
this. And so I think we can work with that, because otherwise we'll set the vision and then come back into this conversation having to figure out what the revenue is to accomplish the vision.
Yeah. Well, and one vision I have is to have more than 1.78 FTE.
I mean, that's all.
That was
that's,
shocking to see.
No,
that
I
there's
mean, there's
1 3/4 of a
real,
person.
there's real operational issues that we're dealing with. And just as we talk about what we've gone through now, when we have Levi spending a lot of time on this, there's other things that doesn't get done because we're spending time. And that's been an ongoing issue in terms of how we fund it and, where do we get the money from?
Yeah. And I do have a question. So, we have friends of the museum, friends of the library. Do we have any kind of friends of the airport where they're collecting, are you doing fundraiser events?
Well, I think
Yeah.
the difference is Friends of the Museum runs capital campaigns for the expansion of the museum. And fund. I mean, there's
Huge.
differences in it. I think there are Friends of the Airport. Does it work the same way that Friends of the Museum does?
Yeah.
Different discussion.
Okay.
But I do think
That's
all
off
of this-
topic, and
But
I
I do think
apologize.
all of this is linked
Yeah.
together,
Yeah.
and we can't untangle it.
No, I know. I feel like every time I've pulled a string to kind of undo a knot, it's another one pops up and another one pops up. And, and then we're putting a ballot measure for more funding for public safety. I mean, we're just in tight times right now,
Yeah, I think
just all around,
Just to
all
give-
around, not just the airport. I
No,
don't want to just
because
pick on the airport. It's
just to give you a
all-
sense, it's not like we have the money, because when we look at the property tax adjustments, I'm telling you now, flat. Sales and use tax, variable. And when we look at the needs that we're seeing across all of these areas, tough decisions are going to need to be made, and there's not a magic wand for this.
Okay, thank you.
So that's helpful,
Yes.
Mayor. And
Okay.
I guess, Councilmember Marsing, I appreciate the effort to try to kind of get this going. I think there's some aspects of this that I think are, again, maybe a no regrets kind of approach, but the if this then that conversation, to me, that we were just talking about, and what I mean is like the funding strategy as a function of what we're trying to achieve is really critical from my perspective, and I'm still facing a little bit of whiplash from just the last 15 minutes as well. It's not digestive whiplash. So I'm less comfortable with where this is at this moment and at this hour, at this exact day. But I really appreciate, Mayor, you sharing kind of where you want to take this and how this layers into that. And I would just want to make sure that we make the time to do the part two of this conversation that actually allows us to be more clear about direction. Because right now I'm seeing, again, all of the above that doesn't beget priority, that doesn't clarify like what's moving when are we having conversations with the FAA on what. And that's, again, time, effort, and relevance and priority to even the conversation we had just an hour ago. So I don't see this as kicking the can down the road. I see this as saying, like, let's make sure we know what we are trying to fund and support and invest in. So I think I'd hesitate to support this motion tonight, but that doesn't mean we don't move forward in the next few weeks or a month or so once we clarify the vision and strategic investment plan that we're going for. And I have more questions about the numbers that, like, and why, and I'm not going to get into that right now. So,
Okay, given the change in numbers, if you were to represent this to us, what would change as far as the landscape and your recommendations? I know, just think real fast.
Nothing would change.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and turn on your mic. As far as your recommendations, yes.
Nothing would change. You still need more revenue. Obviously, I think it was Councilwoman Prieto said, your nest egg, right? You have to have it. You have to have a reserve. Diminishing working capital, whether it's minus 200,000 or I can't really see over there 400,000. Like you're going down year after year.
Yeah.
So maybe it doesn't have. You don't fall off the cliff in 2030. Maybe it's 2035. So I would say none of my recommendations change.
Okay.
You have to raise your revenues across the board.
Okay. Councilmember Kalkoffer, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like at least the high-level data presented with the new numbers before us. And I really want to see our vision first before this. So I would love there to be something that says our vision comes before this, because right now it doesn't. This doesn't tell me that
Okay.
the vision goes first and then this comes second. If we can have the vision and then we can have this discussion, I can get there, but
Okay,
yeah.
so the maker of the motion. can
Thank you,
please speak
thank
to
you, Mayor.
that?
Yeah, my goal here was broad direction coming out of this conversation, which is what staff had asked for. My goal was let's set the parameters of the conversation so that when we move forward, staff has an understanding of where we may want to go. Down the road, we reserve the right as a council to come back and say, actually, let's adjust here, let's adjust here. But I think moving forward, we've heard the need for staffing. We've heard the need for, we just heard again that despite the numbers change, we are still in a very serious revenue position, and the tools in our toolbox are both time managed and somewhat limited. So I'm fully comfortable if you want it in the language text of the motion, I'm fine with that. I think operationally staff can take that because there's no timeline here. My goal is that this is the broad direction that staff moves forward with and comes back to us that we can adjust later on,
Okay.
including after a
Yes.
visioning conversation, which I'm fully comfortable with.
Yes, Jen, go ahead.
And we can certainly update these numbers and bring that back. So I just want to say that, I apologize that this happened. I apologize I didn't catch it. And we are happy to bring this back so that it can be considered at a time that is not almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, okay, no, thank you. And then next time, provide some Tums when something like this happens. Oh, my God. Okay, Councilmember Popkin, is this your second time? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm so perplexed why this keeps happening with the airport conversations. Why there's a 11th inning curveball or a deviation or something in the process or the numbers, and I don't know. I haven't been able to diagnose this, and I just keep coming. It's not a one-time situation. This is in just a year and a half on council. I feel like this has happened 3 or 4 times. And yet we find ourselves in a situation where we have some process that broke down, a spreadsheets that isn't aligned. We're having we had a actually really thorough conversation tonight in so many different ways, and now we're.
Can I recommend that you bring that up at council comments so we can take action on the active motion?
It relates to that. So where I was going to go with that is
Yes.
it relates to the specifics in the motion. And I don't mind if, I understand the intent of all of the above. It relates to, when we start to set certain percentages, certain dollar amounts. It just, that to me doesn't sit well when we get to this point.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and vote. Councilmember Popkin, we're waiting on you. Yeah, me too. Okay, well, chop chop. Okay, and that motion carries 4-3 with Councilmembers Chris, Councilmember Popkin, and Councilmember Kolkoffer in opposition. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your attentiveness to this matter at this late hour. Okay, yes. Yeah, okay. And where did I put my, okay, so we are now on to final call, public invited to be heard. And I'm actually going to go down the list of folks who had signed up, who were out of city limits, if they're still here. Jim Voss was the first one. Is he still here? He left, okay. Oh, brother. Keith Stevens or Lee?
I made it.
Okay, okay. Can you repeat your name for the, I couldn't make it.
Yeah, it's Leith. I have poor handwriting. My
Oh,
apologies.
yeah. Thank you.
Good evening. My note said good morning, turns out. Mayor and council members. My name is Leith Stevens. I'm a local resident and a tenant at Vance Brand Airport. I just want to start with 2 numbers. We saw that the airport costs about $700,000 a year to run, paid entirely from airport revenue. Not $1 of general fund money, as Jen showed us eventually. That is also what I saw on the Longmont City Council website as well. Now, according to the Colorado State DOT's 2025 Colorado Aviation Economic Impact Study, it generates $73.6 million a year in economic activity in Longmont. This community also supports 448 jobs directly. That's roughly $100 of every $100 of economic activity for every dollar it costs to run. I don't think there's a better investment that the council could support. Tonight, I want to talk about how we should treat that economic asset, or really what I consider to be a jewel that we have here, and manage it responsibly. There's a lot in this study worth acting on that we saw. The one piece I'd ask you to set aside is the landing fee, and I have 3 reasons for that. First, the report says that landing fees at federally obligated airports cannot lawfully be used to suppress, deter, or limit operations. They can only be used to recover documented airport costs. And here's the thing about the documented airport costs. For any investment or any sort of capital expenditure that we actually want to do at this airport, the FAA can pay for 90% of it, and CDOT can pay for 5%, leading the investment for this council or this city to only be, to get $19 back for every dollar invested. I think that's a great investment. So the fee faces a simple test. If there are legitimate projects to fund, the grant beats the landing fee 19-1. And if there aren't costs to recover, then under the FAA's rules, there's no lawful basis for the fee at all. Either way, the fee doesn't make sense to me. And the council reaffirmed exactly that funding model 2 weeks ago, 6-1 on the taxiway FAA grants. Second, a fee doesn't make traffic disappear, if that was one of the incentives. It just moves it. And much of the traffic is coming from other airports in the area. And if we put a fee on our airport, those aircraft are going to go to another airport. Those airports will probably just put a fee on, and all those aircraft will end up coming back. So I don't think it's going to change the traffic at all. I think the real fix for that is regional cooperation, working with Boulder County, Jeffco, and all the airports within them to come up with a plan that works for everyone. And then third, the study explicitly did not price in legal risk, noting a lawsuit could be likely, was the quote. Even ignoring legal risk, every scenario hands 20% of the landing fee collections to a billing vendor with no ties in this community. So my ask is to come back with something that doesn't include a landing fee and to maximize the 19-1 federal and state funding for the airport's real needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Smith, is she still here? Okay. Mara Taskett? Nope. Okay. Julian Peterson? John Grunsfeld?
Hi, John Grunsfeld. I think you all know me. One thing is, I think that, I agree with Councilmember Popkin. The new budget shows that, we have a longer runway, so to speak, to get this right. We don't need to jump on, specific numbers. It ought to be updated in the plan. But the previous gentleman mentioned, the airport generates about $74 million a year in the local economy. If we do something to screw that up by 1%, it wipes out any of the gains that we're talking about. I endorse the idea of having a group put together. I would not do an advisory group because of the city charter. I would do an analysis group at NASA. We have the same kind of rules, and so we have analysis groups that provide a service of doing analysis, and then it's up to council to decide. So an airport technical analysis group, an ATAG, would allow you to have people from outside the community, like the FAA, like consultants and such, hopefully volunteers. I think the key message is to make investment by private industry more attractive at the airport, and specifically the FBO. As Councilmember Prieto said, the company that manages our FBO has put no money into it. It's not attractive. In fact, of all the cohort airports that were in the report, ours is a dump compared to the others. I mean, a real dump. That's why we don't have more traffic. That's why we don't have more fuel sales. And part of it is the city has not encouraged investment appropriately. We have the potential for 30-year leases. If you have a reversionary clause after 30 years, a lot of businesses won't invest. And again, going back to the big picture, our real estate taxes on the above-ground properties for Boulder County increased a factor of 3 last year. We provide $1.1 million of tax revenue in our real estate taxes, $250K to the general fund, $700K to St. Vrain School District. Thank you, City Manager, for helping me with that. That's significant. Not all of enterprise funds do that. And the Aviation Trust Fund is what pays for the grants, the FAA grants, which is tax dollars that we all pay as aviators, not the citizens of Longmont, not the general population. So I think the idea of getting more grant funding is really critical. And you put all that together, and we can achieve whatever vision council comes up with without taxing anybody in Longmont, but in fact contributing one of the largest contributors of any funding to the general fund. So, and we didn't hear about other ideas which Boulder County presented last week. A solar farm. We own the power company. We can generate revenue that way. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. Peg Cage, she's still here? Oh, okay, you are, she is here, okay.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. If you are interested in what your constituents think and are determined to put the extra weight of ranked choice voting on the ballot, I ask Council to join Councilwoman Chris' suggestion to also put this alternative choice for election reliability on the ballot so voters have a choice of method. Make changes to Longmont City Charter requiring one-day municipal elections in person with minimal exceptions with photo ID to verify eligibility and citizenship, with paper poll books at the precinct level on paper ballots voted in secret, cast by the voter, and hand-counted in public view on site by bipartisan volunteers, with the candidate or issue receiving the plurality of votes being declared the winner. Should you encourage your constituents to vote to adopt the implementation of ranked choice voting, RCV, by referring it to the ballot, let this serve as public notice that I intend to use every possible avenue to pursue legal action to challenge such a decision. Even though ranked choice voting is legal in Colorado, it should not be presented as a viable election option when it is unconstitutional under the United States Constitution. I believe RCV imposes an undue burden on the fundamental right to vote by intimidation and undue influence on voters to rank candidates they do not support under the threat of ballot exhaustion, violating protections under the First Amendment and the 14th Amendment. Also, the current Colorado election system was originally designed to form a government that reflects the values and principles of most of the people who voted. Any major party, which is a party whose candidate receives over 10% of the vote for governor or president, has access to the ballot through the process. Because the parties are all organized under a platform of values and principles, voters can easily choose and vote for the candidate who most closely aligns with their values and principles. The people pushing this agenda are finding that it's easier to convince electors who have never voted in an honest election to give up their voting rights to a government-run system, ranked choice voting, which is a government-run election show which ends in government telling voters who their government officials will be. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Gold, is he still here? Okay, come on down.
All right, I'll say good morning. Kick that off. It's been a long night, and there's been a lot of good information presented and a lot of healthy question and dialogue. But it's clear from some of the questions that I've heard, both from the citizenry and from council, that there's a lot of misunderstanding on how airport operations are conducted safely and efficiently. I would advocate that I understand the Airport Advisory Board has been disbanded, and I think the longer that is the reality, the harder it's going to be for council to get solid expertise and understanding of what the airport needs to be successful. So I've heard about a technical advisory group. There's some other sort of verbiage used. I implore city council to name it whatever you want, but bring back your go-to subject matter experts that understand what it takes to conduct operations safely at Vance Brand Airport. That's one. Two, just by the body language that I saw from all of you when those numbers came up in the 12th inning, was enough for me to say, good God, man, pause, figure out what happened, and make decisions off of good data, solid and accurate data, not, oh my God, last 2 seconds, boom, we're going to throw this on you. That's not a way to make a decision professionally. With respect to landing fees, one fundamental question that I keep asking myself is the financials that you're basing the landing fee decision off of, that's assuming that the numbers hold. Those landing fees are going to have an impact on aircraft operations at Vance Brands. So that's going to significantly impact your financial numbers that you're making an assumption on now. So I urge council to take that piece of data into account as you move forward. The VDAP numbers were solid, 88% compliance. So I would ask you a fundamental question. What problem are you solving, really? If you're getting to 88%, heck, that's great. One of the numbers was 20% of your complaints came from a single household. That's 1/5 of the complaints from a single source. So please keep that in mind and, given the limited bandwidth the city has to solve problems, ask yourself, is this really a problem that deserves this much bandwidth 1 a.m, right? Saturated patterns, there's questions about AWAS. There's lots of questions about safety-related matters. Again, I implore you to get a group of subject matter experts that you can trust to give you good data to help you make the best decision possible for the citizenry.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. And there's a last name on the list. It starts with a BR. Bree, Ben. Does that sound like anybody here? Nope. Okay. So, is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak? So go ahead. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
And lower your mic. Yes.
Yeah, if I could stand off to the side here.
Yes,
Otherwise, it's
that's
going to
fine.
look like Hogwarts sorting hat.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're good.
I'm very enthused, despite being after 1 a.m., to speak on promoting voter integrity and traditional voting methods. Supreme Court, one person, one vote. Some people say these cases don't apply, but it's like that was their ruling. One person, one vote. Our secure American voting elections are not a horse race, trifecta, win, place, or show. Okay. Ranked choice voting is like allowing multiple answers on a multiple choice test. That's cheating. That's why our founding fathers didn't use it. Okay. You're supposed to choose a single best choice. If you choose second choice, you get your second rate. If you choose third, you're getting third rate. Okay? If it comes out that way. The ranked choice voting proponents are more interested in winning something than making the best choice. Okay? You're supposed to be the best one. Okay? And then the 193 member states in the United Nations, only 5 use ranked choice voting. That's 2.5% use ranked choice voting. Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, Scotland, and now the United States. It's kind of like, get a clue. Okay. Thomas Jefferson, somebody quoted Thomas Jefferson. He never endorsed ranked choice voting. It didn't exist then. Ranked choice voting did not exist. Okay. And so the thing to think about is that there is a problem with the elections in Longmont. Okay. I went to vote one time and showed my government issued ID, and the worker looked at me like I peeled it off the bottom of her shoe. Okay. In 2024, I went to vote, as always, in person on voting day, on election day. The person smirked and said, "You already voted." And I said, "Okay, but spell my name again." "Yeah, that's me." "Okay." And they said, "Yeah, you already voted." And I said, "I always, check it again. I always vote in person on election day." And they're like, "Well, you already voted." They ended up giving me the ballot, but I pulled out my ballot to show it hadn't been mailed in. Okay? So I think somebody got a duplicate ballot without showing an ID and voted for me. So what happens when there's two ballots? They get voted. They get voided, right? Okay. And the RCV proponents, are they non-residents going from city to city, like in 2022 with those tent cities with identical tents? I don't know.
Thank you.
And I also
Okay,
have 4 documents to submit.
Okay, thank you. That is time.
And I
So
have 4 documents to submit
Next
also.
person, I think we had back there. Go, come on down.
Mhm.
There's one over there, then we have here, then Scott. Yeah, Scott, you're going to be the third one down after this. And then, yeah, I counted hers.
Hello, my name is Keith Griffith. I live in Niwot. I'm here to comment on the airport rates and charges study. I have a substantial investment in a hangar business at the Longmont Airport. My current business lease with the city runs until the year 2050, so I am highly unlikely to be impacted by the new lease terms discussed this evening. I do have over 3 decades of experience in building and operating hangars at local airports, including Longmont, Rocky Mountain Metro, and Fort Collins Loveland. A top-level look at the airport budget shows that over 90% of the ongoing airport revenue comes from leasing land to the FBO, to hangar owners, and to the cell tower. The largest single change recommended by the consultant is to discourage further land leases and hangar investment by instituting a reversion clause. Isn't it obvious that this will negatively impact future airport income? How many of you would find it attractive to invest, say, $1 million and then give it away after 25 years? Yet this passes as wise advice for the future of your airport. There are obvious local examples of the effect of reversion clauses on airport development. Boulder has had such lease terms for decades, Longmont has not. Look at the amount of hangar construction and land lease revenue in Boulder over the last 30 years versus Longmont. There are other illogical recommendations in this study. It says that a fixed annual rate of increase independent of the rate of inflation is a great idea because it eases the administrative burden. However, that plan places all of the inflation risk on the airport fund. Look at the recent trends in inflation and the gargantuan federal debt and tell me that that's a fine strategy. Let me suggest the most obvious way to structure a land lease escalation clause. The rate of inflation plus 1%. That covers your costs and gives you a little margin. Rocky Mountain Metro has already implemented a variation on this theme, inflation or 3%, whichever is higher. This CPI escalator is highly effective in raising the revenue. In 2020, when my business lease started, it was at 35 cents a square foot. Now it's at 24% increase. My personal hangar, which got the same starting rate in 2016, now that's a fundamental business management error by the city, is now up to 49 cents a square foot. Now, there's a whole range of rates like that through all the different leases that had different renewal times. So recommending a lease rate to start out of 39 cents a square foot is just indefensible. It should be at least in the mid-40s and perhaps even 50 cents a square foot. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. And then Scott, you'll go next after Marcia.
Oh, no,
So-
I think Marcia's going.
Marcia Martin's coming down. Lance, you'll be after Scott.
You can go before me, Lance, it's all right.
Like
I don't want to miss you, buddy.
Okay.
So the good news is I'm not going to talk for 3 minutes at all. I'm happy to see what seems like progress in terms of airport business planning and treating it like an asset. Have had failed attempts at that since 2018, I'm ashamed to say. So congratulations on that. I really think that there's one question on the VNAP that would make you step back from it and just let well enough alone, and that's this. Why do the student pilots all do their touch and goes between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m.? Answer, they all have day jobs. The VNAP isn't going to make them change their behavior. And that's what upsets everybody, is that 6 to 8 a.m. So just, I don't think you should spend any time on it. And thanks, everybody. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay. Lance, come on down. Okay. Now, can you give us the National Day of for Wednesday?
I'm on it.
Oh, right on.
I'm on it. Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street, resident for 47 odd years. Alex, happy belated birthday.
Yes. Oh, yes.
By about an hour and 15 minutes. All right, today is Wednesday, so today is National Chicken Wing Day, National Lipstick Day, National Lasagna Day, and I don't have enough battery to look up whose birthday it is.
Okay.
But we know it was Alex's yesterday.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
thank you. Have a good day.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say in the council comments, happy birthday, but now happy belated.
Mayor, Council, Scott Stewart, 229 Grant Street. We just saw an example in a night of information that's not easy to find. Airport master plan, this is right from your website. Why is the airport manager telling us the master plan's a 10-year thing? Your document says 20. This misleading stuff coming out of the airport needs to get straightened out. Lending fees are a tool to address the immediate needs. It allows flexibility from year to year to meet the needs and can adjust over as revenue sources, different revenue sources come online. It's a tool. It's not a hard and fast. It's the most flexible tool you guys have in order to generate revenue at the airport, and it can go up and down. You know, it's not tied to CPI and you're stuck to a 3% increase or whatever it is. Talked about Friends of the Airport. It is a thing. On the airport budget, there's actually a line for donations. Take a look at it over the last couple of years. You don't have Friends of the Airport. Nobody's donating to the airport. It just doesn't happen. They may want to do it now, but it hasn't been happening for years. Now it was landing fees, VNAP. Why are we using complaints as the matrix for VNAP stuff? If a plane flies low over a house at 11:30 at night, are we really relying on a resident complaint in order to qualify whether that was actually an issue or not? You know, this is the old story of a tree falls in the wood and nobody's there to hear it. It never happened. 12% outside of the VNAP. 12% of the stuff, 80 something, whatever. 12% outside of the VNAP. Really, we're using a percentage for this. Why don't we just do the actual count? How many planes are we talking about before 8 a.m. Outside of the VNAP? How many? This 12% doesn't represent it. This is like the noise matrix study, where, you know, we're not making any noise because we average it over a 24-hour period. You know, it's selective in its representation. Comprehensive for the VNAP, it doesn't equal effective. So much to say, so little time. We need better information. We don't need it at the last hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone else in the audience? Okay, so I will now close final call, public invited to be heard. Mayor and council comments. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, since the last time we met, our community and folks who've been around Longmont for a long time noted the passing of former Times Call reporter John Fryer. And I wanted to, in this setting, mention John because he spent a heck of a lot of nights right up there And I got to know John when I was a very young man. As a kid, actually, he became a family friend. And John was tough but fair and could be excessively gruff at times, but always sought to get to the truth. And he served this community and journalism in this community for almost 4 decades. I will certainly miss him and getting the occasional outreach from him, as I have since he retired. But I think our community owes him a tremendous debt. And I know my thoughts are with his family and with all of his readers and colleagues who knew him and worked with him over almost 4 decades covering this community. So John will be missed dearly, and I wanted to acknowledge him in this space that he spent so much time in.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Russing. That was very well said. I want to end tonight with a thank you to everyone who's still here, our staff, members of the public, the consultants who are part of multiple studies, and I want to end on some positive airport news. You may have noticed that I rolled in about 20 minutes late today. I was down in Denver for the RTD board meeting that started at 5:30 and spoke in support of the AL Airport to Longmont bus that was officially approved tonight and will start service on September 27th to serve residents who want to get to DIA, that airport, from downtown Longmont, starting at 8th and Kaufman, running hourly from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. So apologies for the tardiness. Thank you all for being prompt. Sometimes traffic from Denver doesn't always go smoothly.
No. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Christ.
Oh, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for everyone joining our party here late or early this morning. I want to share some board successes. I was talking to the water board, and this has to do with something that the council passed. I don't know if you remember, the water group came to us and asked us to allow them to enforce the water leakage code. And so they went out, and because of the new AMI meters, they were able to tell, if it was a leak or if it was regular watering, because of the, cycling and what have you. They determined that 1.25 million gallons of water were wasted due to leaks. And because they actively sought to repair them, 4.5 million gallons of water are saved. So, way to go, water team and water conservation team. Also, before I stop, I do want to thank you very much, Mr. Grunsfeld, for the suggestion about the tag team. I think that's a great idea. We know we need to have it, a more technological group regarding the airport. And I regret that our airport advisory board really wanted to focus on air shows and more bringing business into Longmont, and I think maybe we were expecting them to have more technological advice to us. But maybe we can revisit that when we talk about our vision in terms of having both. All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And before I move on to the next, I do have a couple of updates for council. One, last Wednesday, I met with the Elder and a Northern Arapaho group from Wind River. They came to for chokeberry picking and harvesting to take back, and I had a really good conversation with the group. And one thing that I realized is I think I'm the only council member or person who's gone to the Wind River reservation. Nope, you have not, right? Okay, yeah. So we talked about possibly scheduling something where council can come up. They did extend that invite, so I'll be working with staff to see if we can. Early, and I would highly recommend that everybody watch the Little by Little Becoming Sister Cities with the Northern Arapaho. We are the only sister city that has created a collaboration with a sovereign nation. And so this is unique, and this is a very special relationship. And I also want to let
let this council know, and, perhaps it's something that we do a 2x2 with staff, invite Carmen Ramirez, or some kind of dinner, where we can further engage in keeping and fostering this relationship with the Northern Arapaho. There were promises made, and they have yet to be fulfilled. So I think it is very important that this council, we continue in the spirit of what has been created by past council members, and we continue to prioritize it and foster this relationship. So that's one thing. The other thing is this, so I don't know if you all are, I think you all are aware that I sit on the steering committee for the Core and Leads team. Technically not a council liaison. I am a person who's sitting on this steering committee as a person with lived experience in the area of mental illness and the connection with the school district. So we are holding an emergency meeting in light of the 2027 Prevail Grant Award and changes to the BHA, the Behavioral Health Administration, changes to their, I don't know if you saw the email. It sounded like, because I already knew the history, but it sounded like it was interpreted that it was city direction that ended that grant. And it's actually changes that occurred at the state that no longer put us in qualification for this grant. There is concern because we do have lead staff that are funded through this grant. So we're kind of looking at next steps, and I can update council after our meeting. And then I was going to mention the half-day Saturday retreat, but that's already been discussed. The other thing is, please leave your agreement, take a picture of it, study it on our operating agreements in our city council meetings, and thank you all for indulging me on that. So, okay, so with that, seeing no one else in the queue, city manager remarks.
Based on some of the other questions, I'm digging into it, and I'll provide council with more information on the airport item. Other than that, no comments, Mayor, Council.
Okay, great. City attorney? No count. Okay, he's way back there. He couldn't be any further away from us. Okay, we have a motion to adjourn. Okay, and that's been seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, we are adjourned.